Oh gosh, right. Let's just make sure that everything's online in the right way. Okay, back into it. Sassy, jumping in, jumping out. One of the problems that looks like is that Grizzly has just been dunked on by Hung, who is... Hung was always a Mundo jungle player, even when he was back on Team W. In fact, he was like the one guy who was playing it way back when. Dragon will be taken by them. Ultra Prime choose to give up the fights. Ultra Prime, a team which came into Demacia Cup with that first, very delayed series versus LNG, but then they destroyed Croco in the first time of... first time playing it. Coming forward out of River, Shasha jumping forwards, they can get rid of that Mundo passive. Oh my god, the Heartsteel prop. Holy moly. Yep, Heartsteel will do that, won't it? Tangyuan going towards that bot lane. 3 items Sivir, coming up on 3 items on the Talia. Saber's not crazy far behind. He looks like he's the one person who's in position to do some real damage. And even then, Syndra's weird against Mundo. Sometimes there's a counter, but there does come a point where it feels a bit futile. Chen. Yeah, the Heartsteel's going to start charging up now. He's used his E, his mobility's down. And the Mundo's winning the fight versus the Renekton. That's a bit worrying. Maybe they can catch out YCX. That Lulu. Who knows? Problem is if you jump on him, in a very bad spot when it comes to the Sivir, stood right next to them. Causes some issues, that. Good morning, Trizax. Good to see you. Again, so sorry, folks. It was one of those times where just the schedule got away from us a little bit. So sorry about that one. It'll be well up and running for the rest of the games today. It's the first day's back of LPL, and yeah, this one's on us. Whoops. It happens like that. So strange seeing the boots off of the item inventories of these AD carries. Yep. Jumping forwards onto Hannah. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Punts Hannah away, but now Tango might have got a little too far. Whereas that bullet time is flashed away from Grizzly. Can't quite get himself the CC needed, and Hung gets to walk out. Business is good. Playing it fight towards those profit margins, and he's walking away a rich man. Again, one of those plays like we've seen in the last few minutes where Ultra Prime don't. It's not like the angle is bad. It's just they're too far behind to really do anything about it now. What a shame. What a shame. Baron started. And if Baron goes down, I think this game is well and truly over, really. They'll lead straight into the Dragon. The Sivir wave push, and then... Oh yeah, ad break. Oopsies. Yep. So this was the play which, initially it looked like LGD were, good initial play, I suppose, onto the Misfortune, but then Tangyuan went a bit far. Thank you, Enjoyment. I appreciate it an awful lot. And then the bullet time just, it's led up in the right way, just the CC doesn't land, too many flashes. Oh, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. What build Sassy going towards here? He has gone towards the Triforce. This isn't the AP Jax that Zucker was playing. Hang on, Hung does have flash. And he won't get to use it. Hung dies. All right, now ain't that a surprise? Hey, Sam, good to see you. Again, schedule got away from us a little bit, so whoopsies. The gold's jumped up to 9,000 gold. Some interesting background music I've realized for this particular bit. The Demacian music for the Demacian Rift. What a giga chat. Neka gifted 3 months, 2 months ago? Oh, that's very sweet. Neka's a sweet honestly. Dragon going down. This would actually mean that LGD wouldn't get the soul, and that's what's happened. The soul's not been taken here now. Because, of course, the Mundo died just before it. We thought they'd done all the hard work. God damn, that's a lot of damage from the Ricochet. Walled off now. Grizzly presumably... Well, he doesn't choose to ult away. Instead, he uses the flash instead. Does he feel like he needs the ult for immediate pressure? I suppose I can understand why, but you know, if they don't fight in the next minute now, then that feels pretty awful. Hey, Mons, how's it going? Going straight through that mid lane turret. Of course, everyone's alive from Ultramar, but they gotta go heal back at the base. This could just be the end of the game if they're not careful. If they rush out to the defense and the tower's already got... Oh, flashing forward. No, he did. Jumping forward to the ult. Tongyuan goes golden, and he's got a Lulu, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The Malphite ult is now down, though. Does that signal anything for LGD? It's not a bad pickoff from Ultra Prime. Tongyuan dead. Not the first time where he's put himself into danger, just the first time which he's died for it. Yingchen trying to wave clear. Very hard to wave clear against, you know, Sivir with the Baron. Well, it's not the Baron this time, but Sivir who just gets to siege in so effectively. At this point, you know, you walk up and the Ricochet goes off your minions onto you and you die. I wonder how long it would take to die just from Ricochet. I do wonder. Game was a 9,000 gold game. That's a 7.5 one. How the heck did I miss the schedule? That was a series starting earlier. Ah, what a mistake. What a mistake. Oh well. I can zoom back and see what happened in brief on that first game. Yeah, oops. Death cap for Tongyuan's been in for a minute or two now. Grizzly's still 3,000 gold behind. The protoplasm for Mundo is really nasty. Really, really nasty. Effectively get a double Mundo ult at that point. One that props when you're very low HP and the other one you do manually. I didn't miss much game one. That's good to know. Good to know. Five items for that Sivir now. 10 Zelo health. I mean, in this game particularly as well, what we can see is that, you know, he's actually in position to get the bullet times. The CC is just not landing. There's too many flashes. Someone escapes. Damage isn't relevant, sadly. Or AD doesn't help that. Misfortune's not fantastic against the likes of Mundo. Just doesn't have the raw damage to cut through him. No, Misfortune's very good against squishy champions because their target access with E-ult is so incredibly strong. But against someone like a Mundo can sometimes struggle. And you can see there again, like, once Mundo hits kind of break point, Syndra can really struggle. So you're a Hannah fan girl since he was on Lion last year? Hey, that's a fair point. You know, I had forgotten that he was over there, actually. Plates being taken on the inhibitor turret, and yes, they do exist there now. They've also come into the world of crockery. LGD, a team which I thought actually stood to gain quite a lot. I thought that LGD were not an awful team last year, but I do feel like when it came through to the latter part of the year, their mid-jungle started to fall apart a little bit. And I think that this one potentially has a higher ceiling now. Because they had Climber in the jungle, I seem to remember. Who's their mid lane? It wasn't High Chow, that was the year before. Baron now started up LGD. And one of those teams which I'm looking to see how much more they can really push the envelope. You know, I actually think that Tongyuan and Hung do have a decent place here within the LPL. Sam's just going to walk his way in. Baron fight up and truly now 4 people in a clump. The flick back not hitting, and the game really does depend on someone, well, you know, dying at some point. Sassy taking a chunk out of Liangchen and will take down the inhibitor. That's the real, I suppose, victory of this Baron play so far. Baron doesn't go down, but the inhibitor does. That's 2 now. Yep. That will... Nice. Hello, Sam. Welcome. It's a bright and slightly later morning for us. Oops, that happens.
Definitely didn't think the 3 series day was tomorrow.
What, you knew there was a 3 series day this week? I was, so I just didn't check the league video.
I had it down as tomorrow.
Dragon is up now, and this would be sold for LGD. Ultra Prime trying to rush it down to deny the opportunity. Baron taken by LGD.
Okay, this one gets a bit interesting. Grizzly trying to stay in the pit, wins that fight without much contest. Sassy getting into the backside, does flash for the counter-strike, secure. Header, caught at the back of the pit. It's a decent bullet time angle that leads to a very dead YCX, who had about 30 seconds, well, 0.3 seconds before he disappeared. Let's get that phrasing right. Heng flashing over the wall on the Mundo.
Teleport to the top lane. I think Jax thinks this is going to be the end of the game. With Henna down, I think a lot of the defense has gone with it.
That's likely going to be the case, as Sassy is just such a menace on this Jax. The split push win condition in this era of League is becoming a thing. A level 20 Jax with a Protoplasm is quite hard to bring down for good.
Yeah, God, and there are so many items which scale with level 2. People forget about this. Sometimes it's on the percent HP and whatever, but even just the base stat stuff like your base AD at level 20 for Triforce goes really high. I mean, Arena knowers will know this. Oh my God, the Jax tower damage. Yeah, Ultra Prime, fare thee well. It's not looking like a great day for you.
Xiaoxia is trying, but I just don't think that you could stop this. Jax, what is that? Win condition, he ran at Saber and 2 other members, and still he doesn't take meaningful damage. The Nexus explodes, and LGD make it a 2-0.
And the first series of the day is over. Wow, what a short series it was today, folks. Hey Nymaera, I met you and your brother LEC last January and talked a lot. I think you did an amazing job at casting us all season long. I want to let you know that I'm really sad to hear you won't be on LEC this split. I hope things work out for you. That's very kind of you to say, Toxicity Alert, which isn't very toxic at all. That was actually very sweet.
That was a very sweet alert.
Now, again, folks, we can only really give our apologies for this one. We messed up our schedules, which meant that we missed most of this series. But we hope you'll sit down and ready for the rest of the day in LPL. And congratulations to LGD, who swept the series 2-0 in the first series of the day. I think what we're going to need to start doing, by the way, Sam, is going back to the whole, like, switching the
volumes
things around that, probably.
The name is deceptive. I can tell that, Toxicity.
Just realised that the Onivia stream is that'll be why. Okay, I didn't realise that. I was like, wait, what? Normally people jump in on the Onivia stream. Oopsies. That was just me not checking the settings, I suppose. So our mistake for not going. By the way, I should probably do that. You know, turn the camera on or something. Hello. Hello? There we go.
Hey,
how's it going, everyone?
Good. Hello.
Just to show that we are, you know, alive.
Here, yeah.
We're here and we're alive. Right. Well, thank you for the sub there as well, Toxicity. I should maybe do some tests on what we want to do with... by the way, folks, if you're watching on Onivia, our bad, we didn't check that it was... Well, okay. First thing was we went live late. Oops. Second thing was the stream was unlisted on Onivia, so... We had to change the settings. I was like,
Why is this unusually quiet? Yeah, no.
I was thinking, wow, normally someone's jumped into the chat by now. And then for the next series, we'll go live on TikTok as well. And that'll be a thing. Right. Bluntly, I need to still like brush my teeth and
go
stuff.
Do that stuff. I've got you. I've got coffee. I've got you on. I'm good to go. So you do that bit. I figured.
Alrighty.
I should at least get some of those bass bits done in the background while...
This stuff is now there. I need to put on some ad break like right now because we actually do have pre-roll for... Oh wait, no, well, I mean,
it's done now.
Actually off.
It's fine, we'll do a minute before the games.
What a start to the day, Eddie.
It's Thursday, Captain. Appreciate it, Toxicity. It really does mean a lot. Hey, Monties. Hannah fangirl since he's on Leon last year, yeah. Huh. Hey, Fairy Tale. Good to see you, Ruby. It's somewhat frustrating that a lot of this music is copyrighted, so you have this whole clean feed thing, and then you still have monetization issues where all of the music they've got rolling in the background is still on a copyright, despite us having rights. It's very annoying. Hey, Simi, good to see you.
Hello， 欢迎来到我们的赛后采访环节，我是主持人宝宝。
This will be our post-game
再次恭喜
interview.
我
Who
们
are
的
we interviewing?
LGD 战队拿下今天本场比赛的胜利。我们也邀请到的是中单选手汤圆，先跟大家打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是老干爹的中单汤圆。
欢迎汤圆！哇，我觉得不论是之前德威还是今天的表现，都让我们看到啊，这支老干爹战队正在朝着对的好的方向在行进。汤圆，你怎么看今天你们这个全新的阵容在 LPL 的首场的一个发挥呢？
我觉得我们就把训练赛里犯过的错误尽量比赛上减少一点，然后呈现给大家，然后自然而然就是这个画面了。
有做功课啊。那这个赛季来说，小恒包括汤圆的到来，可以说是为 LGD 战队注入了新的活力和竞争力了。那你感受到老干爹全队的氛围是什么呢？
我觉得我们就是大家几个也是刚接触不久嘛，然后也是比较年龄相近的，然后大家还是偏几个兄弟哥们之类的吧，然后氛围还是挺开
Frank's
心
here
的。
as well. Hello.
这个汤圆（括号乐观版）等待大家来发掘啊。那也聊聊今天我们的两场比赛。其实纵观两场比赛，无论是第一局很顺利的4-0开局，包括第二局虽然说有互换人口，但是好像每你们都能化解掉危机。尤其是中上野这个发挥啊，也是尤为亮眼。想听听汤圆你在这两局是怎么做到跟队友的一个协同和配合呢？
我觉得我们就是尽量赛前把训练赛的犯过的失误重复一遍吧。
How are the potatoes sound? They were very lovely. Thank you, Harold.
冷静下来就打好每一波吧。然后我们中上野的发挥，我觉得就算是比训练赛要好很多吧。
你觉得今天发挥最为亮眼的哪名选手是自己吗？
我觉得大家玩的都挺好吧，然后都跟训练赛差的挺多的，因为我还担心可能我们训练赛的一些失误会在比赛上呈现出来。
所以今天其实是这个查漏补缺了啊，把好的地方发挥出来了。那也聊聊，因为是最近我们也是来到新的版本了，可以说相对来说这个版本也是改动非常之大的。那包括我们的任务系统、视野机制，还有全新装备加入到战场之后，中路啊可以说还是最关键的一条核心的一个道路。汤圆，你对这个版本有什么全新的理解吗？
我觉得这个版本就视野精灵还有那个节奏上，其实都是方便我们慢慢发育吧，因为兵线来得更快了嘛。
那你作为这个中单选手，你最喜欢的一项改动是什么呢？
我觉得可能就是中路那个3级鞋吧，然后还有线快了，然后让我中期很多中路本应该去游走的时候，可以在线上吃更多经济吧。
整个这个经济的一个节奏也是快速起来了啊。那全新的版本、全新的赛季，想听听我们的汤圆对这个26年有什么展望和目标吗？
就我们打好每一场比赛，尽量每一场比赛都呈现自己最好的竞技状态吧。
确实是，我们也希望看到更好的这个我们的老干爹战队。我也不知道大家有没有看到我们新赛季的一个 CG 啊，它的主题是救赎。我觉得对于我们所有涅槃组的队伍和选手来说，何尝不是在赛季更迭之时对自己的一种救赎呢？虽然说赛季初可能我们起点并不高，但是谁说后来者不能居上呢？也期待越来越好的老干爹战队。谢谢汤圆接受我们的赛后采访。那么接下来时间，我们把画面交还给解说席。
There you go. Anything interesting in the interview? Next series should be very fun. IG versus AL. Weibo versus BLG to end the day. Good set of games as far as I'm concerned. It's almost always on point with their outfits, and today's really pretty suit. Yeah, for sure. I feel like Sassy should be player of that one. I mean, Heng also had a really nasty Mundo game there. Like, normally, things like the Syndra, the Malphite could be surprisingly good into Mundo post a certain point. Of course, you don't have that much additional CC to knock the shield off the Mundo. Like, you've got Alistair, but that's an all-in. You've got Syndra, but she needs to hit her EQ on a Mundo, which is not necessarily the target you want to be hitting. Whole thing. I still need my coffee very badly. Can't spell. I should be forever to spell rewrite correctly. I'm just messaging a friend of mine. I had something I need to get sorted. Trying to put in rewrite and just couldn't spell it for the life of me. Exactly. That's the correct spelling, Fairy Tale. I keep trying to spell it right, as in that's the right thing to do. And I was like, no, this is wrong. How do I spell right again? And then I spelled it without the W. And I was like, that's also wrong. There's a W in this word. So it took me like 4 attempts to spell rewrite correctly. Nice. Thank you, Cynical Reese, for the sub. Appreciate you. Hannah, oh, Hung, sorry, Hannah. Heng, get that name correct. Ends up as player of the game. Rightly so, 6-2 and 7 on a monster Mundo. Ooh, there you go. Hang had a phenomenal series. Kiana into Mundo, very different games. I know no one has ever bought you taters. Harold, did I not buy you fries when you were out here? We're discoing, apparently. Welcome back. Heng got player of the series for the Kiana and the Monday.
Well, yeah, one of my big, like, at some point we actually need to have a talk about like our through lines for these teams because I feel like I'm just kind of winging it with stories on the day and whatever. But one of my big 3 points for LGD is I think that they've actually upgraded a mid jungle.
Okay.
And that you know, Climber. I think Climber we saw basically the end of really what he could do. Sadly for himself. But I do think that, despite him not being fantastic on his way out of Team WE, I think he's actually got a pretty decent upper ceiling, weirdly. And then, God, who was that mid lane before? It was, oh, SQW, yeah, Little Green Frog.
Where's he now?
Nowhere, don't. Let me have James.
I thought I saw him the other day.
No,
he's off.
Not
Okay,
got a team. Not got a team. So, yeah. Thank you by the way, Reese. By the way, I don't know if Sam thanked
I
you
did,
first.
but double thank is no problem at all.
Cool. Right.
Morning, Rosuri. Good to see you.
Wait. Okay. We'll wait some more. Do you need
I'm actually pretty good. I've got my coffee.
Cool. Happy New Year. Hey, Rosuri. Good to see you. Good to see you. I should probably do that thing where I do some social media and stuff. I don't really want to be sat here just looking at my phone.
That's fair.
It's really boring just being like, oh, these people just looking at their phone.
That's true. I am doing I need finishing up some socialing and that stuff, and then I'm good to be more engaged. Oh.
3000拼成行吗？看一下，我到了。
Oh, is this the
开低吧，开低看一低，找不到。
when you were getting over the wall in game 1 by the way.
地没清。我表，看下面，看下面。挂被动了，看一下。朗姆。无敌死。大龙。我觉得要逼了出来挡了，没动他了。搏兵看搏兵。我带。没闪。打不了。没下包，推中吧，中塔。我就要龙给，看他。看他。5000，不用急，慢慢看。打团赢就行。我准备卖了。别急。对。你慢点。那个没闪，看我一下，没闪，就差一滴。AD 没闪吗？没闪。
Maybe once we get into the split, when I start doing the Uma run, I can show you the breadth of my Uma knowledge I've gained from Raccoon server. Also, the thing is, I some of the folks in the Uma server I'm in, like their league players anyway. So basically, all I'm doing is I'm getting like free Uma training while I'm doing this. You know. What I'll notice though is that the breaks are not long.
They're not at all.
No, I don't know. The flow of shows changed quite a lot actually.
Yep.
So what they do is they pretty much go to interview almost directly after the series. I don't know if they just pull them directly off the PCs effectively, and then they do player of the game, then they do player of the series. Yeah. Against the East Coast of England, the one which isn't that the one which has crazy erosion the East Coast?
They've definitely imported some sand there, for sure.
They got like the shale rock and stuff.
Yes.
Didn't find a coffee emote? I don't have a drink emote. That's a mistake.
That is true.
It's a mistake. It's the teammate. DRX got a bit blasted by Gen G, which
Did they?
Not surprising. Wait, Monster Hunter World has poor performance if you don't have DLC because it has such aggressive checks for whether you have DLC or not that it ruins your FPS.
Wow.
So the more FPS that the more DLC that you own, the more FPS you have. That's
is that Monster Hunter World rather than that's the popular one from before?
Monster Hunter. So Wilds.
Wilds. Okay.
So yeah, which makes sense.
That's very. Ooh, is it Konami or Capcom? I think it's Capcom, isn't it? Capcom. Yeah, that's very Capcom. Like true Konami to be fair. Do you have the chat DLC, guys?
Why did you get loud and then go close to the mic?
I don't think that's that especially loud, Alex.
I can hear what you're saying and you have the headphones on.
Yeah, and?
Just blah, 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 blah.
I don't think that was especially loud, Alex. I really don't.
I found it quite funny, I did. Okay, so second series up on the docket is IG vs AL. IG vs AL. Are you going to start making VODs of the lives? The problem is the VODs have such terrible reach because no one watches, like, even stuff which is mid-table LPL, people just don't watch. I mean, we did this before, right? We did this when we did our first year of doing LPL streaming. And I have VODs from then which have like 2 views on them, you know?
Yeah.
So basically, the viewership is not there for it. So I used to do them before. It clogs up our channel, and it ends up just destroying the metrics for us. So while I would like to, I don't think it is likely that I will do that in the future. Hey, Tack, great to see you.
Hello, Tack.
Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so second series, IG vs AL. So IG played against Weibo on the first day of the split just yesterday, so they've got 2 matches in 2 days at the very start of the splits. And IG looked very good in that first game. It's really annoying that Huya does that. I hope it stops doing that throughout the day. But when it went to game 2 and 3, it felt like they didn't have the depth which they needed to teamfight as confidently on that day as we saw in Demacia Cup, which is a problem because obviously they won a best of 5 versus JDG in the finals, and we thought, well, the depth looks fine. I'm not sure that's the case anymore.
Yeah.
And Annual's Legend will be coming in with their full roster for the first time since Worlds. They didn't play Demacia Cup with their, well, I think they played with, maybe like 1 member. No, I don't think they played with any member of their starting roster at Demacia Cup. So it's the first time we've seen any of the Anyone's Legends members. So Anyone's Legend, for me, they should be a clear top 3 team. IG, heavy underdogs.
Yep.
This will just now be a case of, AL, you're in a post-Tabe era. How are you going to adapt to the new season? How does the strategy evolve? You should be able to put a sword to IG.
Yep. I agree. I think the thing as well is obviously we saw a little bit of IG the other day, and it was that lacking consistency. Whereas I'm looking at AL, and as we said, like we for all those with some coaching changes, which are big, the players are still exceptionally talented. And I think the guy I've got my eyes on more than nearly anyone else is Tarzan, who is like probably the best remaining jungler in the LPL. I was trying to think if there's anyone else I could put up there with him, but with Kanavi gone in particular, he is the guy in the jungle that should be expected to eviscerate the opposition. I'll note that Teacher Mars come in as one of the coaches. In fact, there you go. There's a whole new coaching roster that we've just kind of been talking about. And Teacher Mars, a guy I have a lot of faith in. He was obviously, for those of you who were fans of WE, I know there's 1 or 2 WE fans around, he was the Galio mid-player who spent most of his life roaming around the map trying to make things happen. Notoriously, nearly didn't get to play a playoff series because he couldn't get out of Platinum on one of his accounts, had to duo his way out. But was always incredibly smart about how you play the map. And so quite interested to see what he will do with this squad. Of course, losing the coaching staff you did have is significant. It's a big, big hit. They were a massive part of AL's success, and we all know it. And we'll need to see exactly how
All good.
The new stuff will work with AL. I got caught reading chat and I was like, hang on, I've lost the end of my sentence.
Right. I just noticed the camera had gone too.
I didn't.
Was that me?
That was you, yeah.
Okay, well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Teachmar was that guy. Yeah, he was a real kind of like thinking person's player anyway, right? Down there. I'm trying to find a way to get the mic closer between the two of us. It's closer to you if it's up there. Probably does need to go down a bit as well, actually, for your sake.
Thank you.
But then it does put it more into like prime punching range for both of us, but that might be better.
Can we lift the arm a little?
Like that?
I was in like...
No, because it'll just sink back down.
Okay.
So no. That was the same case as has always been. Got a bit of an interview, so let's see
各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人欣然。我们先请到的是 IG 的辅助选手俊伟，先跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 IG 辅助俊伟选手。
今年也是加入到 IG 嘛，大家依然是期待满满的。所以在短暂的磨合之后，你觉得 IG 是一支怎样的队伍呢？
感觉我们特别敢打吧，然后也会因为敢打犯一点小失误吧。
那今天同样也是要面对到劲敌 AL 嘛，所以队伍在哪一些部分你觉得要落实的更好一些呢？
感觉把沟通做好，然后打架方面做好一点吧，做好一点。
我们也期待今天精彩的这场比赛。同样，我们请到的是 AL 的中单选手 Shanks， 先跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AL 中单香斯。
今年的话 ，AL 是依然维持了原阵容，开启新赛季的挑战，所以今年大家的期待又是怎样的呢？
就是希望能拿下冠军嘛。
那今年的话，无论是赛事还是峡谷，都迎来了很多新的改动。那在这之中的话，目前自己最喜欢的是哪一个呢？
我比较喜欢下路任务吧，就下路的任务比较厉害，看着。
来看一下今天的一个赛场表现了，一会儿赛场见。
Oh, wow.
How wonderful.
There's an advert read.
Yeah, that'll do it. I have to say though, this is not like a shill or anything, so that's Warhorse. So Warhorse is like a flat energy drink. It's actually pretty good.
I'm fairly certain.
I actually have like 4. So funnily enough, I have 4 gin energy drinks, so Ginergy drinks, Warhorse, over there on the shelf. And no, I'm not going to be opening them because I want to, you know,
keep them. That's fair.
Yeah.
I feel like wasn't there some ruse about what was in them?
Yeah.
There we go. I'm pretty sure Warhorse is a guy. Oh yeah.
I like the fonts that they've chosen. The font they've chosen is cool.
It's quite medieval heraldry stuff.
Yes, it does.
让我们有请 Invictus Gaming Anyone's Legend。
Interesting. If the team captains come out first, it's not necessarily in role order. Or rather, anyway, they have mid laners come up first this time around, interestingly.
LPL 第一赛段组内赛第1周第2日的第2场比赛将由 IG 对阵 AL， 比赛即将开始 ，LPL 无畏竞巅峰。
We'll go live and take over at the same time. Okay, second series of the day. IG coming in as underdogs. There's no two ways about it. IG coming in as underdogs. AL, their full roster for the first time in 2026. First time since Worlds. AL, across the entirety of 25, were the best LPL team. Consistently, they were.
They were definitely the team that didn't have the other teams either rose and fell on a whim. C-Torpies looked amazing in winter, fell off in spring, came back in summer. BLG, who had the absolutely abysmal start to the year and crawled their way back up in summer. AL were just good the entire year. Second, first, pretty much the entire way through. I think in the end, their peak maybe wasn't the highest, if you know what I mean. There were other teams that maybe peaked higher than them over the year, and even that's debatable.
I don't know if I agree with that, because I think, you think of the 5-game series that AL had. Look, AL looked the best against the Korean teams of any of the LPL teams. And that, for me, means that they did peak high. Domestically, I think, BLG, I think they peaked higher at the end of summer. Or maybe
Maybe Toffee's called winter, maybe.
Yeah, it's yeah, no, the whole year is obviously. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I think particularly from a domestic perspective. For me, I think AL were the teams that were respected the most internationally, and I think that weighs for a lot.
There's a young lady in the crowd there who's got a gif of Tarzan unzipping his teammate there, just on repeat.
Right.
Just show it on camera. So I don't really know what one does with that on screen.
Oh gosh.
It was a jacket, guys. Just chill out, okay? Just a jacket.
Okay, and yeah, we're live on the thingy at the same time. We have that thing where we go live on 4 streams at once. It's a very cool thing. Oh, I think we're straight into draft. Okay. So first draft, remember that first pick and side selection is now separated. So we're likely to see first pick going to, funnily enough, actually no, it is on the left-hand side of us. No, I'm wrong. First pick is now on red side for this one. So IG will have first pick. AL chose blue side for the geographical side of the map.
Poppy continually getting banned. I don't think we've seen a Poppy game yet because it feels like she's been permanently banned. In fact, I would love to check those numbers to see whether she's been allowed through a single pick and ban phases yet. It feels like she's been very, very highly feared.
Yeah, so I think particularly against Kyle and Tarzan, like those two in particular, even if Poppy wasn't meta, they would probably warrant a ban. The other picks that we really see a lot of are the Orianna is a huge one that has been let through. So that's likely a first pick.
Rookie's not now playing.
Yeah, for sure. And now we will see whether the Demacia Cup meta takes hold, which is you pick something like the Syndra into it. Instead, they go towards the Jarvan, which is a great pickup with the Orianna. With the Malphite gone, that's one of the biggest picks with the Orianna out of the pool.
Now looking for options into it. We've not seen a lot of Maokai of late, but was always not bad into Jarvan because your ult range was so huge. It's very difficult for him to flag and drag away.
And you can't exactly, if you fly drag into it, then you're just bruised up and you die.
Yeah. Sivir instead being a consideration, but Sivir into Jarvan? I know you can ricochet the wave and kind of ignore some of the poke from the Varus with a spell shield, but it's still a bit of a risk, I think it's fair to say.
You're going to need some help healing here. You're going to need some help healing. So, Sivir, fine into the Varus in lane. That's the big reason you're picking this, realistically. It's good into the Varus in lane. You're not going to be able to survive a full combo with a Jarvan with good follow-up after it. Question is, what do they have to lock in alongside that? Do you have to go towards, gosh, I don't know, Akali rumbles out of the table, so a bit harder on that. You could go to, they go towards the Azir, actually, so that's answered our question there. So we have a Bring Your Daughter to Work day, Sivir and Azir, Ancestor and well, the Descendant, that's the one. Just forgetting the word right
Bloodline
there.
feud.
Yeah, Bloodline feud. As Alistair locked in for IG.
Trying to think now what I want to see banned away from both teams. Obviously, no jungler picked up by IG yet, and I think there's a couple still up that could be a consideration. You have got things like the Kiana to consider. There's still maybe some of those really aggressive picks like Wave's Pantheon, which he does love to go towards. Not a bad ball carrier, I suppose, here as well. You are kind of relying on the Alistair right now to be your additional ball delivery system.
Yes.
I still wonder about that Maokai. It's not bad into some of this composition at this point, even if it has fallen away from the meta a little bit. I still don't think farmed as well as perhaps you'd like in this current meta. On the other side, it looks like it'll be a support pool takeaway.
I'm not sure I love the, well, I suppose with the Azir locked in, I don't know, even that, you saw the Alistair before you locked the Azir. I wonder whether they could have gone towards Sylas, with that.
Yeah.
I do wonder. I mean, it's the Orianna, it's a bit of a rough lane, but just because it's such a ridiculously strong laning champion, but you do wonder.
Could still Sylas jungle, I suppose. It's not out there. Allows you to get to Gunblade a bit more freely.
Well, this would be for anyone's legend.
Yeah.
So it's more about, being able to steal the Alistair ultimate.
For some reason, I just blanked on Jarvan being a jungler for 2 seconds. I literally did that. I was like,
I'm not
back
looking
into
for like season 6, C9 Ray top lane with the the Ravenous Hydra, or Titanic Hydra Jarvan top. Sion banned away from anyone's legend. Of course, one of Flandre's big picks. Kyle, probably, well, he is really the one Bard player in the LPL. So if anyone is going to pick it, it would be him. And it does add in an extra degree of threat onto the backline, who are largely quite immobile.
Yeah, and I think Bard in general has often seen a lot of second phase bans, as we've seen, because he is so lane dominant, roams so well, is such a good pick, especially if you do let that have the Nico get on through draft. Allowing Bard always felt pretty miserable. Of course, you went to the Alistair this time, but that's a second range matchup, and now you've got double range into just the Sivir. Ricochet will be enough to get you some minions, but it certainly won't be getting you shove.
Wonder whether it's Ambessa in the jungle. Ambessa, Pantheon's already gone, Shinzo's gone. I think Ambessa might be the AD fighter, which you can use as a delivery system for the Orianna.
Yeah. And again, of course, you just blink in, so it becomes a good ball option in that sense. I agree. Let's see what the thought process is here. Wei sometimes likes his Gremlin champions. But there's the Ambessa you were wondering about, and Wei has played a fair amount of it, and your suspicions prove to be true.
Yeah, he's struggled on the Ambessa recently, though. It is worth noting. Flandra might go towards the Rek'Sai. He is the one guy which made Rek'Sai look good.
Yeah.
Worlds. Worlds was a strange time for Rek'Sai. It kind of crawled out of the woodwork in a way which Rek'Sai is prone to do, I suppose, every now and then.
Tunnels.
Tunneled out of the woodwork. And it tends to be just really obnoxious if you are very good at managing that just perma-sustain, perma-push. Will be locked in. Now, the thing about Rek'Sai is that it's just very disruptive and it's another diving threat. So now you have two immobile carries going into the Jarvan Cataclysm, the Bard coming through with the ultimate 2 to really threaten you. And then you also have the threat of a Rek'Sai diving forwards. Now, Varus' Azir can sometimes struggle to add on damage. Varus can throw the long-range arrow, yes. But if you do walk too far forwards, then there's Alistair and Bessa Renekton immediately shut you down. Same with the Azir. You're probably looking to ult defensively as the Azir in a bunch of these situations. So my worry for AL is that there's a bit of a disconnect between frontline and backline. However, I do think they have the tools to really punish this immobile backline from IG.
Yeah, and that's my worry is we did see Photic play a game of Sivir, and he got mashed. It was not necessarily his fault. What do you do into a fed level 28, AP Jax that's smacking you in the face for ungodly amounts of damage? Like, it happens. However, and this is going to be key, you are now two immobile carries, two relatively short-range immobile carries, into a lot of significant pick options. Jarvan, the Bard looking for you with a Tempered Fate, the Rek'Sai coming flying at you. I don't know how easy it will be for IG to consistently pull off their combination if, especially with that flashes, it's like you're going to be down one of your carries in any given fight.
Good morning, Kuko. Good morning, Maroma. And also Tane as well over in Onivia's chat. Welcome to you too. Hope you're all having a wonderful day watching LPL with us. Only our second day of LPL for 2026. I had a Group Ascend matchup, our top teams. We'll have some gyros on the Rift before we get started.
Add oil is what that phrase means, roughly. Get that fire roaring. There's a look at the runes. I'm not seeing anything super surprising there. Note that the Jarvan has gone towards the Conqueror, which he does tend to do these days. Not really seeing Electrocute Jarvan or any of the other kind of slightly more esoteric runes. He does like that, just additional staying power these days. Has gone Red Smite, interestingly, rather than Blue, which is sometimes a decision. A nice level 1 Q onto Photic causes some problems.
I believe that was a heal popped there. I saw the particle forward. Did it sound like
it? Did indeed sound like a heal.
And folks, just another thing too, just because we're start of the year, sometimes our audio is a little bit off. Let us know what the game sound is like compared to our voices, because we're trying to figure that stuff out too. And it's for I suppose for your enjoyment. I actually don't listen with headphones on because I only got one set of them, so it only actually affects Sam for us. I'm sorry, Sam. You are less important than the audience.
That's actually very fair.
In this specific context, Sam. Most of the time I do defer to you as brother, family. However, in this case, audience takes precedence. I hope you understand.
I completely get it.
Oh god. Sounds good to you? Wonderful. I'll take that as Cynical Reese is now the representative for the entirety of chat.
Fantastic. Okay, guys, let's do a little bit of housekeeping, because again, this is your first day in chat. Welcome. Let's keep an eye on what's changed in the split. We'll probably end up doing that for the first couple of weeks in general, just because it's very new. There are some big changes. First up, you'll notice the map looks very different. Now, as I say that, it goes black. It's actually just a black screen. That's what the Rift looks like these days. It's Demacia themed now. We aren't looking at Noxus. The big thing with that one is the towers have changed to basically enable sieging and split pushing to be more effective. At least that's the aim of the changes. Big chunks in mid lane. Shank's quite low on mana, and Rookie will abuse the early level 4.
Ow!
Yeah, forced a flash from that
would have
Comet.
killed. No, that would have killed. Damn, a flash away in the matchup. Now, we've seen Azir win this matchup, particularly in LCK. The Azir can actually pressure out the Orianna. LPL has had a bit of a tenuous relationship with Azir. Some of our players over time have been excellent at it. I think about Angel, Fofo when he was here was very good. Yagao was excellent. Occasional games from the likes of Rookie as well showed great prowess on it. But typically LPL has been an Orianna favored side of the region compared to particularly the LCK, which again is a lot more even when it comes to that matchup. Rookie, great early laning from him, gets himself a flash for free.
It does feel like the more I'm seeing this season as well, it feels like for whatever reason Orianna's just having a good time right now into Azir. I don't know whether that's people just getting reused to the matchup, but I've seen a lot of Azirs forced to slide forward to get the shield and end up just getting clockwork wind up back to their tower.
And the reason why this is worth talking about is because Shanks has typically been a very good Azir for the LPL region anyway. The fact that he's losing that early lane, well, I guess we'll see if it has any implications. Rookie, you'll notice he's down in CS, but that's because he's got his wave control the way he wanted to, which is getting the wave pushing back into him. He's allowed the wave to stack back up, and he'll get that CS back, whilst also remaining safe. What you'll notice is that Kyle is back out onto the map very early. Oh yeah. And what he's ended up doing is putting down wards on either side of mid lane. Now, Rookie would not be safe to push up against that kind of vision control. Jarvan could jump in and force his flash. This is well played from Rookie to make sure that the wave keeps him safe.
The other part of this equation, of course, is some history stuff. There's a little bit of a trade down there. Oh, flash on him from Flandre! Just gets the solo.
Sobro dies for first blood. Flandre, the one guy that has made Rek'Sai look good, comes out again with an insane solo kill. This guy is making a habit of making Rek'Sai look like a top-tier top laner.
Really, really clean stuff. Knows his distances, knows his breakpoints, flashes for the knockup the moment it comes off cooldown, and ensures Sobro is a very dead pair of shoes. Looking towards that bot lane now, not too much there to be seen, but AL with a very good start to this game, with the exception, of course, of Rookie having a very strong showing in the lane. And the historical point I was going to say was the fact that Rookie is probably one of the great Orianna players ever. Hits the level 6 early. Unfortunately for him, the Comet goes to where Shanks was before he pulled the shockwave. But still flashing on forwards! The slide forwards! Rookie gets the solo, it'll be traded back.
But I don't think he'll care because the minions will die to turret. Rookie solo kills Shanks. Shanks does return the favor, but Rookie still comes out ahead. Big thing about this too is I also think that Rookie's going to be ahead in terms of the mid lane role quest from this. More minions dying to turret for Shanks, and I think Rookie's been doing more damage to the enemy champion, which does also accelerate your quest as well. Great play from Rookie so far in this early game, giving IG something to be hopeful for, especially when Sobro's died in that top lane matchup. You start to get a little bit worried. You'd expect IG to need an early game advantage versus our tactician kings of anyone's legend.
We'll head over towards that early dragon and should be securing that one fairly swiftly. With a chunk from Tarzan onto Wei, sent him scampering back to his jungle with the mid lane's gone as well, and the priority earned from Hope and Kyle. It should be an easy pickup on that one. Sobro has burned the level 6. Flandre not going to be under too much threat as yet. Wei in the enemy jungle on blue buff could theoretically look for a dive after. I think it might be a bit risky. Instead, Sobro is going to pick up some more of those honey fruit, which does give Renekton some more rage. Actually, no, it's Rage Fury, isn't it? That's what you get on Renekton. There's a slightly different name for each of those kind of pseudo rage bars. Rage bar is a Gnar specific. Stat resource change approach just wide onto Photic. Nice attempt to pick that one up as the level 6 came on through for Hope. Instead, Photic and Dway left under this turret having a tough old time. Again, double ranged into just one spell shield can still be a little tough to keep meaningful control over the wave, even considers ricochets.
I was fixing overlay things on TikTok. I was like, oh, there's a black spot. I should probably get rid of that because the algorithm stuff, it doesn't like having a blank space on the screen.
That's fair.
Did BLG play yesterday? No, they did not play yesterday. They are, however, playing their first series in the LPL 26. After this, if you want to catch BLG in their first LPL series with Viper, I mean, Demacia Cup wasn't their full roster and it wasn't full LPL. Hang on a second, flashing in forwards.
Ruthless Predator, public execution, and that is a dead land shark.
Okay, right. Ambassador Renekton, pretty good at the whole point and click thing. Renekton flashes forward to confirm the Ambassador combo, and Flandra, while he goes down, Shanks trying to hard trade onto Rookie. Gets some good soldier autos there.
That's a nice little option there with multiple soldiers down. Had the shield to work with as well, and Rookie, first time it feels like this game, ends up taking a negative trade on the Orianna. Good stuff there from Shanks. Tarzan in the enemy jungle, nabbing away the Gromp, potentially looking for a dive on this bot side, actually. TP in from Rookie to the mid lane, picking that wave up. The opportunity, though, granted to Shanks to just head into that river. Will be spotted out coming down here. Tarzan is around, and there is a dive coming forwards. Photic backsteps the potential flag and drag spell shields the cosmic binding and gets to run away. They are, however, going to keep Dway inside the cataclysm. He's trying to buy time.
No flash.
There's no flash, so he's just a dead cow.
It's well played by Photic to live through there, especially without blowing any summoners. Rookie under turret, but doesn't take aggro.
They walk away. Man distance gives him a speed up to walk out. Remember, doesn't have the phase rush. Is chosen for the comet for the poke in lane. Way now here. Kyle magical journeying over. Shockwave just shy. Way then Dracon steps forwards. Tempered Fate onto Rookie, who's now in danger. Tarzan going to try and time his flag and drag well. Will not necessarily hit Rookie, but he's still in range to get a martial cadence auto down. And Shanks secures a kill, putting him ahead in the matchup.
Yes, Shanks is very happy with how that works out. Rookie a little bit late on pulling the Shockwave. I think there maybe was a kill angle, but with Shanks having flash up, you can understand that Rookie wanted to play that as tight to the margin as possible, try and, I suppose, bait Shanks to get hit by the Shockwave, thinking he was safe. The problem is, judges that wrong, Shockwave just misses. Anyone's Legend, very strong early play from them, and as we know, this is a team which has got a real tactical pedigree to live up to from last year, especially when they had Tabe and Tarzan together. It felt like they could just crack the early game plays like very few teams in the LPL could do. Immediately, very, very good early mobility from Tarzan and Kyle. That Bard bringing everyone around the map is a huge threat to IG.
Indeed, Rookie under this turret now as well. Going to be having a little bit of a tougher time, and that is really good news, I think, as we were talking about that matchup earlier being tricky, as Dway eats a lot of damage from Hope, just landing those chains of corruption, and Kyle following up with the empowered autos.
Well, Dway even pops the ult.
Yeah, Wei is in the lane, but I think he's a known quantity with that sweeper use, so there's not even going to be able to lane gank, counter gank that way.
That is even more insult to injury. Wei, last of his sweeper, spots out the ward, which might have spotted him heading down, but didn't spot his pathing. But look at these wards from Kyle. You know, it's a complete safety for this bot lane, which means that every single arrow for Hope is completely safe for him to walk up for and get the damage down. You can see that's now led to going on a 30 CS lead, 1,000, almost 1,500 gold lead because of the plates on top of it too. Anyone's Legend with the early dive, the early summoners away from Photic and Dway have really set up this bot lane to be a win condition.
Wei is around, as is Dway. Oh, that's going to get confusing over the ear, isn't it?
Yes.
To make sure the chat is very audible when making conversations. Shanks, I don't know about that face check, my friend. Gets Shockwave into public execution. Flashes over the wall. Tempered Fate buys some time. Kyle with a wonderful save. Rookie just about gets in range to get some autos down, and that will secure the kill. Flash on forward for Kyle with the ignite coming on down. Magical Journey over the wall, chasing him away. Cataclysm in the river. Wei and Dway there and around to try and escape, but Hope will clean up an additional kill. It's a 1-for-1, but Shanks face checking almost leads to a clean kill for IG, but just not quite enough damage on the upfront burst.
Because Dway dies and everyone else has to back off, this might still be Dragon to anyone's Legend at the end of this, and that would have been the real prize out of this. 2 early Dragons to anyone's Legend, again, a team which has got real macro chops as the game goes on, is going to be hard for IG to fight back against. This was almost exactly what they're asking for. You know, Shanks, his E was cancelled out there, means that he can't just slide out. He's used his mobility. Great catch by Rookie onto Shanks. This mid lane matchup has been very dynamic between the two of them. Both players now having some moments to shine and get one over on their opponent. Big problem here, though, is that, you know, the bot lane move came first from anyone's Legend. Back to life. Flandra taking damage, but IL gonna fight back.
Dominus comes on down, trying to slide in his Shanks, though, for an angle. Flandra flashing away. Sobro still with the Dominus rolling. He's in a 1v3, though. Make that a 1v4. This Crocodile is definitely out of his depth, which is a little ironic, considering he's amphibious.
In shallow water and then out onto the parching sands. Parching sands? Parched sands. Yeah, that's the one. There were some... now, the thing is, IG did get to spend some extra time in lane. Photic spent more time now in lane with Hope roaming across the map. I suppose means that his role quest should have been completed a little quicker. But what you'll notice at the top of the screen is, because Anyone's Legend have had more kills, more minions, more damage onto towers, blah, 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 they've still increased their... They've still completed their role quests a little quicker. Once again, the Bard giving the extra rotation potential really helps at Anyone's Legend here. I think if Bard wasn't there in the timing of the magical journey to bring people through, perhaps Flandre would have died. I think he might die this time anyway, and indeed he does.
Ways there to help pick up that kill. Rookie will lose a minion or two here, but it's not going to be bothered too much. We did just see before we went into that replay as well, some big chunks on turret. Get too much chance to talk about it earlier, so I'll do it again now. That's crystallized, just saw it there on screen as well, that big proc of damage. You'll see crystals in various colors. Okay, how much danger are you in? Does actually have to change the corruption, flash away. Dway gets in front of the blood body, blocks some things. Temper Fate comes on down. Over comes Tarzan. Hasn't used the Cataclysm yet. Hail of arrows and health bars look a little dicey. Dway forced to ult as well, so Summoner's blown. Forced away from this turret. I was about to chat about some of the big changes, as there's the TP in. Yeah, Rookie just TPs and catches Flandre trying to proxy farm and helps get that kill for his jungler. First turret all the same though, looking like it'll be going AL's way. Tarzan, enemy jungle, it's the blue buff trying to slide away, does so, but there's a flash away from the public execution. Sobro has turned up himself though. Bit of a speed up from Kyle. Tarzan low, Hope in danger as Way gets on top of him. They go through the magical journey. Tarzan so low, Dominus and a Cull the Meek finally brings him low. Hope doesn't have a change of corruption, but still a lot of damage forwards. Way steps on in. That's a lot of damage from Way. Flash out of the Sundering Slam. Last auto claims off the Ambessa, who can only have so many Drakehound steps before she runs out of moves. Dway now here. Hope in danger. Headbutt onto Kyle to try and get in range. Flash forwards.
Hang on,
Hope is still low. The slow's coming on forwards with the Cosmic Binding. Sobro slows up with the Hail of Arrows, and Hope survives the bot lane of Anyone's Legend. Just know the dance moves better.
I've heard the phrase Hope springs eternal. I didn't quite realize it was Hope auto is eternal too. 4-0. The Varus shredding IG. Anyone's Legend put so much emphasis on making sure this Varus was ahead, was relevant, was running the game, and Hope just pays it back in spades. Teleporting out on the top side from Alistair. I was wondering actually if that was to prevent or make a big play up here. IG have just been ran around the map. Anyone's Legend so much more active at making their way into the big moments.
I want to see this replay, because obviously Hope sticks around to get the turret, and that happens. Tarzan flashes out on the public execution, which was a big deal, because it means he doesn't just immediately die. It takes Way a long moment to get in. Way goes away from Hope, goes to try and get Tarzan instead, and that's all well and good. And then IG decide, you know what? We're going to try and get Hope regardless, and Hope, what a flash there to force Way into a very horrible position.
Hope's kiting was insane. Has double buffs, which helps, means he has the extra cooldown reduction, has the extra mana. And the slow from the red buff hits, the arrow, keeps walking, makes sure the slow's there, and he's outside of Q range. He's so close! He's so close!
I think there's also a slow from passive auto from Kyle as well, off the Meeps. So just ends up getting so much value out of that play. Hope now up 2,500 gold individually is such a big deal. We were saying
it's a pretty penny, Sam. It's a pretty penny.
We were saying Varus might struggle this game to follow up on plays. Not if it's like this, apparently.
If you notice I'm distracted, it's because I'm trying to optimize
I did
stuff
notice,
in the background. I thought actually the camera and the gameplay should be the other way around on a certain screen. Flandre's going to take that top lane turret. He'll be free to do so. It has been a weird old game for Flandre. Solo killed Sobro for the first blood, and then got, you know, attacked a bunch of times in a row. At the end of the day, Flandre always happy to be involved in the action. Dragon spawning now, and Anyone's Legend will look to get a very early Ocean Salt point.
They will. They're up 4,500 gold. Before it just ticks down a little bit there, it was being a little exaggerated. Still, the second item just picked up for Tarzan by the bite. He's got himself a black cleaver. Note in the inventory of Rookie, he's gone for a very burst-heavy build. Luden's Echo back in the shop, no longer Luden's companion. Does very similar things, guys. I don't expect it to be all that different, but Rookie trying to find good burst angles onto a relatively squishy team, particularly people like Hope who won't have the flash. If you can pop him, then some of that gold, significant amount of that gold, will just be off the rift.
Tower goes down mid lane. Dragon well, still up and available. Anyone's Legend not rushing to take it. The thing about Anyone's Legend is that sometimes they're happy to kind of just secure peripheral vision around an objective, leave it, and then retake it. They play objectives in quite a strange way. I have to say, I think it held them back internationally. One thing which I'd like to see Anyone's Legend do more this year is set up around an objective and actually sit on it and choke it out, like they're trying to do right now. Dway goes in, immediately pops the ult.
Punished very heavily for it. Kyle gets over the wall there. There is a ward in the back of the pit there, though. That means that this dragon is a known quantity for the side of IG. Top side. Flandre TPing in. TP now from Sobro. They know where he's coming on in. It will be a nice deep teleport. Dragon secured, though, by the side of Tarzan, who is trapped in the pit and immediately dies. So there is that. You get a kill for the Trade of the Ocean Soul point.
You know what I was just mentioning about the way that, hang on, Kyle, I was wondering actually if the shockwave would come out there. Potentially, yeah, it is. They really want to, here they go.
Does get hit by the shockwave, not the fun. The execution goes down. Way though in the backline, even with the exhaust, gets one. He could look for another. Rookie gets that one, and IG now gets to go towards the mid lane turret. A moment of madness from AL on the exit, and they get punished heavily.
What were we just saying about Anyone's Legend and the way that they handle objectives? They've typically liked to take an objective's vision control, then back off and retake the pit. They choose a kind of an aggressive angle to retake the pit. What they do here is, again, they half-ass it a little bit. They get the vision control, and then they're not really sure if they want to sit on it or not. Tarzan has to go for that smite as it goes here. But you'll notice that Hope's over the wall. Shanks is on another angle as well. You don't have Flandre there in time. It has to come down to a smite fight, and I'm not a big fan of how AL play out the whole objective fight here. This is something which we saw a little bit of in last year, but mainly in the context of Korean teams. The top Korean teams were far better at punishing them around objectives than other LPL teams were. Right here, though, when Invictus Gaming have a great angle on that retreat from the objective after the setup was a little bit botched from AL.
Cost them very heavily there. Hope ends up dying, giving over a shutdown to Rookie, and Rookie is going to be a potential win condition. He's now up 1,000 gold. It's been back and forth between Shanks and Rookie. We've seen good plays from both of them across this game. One of the great Orianas of all time. 7 stacks on that Dark Seal, 2 items complete, got himself some Crimson Lucidity to work with as well, so lots of ability haste alongside everything else. If he can land a good shockwave consistently on Hope, then maybe there are ways back into ensuring this game isn't just completely out of hand, because again, they are still down soul point, they are still down 2,500 gold, but they managed to cut a significant chunk of that gold lead with those last few pickups.
And now we'll get to see, okay, IG, you pride yourself as a team fighting team. This is a within team fighting range game. Like, you're not completely blown out. You have enough gold to play around to actually get one good team fight. Problem is, you have one last shot until dragons become a huge issue, and I think when the Ocean Soul comes in, that's when it becomes less about being a team fighting game. IG, can you find that one kind of thread the needle team fight somehow or other before Anyone's Legend out macro you?
Easier said than done, I fear. AL in a pretty good position to win the game, though, because again, for all they lost some gold there, they did still get soul point. They did pick up that tier 2. They are still in prime position in this game. We will look back at that moment. We will look back at that moment and just notice that that could have been a lot easier than it had to be there. They gave up a little bit more than they needed to. Thank you, Doc Shamrock, for your resub. 6 months in the channel.
That's 6 months. That's almost a year.
Half one.
That's almost a year. Dre pops that cleanse to get himself back to his flash. He'll have that available for the next fight. 2 minutes Solar Dragon. That'll be doomsday for IG. One thing you will notice, and I've just noticed this quite conspicuously here, I don't notice IG having any towers down across the map. No. That's, that hurts, Sam. That really doesn't help you in the whole approaching the map kind of situation.
Turret's bound auto off. They didn't finish it up after that little pick after the dragon, which was a bit of a surprise to me, actually. But hey, we've still done. Crystallize will be available on that, but Baron has been started. We'll talk about map changes again later. Post this big old objective start.
They can't get close. They can't get close. Complete choke out. AL, now they're taking the vision control and around an objective and forcing IG to have their feet over the coals.
Take out those wards, just look to reset, get that wave shoved in mid, and again, the turrets not being there means they are constantly shoved back to tier 2s to deal with waves. Not a fun place to be. Minute till Ocean Soul, by the way, so it might be time to ignore the Baron bait. Instead, look to play around that objective instead. Flandre immediately shoving towards that top lane tier 2. Crystallize will be fully stacked there, which means that first auto will hit for a lot of damage on all of those new tier 2 turrets.
So, this is the kind of objective setup moment, which you want to go back and boggle. AL have spent a lot of time around Baron in the last minute, which means that they had less time to set up around Dragon. IG didn't punish them around this, though, really. 30 seconds till Dragon now. Can IG get into position to fight around the Dragon? Jway taking that damage is a big loss. Jway, you've got to keep your HP bar topped up. You don't want to pop your ult too easily when it comes to the big fight.
Burns the Ghost, but of course he's got Spellbook, so he'll be able to switch over to the heal. We'll still have good combat summoners available. Way tempting to be jumped on there on the side of AL's top laner, but we'll be able to straight down step out with a little bit of use of those.
Teleporting into mid lane, but they just, look, not having a single tower down in mid or bot lane makes it so hard to fight around. Dragon is going to be up right now. IG are going to have to rush their approach towards the Dragon. It's probably going to be down before they even get towards it. It's going down to like half HP right now.
Yeah, I think this is just over. It's too slow. Where is Jungle? Can he get a public execution to the backline? Way would need to get there much faster than he's going to. And that means Ocean Soul over to anyone's legend. Tarzan now in the front line. Flandre at the back end of this all, taking significantly reduced damage. Again, he's got Ocean Soul. He doesn't give a damn. He walks forward. And he'll love Cataclysm from Tarzan, who follows up with the flag, the drag, and actually ends up in a grave himself. Oops. But is it enough to turn around the fight? Sobro flashing on in. Big heal. Public execution goes wide. Shanks with a wonderful slide glide and divides their health bars. Dway with the knockup, but it's still not enough as AL managed to get themselves a triple kill. The ricochets are flying though. Votic is damn well trying. Piercing arrow brings him down. It's a quadra kill to Hope.
Hope gets 4. Invictus Gaming, they give it a damn good shot in the team fight, but it's just too weighted against them. The gold, the soul against them as well, puts it in anyone's legend's favor. Very close to catching out Shanks there. Way's ultimate, I believe, went wide onto the Azir midway through that team fight, which might have been the kicker there. You know, it's a slow approach to the Dragon. They were out macroed, and we were worried about that. This time anyone's legend do again choke out the objective. We want to see that better from them, more consistent from them. Tarzan decides, all right, the time is now. Let's go start a fight on our own terms. Goes for the big dunk into the Fly Drag after. That takes him a little too far, and he ends up going down. The Ocean Soul can't exactly save him from that one. Right here, this is the big moment. The ult misses onto Shanks, and that puts Rookie into the graveyard. If Way hits that, Rookie probably lives. You get a shockwave off, and I actually think this is a one-team fight for IG. Huge mistake by Way, or the combination between them to see things right. Big mistake you have to feel.
Big credit over to Shanks as well, who I'm pretty sure was holding on to his shuffle to ensure that he could get out of a big play like that. Fotic is left for the Wolves there at the end of the replay as we came back to live. Tarzan dunks him, throws him into the biggest basketball hoop of all time, named Cataclysm. 5,500 gold up our AL, or near about. Back to Baron they will go, looking to ensure they pick up that neutral objective and set themselves up for success.
Flandre and Kyle playing Gatekeeper here, Goalkeeper. IG are going to teleport in, but once again, looks like an objective which is going to be down before they can get in. Way might be able to ult into the pit.
Over towards the pit we go. He does get into the back of it, trying to bring down Sobero. Baron secured. Tarzan not letting that one slide as Shanks gets on top of Rookie, and Rookie falls into the backline. Goes Flandre, who is just so damn tanky. Way's running away. Way himself falls to Hope to make that a double kill over to both himself and the Azir. And Shanks and crew will now march down mid lane, Baron in hand, and look to end the game. It's all but over as Fotic can do some miracle wave clearing.
Anyone's legend, I think they've done enough now. Way missed his ultimate to get into the pit. He couldn't find his way in for the steal. Another awkward Ambessa game for the Invictus Gaming jungler, who didn't have a great time yesterday either, actually. Anyone's legend out macro, out play around the objectives, and will seal their first victory of 2026 in game 1.
The roster reunites, the coaching staff changes, but Anyone's legend return to their winning ways. They looked dangerous at the end of last year. They'll start 2026 looking equally lethal.
Invictus Gaming did come in as underdogs. They gave it a good shot here and there, but Anyone's legend, they're just a step above in terms of quality. I think they're slightly better team fighters. They were better laners in this game, and the way that Tarzan and Kyle moved around the map just set them apart. The way that Bard and Java were just everywhere just made such a big difference. That also applies to Flandre as well on the right side. Just the instant map mobility really helped them out. You can always get there a little bit quicker. I'm going to have to turn down the volume, that one. Yeah. But hello, everyone. How's it going? My name's Alex. This is Sam. We're brothers. We cast the LPL. We're also live on TikTok as well. If you notice we're talking up there or talking to chat, that's because we're currently streaming in 4 different places. TikTok is the newest of our streams.
There's 3 screens, 2 mics, 2 cameras. There's quite a lot, guys.
Yeah, there's quite a lot for us to pay attention to. But either way, regardless of where you're watching us from, you're all equally welcome, and we all appreciate your attention and your time as much as well. So, Anyone's Legend, a team which we assume to be top 3, showing their chops here. If I was going to give them a proper school report, again, we hold them to very high standards. That one dragon fight where they had to smite steal it, that gave me some worries. That was the one moment I think, okay, well, Anyone's Legend, that's the kind of thing which would maybe lose you a game internationally. But then bringing the perspective back to regionally, they should be top 3, first game of 26, still just a step above IG.
Yep. We'll keep our eyes on that one there. Is that kind of question mark to bring up in VOD reviews for sure. However, Alex, could use a quick bio break. Do you want some coffee?
I would love a coffee.
I can arrange that.
I would love that an awful lot. 7 streams, 12 mics, 18 cameras, 1 scary German dude in a corner. Exactly. Oh yeah, there's Longcat as well. There's Longcat just in the background.
Sorry,
he's always watching. He's no. You have to move.
My knees touch the microphone table.
It's your chair that's the problem, not your head, Sam.
Well, my knee was on that.
Well, Sam, I thought you were going to leave to get a fucking coffee.
I wanted to show Longcat, but my chair was in the way.
That's what I'm saying. Why are you moving your head if it's your chair in the way?
Well, I was going to move it, and I realized I moved my head the wrong way. Anyway.
Your head was not the problem.
I was going to move the chair, but I had to move my knee around the pole.
Okay, that's fine. It's all right. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. We're all safe here. Oh god. All right, and now we wait. We're very professional here, folks. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh god. Petition to put Longcat in the chair. We should crowdfund a bench for the brother. Are you benching us, Harold? Are you benching us? Is that what you're doing by getting us a bench? The problem is we just don't actually have enough space between like the foot of the bed and then the desk here. I mean, I'd have to set up like a PC setup. It's a different thing. Can you tell that we're brothers? I know, right? This is the post-game craft. Oh, by the way, on TikTok, when we're outside a game, the overlay is going to be a little bit meh. Just because it's quite hard to set it up for both of them. But hopefully it'll still be fun enough information for you, though. Also, like, audio quality will differ between the 2 streams as well, because there's actually... The way that I wanted to do it was having PC with a certain setup, and that kind of funnels out something to the laptop, which then streams that also onto TikTok. That became really annoying. There was a big audio desync and a whole bunch of problems there. So now what I've got is just I've got a different mic and a different camera plugged into the laptop, and it's basically just a second stream. They're just actually completely separate now. So, yeah, that's just the way that we got things sorted. Oh, many things to sort out. I should have really shared this as well, shouldn't I? That would have helped. Oh my god. So by the way, folks, Raccoon's Discord, which is the one which does like it's the Uma Discord I'm part of, and they do tournaments. They have a 3,400 meter race today. What the hell? Crazy. Okay. Fun fact for Sega Facts. Let me have a think. Fun fact. Channel point redeem. Fun fact. This is actually a fun fact. Pandas are no longer an endangered species. They are now like they're like an at-risk species, but they're no longer like an endangered species. So breeding projects have been going quite well for them. So they're kind of like the step above endangered now, which is really cool to hear. Just because Daniel's Legend have a panda logo. That was only a couple of weeks ago, I think. No, don't talk about panda steaks. No, that's deeply immoral. No. No, that doesn't suddenly mean they're like, oh god, no. Why would you say that? Hope player of the game? He was excellent. He was an excellent player of that game. Nice. So, not at risk of dying out isn't automatically that we should eat them. Exactly, Sega Facts. That works, yes. It's really hard to get pandas like to have kids too, because they basically pandas have, it's really hard to get pandas to like breed basically, and even when they even when they conceive, that it's very hard to kind of bring it to term as well. Pandas are very hard to keep going, basically. Actually, Sam and I have a
with the current share of clean electricity at 73%.
Sam and I have a like a biologist friend who firmly believes that like pandas, polar bears, like all of your endangered species, like, oh, they're not like. Oh, wait, hi Uzi, how's it going? But basically he's like, yeah, well, you know, if they're endangered, you know, we're trying too hard to keep them alive. Nature has already made its decree, basically. I'm like, what the hell? Oh, God. Green sea turtles aren't endangered anymore either. That's awesome in here. Fantastic.
It's not even just the full build.
Oh, this is Wild Reef. Wild Reef.
Or whatever that you didn't have room for otherwise in a build. I think that's where a lot of the power of the item slot actually is. They're actually made to allow split pushers to ward for themselves. There are other ones that were put down for different purposes, which were basically to help teach newer players some better warding patterns.
一级本来就是非常多的博弈的，对我们来说，这个改动是对我们来说削弱我们了。
对某一个人的伤害会非常大，就导致你不想玩这把游戏了。
The primary goal here of speeding up at the beginning of the game was simply that people have lost hours of their lives sitting at their outer turret waiting for the game to start. So let's get you into the game.
Hey, Silpa, good to see you. I have to say, I am digging. I know that LPL has typically been like a red-colored region. I'm quite digging the blue and like the more medieval font. I'm quite digging it actually. Wait, I'm just watching this one. Wait, what's this? What's this one clip? I haven't seen this clip yet. Oh, that's quite sick, actually. Shinzo wanted to show if he pushes him back into the enemy team. That's not bad, you know. It's not bad. Yeah, one of the coolest plays I've ever seen, and it's a regular season match loss. Yep, that's how it goes. What? Hello there, Mecha Aatrox. How have the games been today so far? Well, we didn't catch much of the first series because, oops, we did that thing where we sort of woke up late. Oopsies. But the last game, AL just completely turbo-stomped IG on a macro level, really, and then team fights as well. Compliment for Takano. You are actually one of like the most like generous people I know. You're one of like the few people I know that like, yeah, like you make people know, like, that it's completely okay to lean on you, you know? Like, it's very easy to just kind of, like, you know, for friends, it's like, you assume... Oh my god, why are they showing the Aatrox play again? Wait... G2, close your eyes! G2, close your eyes, it's not safe for you here! What do you mean? What? The attack, like, I really appreciate how, like, look, between friends, it's often, like, assumed what you do for them, and again, that's not a wrong thing to do, but, like, you actively, like, make sure you know what you would do. You make sure your friends would know what you do for them, which is, I think, really cool. Oh, G2, that's very funny. New year, same Aatrox. Oh, this is Wild Rift Aatrox. So basically, they're introducing Aatrox to Wild Rift, so they thought they... That's so funny. Oh, God. Yeah, can we put an EU content warning on that? I like how the screen shakes when you hit the skill shot. That's cool. I like that. He's been a Wild Rift a while. Oh, it's just the skin. Right. It's just the skin. That makes sense. That makes sense. Cool. Appreciate that. Run Homeless. Giving him Mecha when Justicar is one of the most beautiful skin lines in the game. I mean, Mecha it's a really good skin, in fairness. I'm trying to think, which Aatrox skins do I like? I mean, I actually really liked the Anima Squad one. That was pretty good. The Q animations feel really satisfying on that skin. Like it's got that kind of like Elden Ring kind of like delayed attack pattern thing. It's very cool, those attack animations. That was so funny though. What do you mean you've just got like G2 trauma chucked into your promo? Where's your voice? Oh, I didn't see that. Much like I don't see you in chat, Zareth. Some people have selective hearing. I have selective seeing. You know, like I just internally moderate my brain. I like Zareth is on. It's on like, you know, the block list. Add term to blocked words list. Grumpy Zareth. Is this the Shy Mecha Aatrox? They showed the Shy kind of clip for it. Oh wait, is it actually just a specific the Shy skin? That's funny as heck. That'll be why. It's actually a specific the Shy skin, right? Mid lane main selective sync. Hey, if it's not in the middle of my screen as God intended, then why should I pay attention to it? You know? Why should I pay attention to it if it's not in the middle of my screen? The middle of the screen is obviously the most important, much like mid lane, and that's what I choose to see first. So this is the Shy Mecha Aatrox version for Wild Rift. That's okay. All right. Wait, hang on. So Wild Rift gets like champion specific skins before. Okay, all right. Okay. Ooh, there's some new support cards coming out for for Uma. When is the fine motion banner though? Wait, Perks made a tweet. I swear competing both builds you and messes you up for life, but I'm quite even more sure 40,000 or more hours of League of Legends gives you some sort of irreversible brain damage. Willing to do brain scans for scientific research. That is so funny. Alex has played so much Uma Musume, he has blinders on. True, true. Yeah, you know, one day, if LPL schedule allows for it, I need to do like a, so Rack is a streamer whose Discord I joined recently, and, actually, no, can I link Rack's stream here? Maybe I should. But like, Rack has like an Uma stream, which is really, really cool. And he does like community tournaments. By the way, he's live now, by the way. But Rack's really cool. He does like community tournaments and stuff. Very cool. Cool community. What is that horse emote? Horse J. What? Okay, we should be back into game soon. Someone on Twitter posted, like, if you could play one game for 12 hours a day every day for a year and you get $1 million, I think the amount was blah, blah, blah. And you were like, bro, that's just a pro gamer with extra mullet. That's true. $1 million. That is basically just... Yeah, no, I understand that, actually. Okay, we're into draft. Let me go do that thing where I close that advertor. Okay, into game we go. Into game we go. So, anyone's Legends of Invictus Gaming game number 2. And first pick is... Hang on. What's happening here? Did IG2... So IG will have had a choice of first pick or side choice. Or like, well, side select or side choice. No, not side... Yeah! First... a pick select or side choice. I don't know. It's really hard in the language of it. IG, I think, have elected to choose counter pick rather than first pick. What's left up and available? Well, there's no Orianna from the first game. Thank you so much. Scion first pick for Flandre. Now, I personally think, look, tanks are really, really, really strong right now. Typically, if you see a Scion slammed in, though, you should be able to just slam something like a Trundle, and then you should not be able to play that game. That should be the logic of it. Because if there's one thing I want you to remember, it's... If anything is blind picked for long enough, it is no longer a good blind pick. Scion has been blind picked for a long time now. And there should have been stuff which has been put into the play there. Didn't they do that too versus JDG? Yeah, you know what, Honorax? I think later into the series, IG did also choose counter pick as well. This is the kind of thing we're going to have to start tracking. In fact, I should probably have a... Yeah, hang on. Why is no one playing Zilean with Actualizer? So broken this season. What you'll find is that in pro play, players take a while to pick things up unless they're uber broken and very popular in solo queue. Like, Zilean has actually been very good for a while. It's just that he's not popular enough to see play. You're not wrong, though. You're not wrong. Typically, people should be playing that stuff. You're not wrong. Okay, so Pantheon Yunara locked in for Invictus Gaming. Good points and click. Now, we have seen some Pantheon chucked into support. It was Life that played it in LCK yesterday. Not saying it was great, but whatever. This is the next level, though. We saw this as Demacia Cup. The best carries on the patch were Orianna in mid lane, Yunara in bot lane. The best champions into them were Syndra in mid lane, not really relevant here, Orianna has gone anyway, and Aphelios as AD carry. Aphelios beats Yunara in the 1v1 in a way that no other scaling AD carry does. So Aphelios being locked in here with the Thresh to give you some extra safety really, really helps you. You have Scion for engage already. You don't need a hard engage support if you think you can get it from jungle and from top lane. And now we have two actually very fight-heavy bot lanes. Yunara Lulu, very strong if you avoid the hook. Aphelios Thresh, very strong if you do hit the hook, which is even easier to hit, but especially if you get Gravitum on Aphelios. You get that root, the hook's point and click afterwards, and it goes kind of insane. Second round of bans. Vi banned away from Tarzan. Yeah, I think IG want to ban away the extra engage from jungle. Tell you what, though. Wouldn't be a bad angle for something like Shanks Yone plus AP jungle from Tarzan. That wouldn't be a bad angle, you know? Because IG want to make sure there's no second engage piece. I think that's the idea. They want to make sure there's no second engage piece. Ahri ban signals Talia pick. IG will now have to consider Talia as a pick or a ban. Rookie Ori, that's such a cool poster. Oh, that's so cool. We've seen a little Zyra in Demacia Cup. We saw 1 or 2 picks, yes. Wukong actually banned away. That's really cool. Man, I love the fan art that you see in the crowd too. LeBlanc banned away from Rookie. We saw Showmaker play that yesterday. Get 6 solo kills. Send Roma to reverse Legendary at 0 and 8 in LCK. It was disgusting. Very, very, very strong. Are we going to see... Come on, give us something fun in top lane. Come on. Come on, Sobro. You're a duelist. Give us something fun. There's no Rek'Sai to play into the Sion now. And they might last pick mid. Camille. Ooh, okay, Zahen coming out of Sobro. So we have Zahen Yunara combo, Laura. Hey, Sider, how's it going? So we've got the lore combo of Zahen and Yunara. Yeah, they're definitely just roommates couple. Ryze now locked in for Shanks. That is a blind pick Ryze, and that gives you some point-and-click CC. Now, suddenly you have a really crazy point-and-click CC combo. If Zahen or Pantheon goes in too deep, you have a Phelios Gravitum, you have the Rune Prism, you have the hook afterwards, and the damage is really quite significant. Xin Zhao locked in for Tarzan. So we have, like, the full lore trio. We have Zahen, Yunara, Xin Zhao. The only thing missing is Auticon, who has, of course, died in the cinematic.
What about his funeral?
So, folks, welcome to Xin Zhao's funeral. We had Jarvan last game. Sadly, he couldn't make it. Sorry, whoa. Last pick, Onivia for Rookie. That just slipped me by. Bird up in the mid lane. This is something we saw at Worlds from the likes of Caps, from Faker. A couple of players picked this out. And suddenly, if you're charging into the play, Xin Zhao, the wall goes behind you and cuts you out from the rest of the team. Lantern is necessary at that point. Sion ult can get stopped by the Onivia W as well.
Phelios isn't enjoying it, yeah.
And it's a great matchup into the Ryze. This is a great Onivia pick. I love this from Rookie.
And we saw, as Alex was mentioning, we saw it at World. We'd heard Cade was saying, hey, I'd heard rumors this was a possibility because it was so good into so many of these kind of surprisingly short-range champions. If you're on the wrong weapon combo from Aphelios, you're stuck on Severum Crescendum, normally one of those more dangerous combos, you are well within range of a wall problem.
So the thing about the Onivia was, because I had heard this too at the same time, that because everyone was talking about this kind of stuff, it was just one of those picks which was like, oh, people have been playing it for the whole year, no one can just be bothered to pick it on stage. And this is one thing about pro play which really annoys me actually, is that there are plenty of picks I sit there and go, yes, that's great, and then the follow-up is, do it, when will you show it to us? Finally looks like Worlds has convinced a couple of people to play the likes of, well, Mel before she got nerfed, now the Onivia too. We saw players like Showmaker showing off the Malzahar 2 into the Ryze. The Ryze has been so powerful for so long that it will inevitably have counters coming out too. Game 2 starts, let's hear those gyros.
Oh. Forced a flash there at the level 1. Over for now. A little bit of spice there at the level 1. We saw Flandre roaming down with his bot lane to see whether there was some control to be found. Really anything there. Problem was, of course, Tarzan went looking for some early wards, and that Pantheon was waiting around the corner for him.
So we do get our first Zahen of LPL. So we saw it in Demacia Cup a lot. I'm not sure we saw it in LCK yesterday either, or earlier today. So this might be our first, like, major region Zahen. First time played in LPL, as it's showing at the bottom there too. The thing about Zahen into most tanks, and this doesn't apply to Malphite by the way, but it applies to most tanks, is that he wins any extended trade versus tanks, because if he gets around to his passive,
it's a bad time.
You hate it. Malphite tends to win that because he can actually out-kite you just by slamming Q and a couple of things. So he can actually kite you, and his extended trading is really, really strong. W start from Dway allows Photic to do some pretty major damage there, but you can see that Hook and Kyle, they're trading damage from the AD carry onto the supports. And yeah, not bad there. Phelios now reaches level 2, and this is where it gets dangerous.
Boy, barrier flash for the Flake on quite the hook forces the cleanse Photic in a dangerous position, but doesn't fall. Flash cleanse off Yunara in trade for the summoners off Kyle.
Sam, I love watching good Thresh players there. Doesn't get the quick backflay, but he does get the hook afterwards, and suddenly, you know, this is a lane which Photic and Dway bought into. It was an early pick Yunara. You see the Aphelios and the Thresh. They lock into Lulu afterwards in an attempt to really fight in lane and give them some scaling options later. Doesn't matter. Hope and Kyle, they have been bot diffing this series so far.
Yeah, they have. Keep an eye on the inventory of Yunara, by the by. She may well be going for one of the fun new items, which we'll chat about when we get there in Fiend Hunter Vault. Tends to come in second these days for her. Shanks taking a fairly nasty trade there from Rookie, who did land the Flash Frost. I'm trying to remember all of Onivia's abilities. Crystallizes the wall.
Yep.
Flash Frost is the stun. Is it Shard of Ice that's the Q?
That's...
Or the E, rather, the point and click one?
I thought that was Lissandra.
That might be Lissandra, I know. I always
get...
Or
is that Frozen Shard?
I know.
And then the ult is Glacial Storm. I got that one.
I never remember which way around they are. Honest answer.
Hey. Oh, wait. Okay, that's so slick from Kyle. Not only did he put the lantern behind him, he was charging up Hex Flash to get the extra distance, and they still have the Home Guard charging up anyway.
Very lovely.
I mean, it goes to the same location anyway, but it's really quick reset back to lane. Way's now going down to the bot side of the map. We'll see if he can manage anything on the bot side. Doesn't look like it. This is an old tech from about 2022, I want to say 23 even, where you recall in the enemy jungle, put down a ward as you're recalling. Both junglers are doing this, which means that for the next respawn accounts, you'll have good information on where the jungle is. Both junglers deploying the same tech.
That will be the plan at the very least. Hope in a fairly good spot here with that reset. Managed to nab himself a cult. Always feels very nice early on in things like Yunara.
Wait, hang on.
To play towards.
Just got a shout out. Got a shout out and join here in chat, in Twitch chat specifically. A calculated play.
Yes.
We will use that at some point. Wade, get back towards bot side.
I've still got the Bindy Eclipse available here to find a slow. We'll use it on 3. Wade can still walk forward though. He's a Pantheon. Can just walk at people. Flashes to get on top of Kyle, who does get polymorph. Decent amount back, but it's just too much, and a Flash Shield Vault is enough to seal the doom of the Thresh.
Close from Kyle on cancelling the W. I actually wonder if he'd flayed the other way. He would have been able to cancel the Pantheon W. The problem with the flay from Thresh is that the actual displacement of the hitbox, it goes from kind of back of the hitbox to the front of it, so if you do it in the opposite direction, you might have been able to win that mind game, despite the fact that it would have brought Pantheon into melee range. Either way, unlikely for him to live. Good slap back. Wait, put down that ward on that last reset, went back to base, ran straight towards bot lane, gets the kill down there. It means that the bot lane, which was really looking scary from Hope and Kyle, has a bit of momentum cut from it. Of course, it's still doing well. You can see that Hope is still pushing up here. He's still happy, but it takes something out of their sails.
It does. Way's the one who... Way's the one who picked the kill. Actually, no, it's Dway. And honestly, I don't hate Enchanters getting kills early. I really don't. They are one of the more potent scalers in the game. And I think these days in general, supports are feeling like they're getting more gold. I was tracking Medic a little bit on his stream. He was saying, yeah...
Shout out, Aaron.
It was just sort of saying, yeah, I feel like I'm getting support. I'm getting 3 support items fairly regularly, where you just never used to.
I was reminiscing with Medic over the last few days a little bit, because I was messaging, obviously around the LEC news, like, hey buddy, really enjoyed the last year. I'm gonna remember there was one particular game I got to cast with him where Kazi had a horrible in where we had a great time. Hook lands onto Dway. That is probably a very dead Lulu.
Trying to get a hold of him, flashes on him, Severin Crescendum, turn around from Way, making things a bit more spicy. The shield is up, buying Way a lot of time. The Common Spear through 3. Yunara's continuing trade. Tarzan finally gets to the backline, but again, they've lost the Aphelios. Over comes Rookie. It's messy out here. Wind becomes lightning. The Crystallized Wall. Kyle lands another death. The Glacial Storm is on in, and that ensures another kill. A triple kill to Yunara is a wonderful win for Invictus Gaming.
And what started as what it looked to be a very quick kill onto Dway doesn't end up being as quick at all, because he uses both summoners defensively before he gets burst out, and anyone's legend seed 3 kills to the AD carry. They thought they'd shut down. The early laning phase was going well, but now suddenly the gank in bot lane, this overplay here is a huge mistake. Hope does have himself the 3-weapon switch. He gets very powerful, and then he just full sends it in the wrong direction. He puts all of his DPS into Photic, and Way gets a huge Pantheon E, a Q onto 3 people.
Yeah, massive work from him as he gets a really, really good Aegis Assault. I don't know why I said Comet Spear as well on top of that. Oh,
no,
that's right, that's the way around it was.
Photic getting jumped on. Photic will go down in the bot lane, and he'll die.
Good kill there, and they do manage to get that punish finally. But he's still 4-1. Very, very scary here on the Yunara.
He's going to lose himself a wave under this turret too. I mean, Hope looks like he died there as well, I think, as we were coming out of that replay. So both AD carries going down.
Top side we look his way, and he's heading towards those Krugs. Won't find too much there though.
Guys, what are these CS numbers? That's very true. We have like a 40 CS Unara at like 8 minutes. Guys, we're gonna be at like 10 CS per minute. Come on, guys, what's happening? It's a great question. That's a really good question. The auto attack reset, huge auto attack reset. And if you're stood next to an enemy champion, the bounce can really do some damage to you. Now suddenly the bot lane's rotating around. Sobro, the next target.
Got himself the passive. Grim Deliverance away. Clears out the wave with it. Will still end up going down. Getting that at the very least. Look, the passive is there. Great for Zahen, but alas for Sobro, he's still going to die. They're going to try and donate this one over to Hope, and the Blinding Eclipse secures the kill.
Holy crap, this game is so much about just getting kills on your AD carry and attacking wherever you can with them. Very active early game. 8 minutes in, 9 kills. IG slightly ahead in the kills, but the gold hasn't really shown that so far. However, one thing is for certain, a much more solid early game from IG so far than that first game.
I'm going to go for that crystallized proc as yet. Just let that wave die. I think the cannon minion is likely dead to right. So sadly, Flandre can't get in range for the one on the bot side. We'll still be able to pick up most of the wave. He is a Scion. And again, if you're looking for the best Scion in the league in the LPL, it's probably Flandre.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that. He's had some excellent games on it. There was that one very, very funny clip from sometime last year of him literally running at the Nexus for 60 seconds solid, trying to end the game. Go, Scion, go. Unkillable tanks are definitely going to be a thing in this next season, by the way, for those who are tank haters. I count myself amongst them. They're very, very strong right now. Scion, if anything, has gotten stronger over the offseason.
Have you seen the Titanic Hydra tech you can do with Scion?
No.
So, you need an attack speed shard to do this.
Right.
Shanks is... Let me get out of here.
Tell me about the Scion.
So, you need an attack speed shard in your rune page. But if you do, you can Roar of the Slayer a minion and auto it as it flies, so when it lands, you get the Titanic proc as it lands.
Oh no, is that really a thing?
Yeah,
hang on,
does
turret
it.
shots.
Sobro is going to be forced to flash away there. There's a TP coming. This gets interesting. I don't think he's got Grim Deliverance. Does he have the Ori rush? In comes the Scion. Forces the backstab. That means Sobro will die.
I did not see that going through to a kill angle. Sobro dies, you're absolutely right. He had his ult coming up as he died. I think it came up literally the second as he went down. Sad thing for Sobro, Sobro's been a fun duelist to watch. He's got very good aggressive mentality, but we have now seen him get punished from over-pushing 2 days back-to-back, and this is something which I think teams will pick up on more as the split goes on.
Landing on the Flash Frost there. Shanks has been laning well so far into the Onivia, but the problem is, early on is not really why you've got the Onivia. The Crystallize is annoying. It's keeping Rise low-ish. But what happens is the moment you get one item on Onivia, 2 items on Onivia, things just get so much harder.
I think in this game too, he's going for like the double tanky build. I actually wonder if it's a bit slow for this game. I think you can stand behind your Pantheon and hope for the best. Sobro stacking up the passive there. Flandre doesn't have ult. Sobro, again, looking for these aggressive plays. Might have overpushed again.
Oh, he's going to have his passive to work with. Buying some time. Grim Deliverance is on in. There he goes. Can look to try and find an auto or two here. Flandre pulled back with that turn. It's still going to be Tarzan who picks it up.
The GA was on cooldown. Yeah, because
that makes sense.
So what you'll notice is that the full bar was charged up, but there was no GA icon on over the level.
Makes sense.
That's the way you can tell if he has the. Hang on a second, dive on the bot side. That's way more important.
Wait, gets exhausted, played back under turret, tries to jump his way out, and that is not fun. Exhaust makes his life hell, and he gets caught under the turret for good.
Yeah, that's more like a death letter. The amount of time that it lasted there. It's not just a sentence. That's Wei, his bot lane realizes we're out. We can't stay there. Wei did have flash, couldn't get away from that turret. IG lose a kill on that bot side on the play that they started.
Dragon will be a couple minutes off yet. Didn't see who got grubs. I actually genuinely have no idea. We'll wait till we see some sport, I think.
This is not the first time it's happened. And because of the overlay that we have in the LPL, which I believe has been inherited from World, yeah, the grubs don't show up on it. So you just have to figure out based on how much turret damage people do and if there are any little grublets spawning. Flandre going back into this top lane matchup now, 600 gold ahead. This matchup was picked into the Scion to win the extended trades. However, so many of these trades have not been individual. There might be a lantern back in lane here. Does Kyle have flashes? He does. If that hook had landed, this could have gone poorly there. Cravidon was not available for Hope to set up the play.
When becomes lightning, comes on forward, way forward, flash out, Photic, wild growth. Just a Cam may step out to safety.
Just force the... Oh, hang on, this keeping this play going. Hope throws forwards the ace and the... I can't remember if that was the ace and the Calibrum or the something else. Tarzan jump forwards again, just stopping the recalls, being a real annoyance here.
He's the Polymorph, buying some time. Lantern's out. Look at Wave, though. He's going to be here relatively shortly. Force them off the Wave, though, and there's the Crystallized Rock for some more gold.
Yeah, Hope trying to keep them from recalling for as long as possible. The last rifle turret goes down. You're absolutely right.
Box comes down, will prevent Wave from getting in.
Well, he did have the flash if he really wanted to fly forwards, but quite hard to confirm that stun when the Thresher stood next to you. There's always that play to cancel it out. Goes pop by Shanks.
To try and sidestep that flash, Froston does so. I think we might be having some scrambled eggs in the mid lane. Gotta crack a few eggs to make an omelette.
That is a very, very rare omelette right there, Sam. It's
Phoenix omelette.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's entirely legal. Not entirely sure it's entirely ethical, Sam. First turret goes down to IG in the bot side, though.
Win.
Have to say, IG, considering how the level 1 went in this bot lane, have really bailed out this bot lane. Even with a failed dive, Photic is very far ahead. Dragon started up now by anyone's legend. And I suppose Rookie not being on the board means that IG don't have a great platform to contest.
It's about 1,000 gold right now. Redemption just about coming up, so that'll be a big additional 2 card. Looking for the death center, misses it, so gets flash, shield vaulted, does get the lantern back in. Trader's Light to get Tarzan into the play, ends up in second wave towards the other side of the play. Redemption comes on down, Tarzan flashing away, Flandre over, they've blown up way, flashing on forward for Photic, secure the kill onto his opposite number. Hope goes down, and see what, he stays up, apologize, it was Kyle and Tarzan going down as Shanks also falling. Ends up being a messy sequence of plays, 3 for 2 in favor of IG, but it isn't exactly what you would call clean, and Sobro gets to stay top.
Another factor of this too, yes, Sobro stays top, and Dragon didn't die. Dragon's not been forfeit from this. The next set of resets, I suppose, will determine who gets that objective. Anyone's legend coming back out onto the board now with the FLS Rookie. Well, he doesn't have an Leandrews. It's quite hard to finish this guy off. I say that. I mean, he's still an Onivia. Oh no!
Charged into the wall. The Flash Frost goes the absolute opposite direction. So Flandre still does get out, but that was not the cleanest moment from a guy who just said was the best Scion in the league.
Yeah.
Let's look again at this play.
We do specialize in caster curses. The hook missed. The Lantern was trying to bring Tarzan into it, but one of the problems with Thresh is that you're just not as tanky as a Leona or a Nautilus or the other kind of contemporary melee supports of the last few years. One of the reasons we haven't seen as much Thresh compared to them. Shanks gets blasted by Photic. Photic, though, is out of sorts at that point, and there's only so much the Lulu can do to help you. He's out of range for the wild growth, too. Not a bad turnaround by Hope, and Hope picking up the kills gives him a lot more to play around, but he was falling out of sight, really, of that Yunara.
He's still 1,000 gold behind, so it's not like it's stopped there being a gap, but it's at least doing something to keep us all in check. Worth noting, again, of course, that we are at that point where Yunara's at the second item. Note the Fiend Hunter bolts, guys. You'll be seeing a lot of that item from AD carries. Zeri's back in meta with it. Yunara is adoring it. Effectively, what happens is the moment you press ult, your next 3 autos end up with Fiend Hunter bolts, which auto crit and do true damage if they were crit already.
Yeah, so if you're already going to crit, it does more, but then it just like ups your DPS for the next 3 auto attacks one way or another, which is really, really nasty.
Shanks is in danger. Will get jumped on here, trying to run warp out. Actually, they haven't. God, obviously interrupted the realm warp, but it doesn't really matter. He's dead anyway.
One of the weird things with realm warp, which always catches me off guard, is that sometimes it has been cancelled, but even if you cancel it, the animation will still play through an entirety.
What was going on? I was a little bit like, is it not just being cancelled?
Just leaving with that little knock. Hang on, flash forwards for the play.
Nice play from Kyle. Photic in danger. Out comes the Moonlight Vigil, and they bring down the fed Yunara.
The Blender takes down Yunara, fed into that one. As Photic was very far ahead, has now dipped under 1,000 gold lead for the first time in, what, 5-6 minutes or so. It's been a while since he's fallen back to more parity. Still a very strong AD carry, but you see that Anyone's Legend are very happy to make plays around the map. Having something like that Bard in the first game, the Thresh Lantern in the second game, to speed up the rate at which someone can come into a lane really helps Anyone's Legend. So when you go forwards from this point, when we watch Anyone's Legend in the future, folks, keep your mind open to the fact that Anyone's Legend are very, very powerful with anything which speeds up rotation, like that Thresh Lantern or the Bard Tunnel.
I'll note, though, this game as IG at least managed to get some turrets, really struggled to get a hold of those structures in the last game, and that has put them into a much better position. Only up 1,300 gold, but again, got the Onivia, they've got a Lulu, they are scaling just fine into this game. They're also the ones with the 2 dragons early, so they have got themselves a fairly solid platform to play out this game. Check Hope's inventory though, did pick up that Infinity Edge alongside that Collector. When you are into things like the Onivia, right? Nymaera, Lulu, good people to try and hit with as much lethality, upfront damage as you can get.
This is a great game for just to fill us to random burst people. You're absolutely right. There will be a point, I think, at, this point onwards, because you have 50% crit. You get like that random crit on your ult or your ability kind of chains.
Yeah, moonshot.
Someone will explode. Now, it is worth noting that most AD carries on 2026's patch have lost a lot of ability damage, but they gained that crit as kind of a compensation. So auto attacks tend to matter a bit more than abilities now. Because Aphelios has multiple ways to get random extra autos out, or actually his abilities crit themselves, his ultimate being one of them. He's kind of come out at parity from it, really. Good lantern back. There's potential of a wall there from the Onivia. IG looking to try and make some plays themselves, and they are ahead in this game. Anyone's Legend, we were praising them for getting people into the play. End of the day, IG is still in a pretty good spot. Let's not forget that.
And again, part of that is Rookie. Be a good game on this Onivia on the whole, with the exception of that one unfortunate catch in mid lane. Photic, as we've said, came out with that triple kill early, is in a very good position in this game. You've still got the Lulu, 600 gold ahead of curve as well. That can be pretty significant. Sobero, not really seen a lot from him yet, but again, this is a Zahen not necessarily supposed to be about the early dominance so much as the mid-game woes he brings to teams.
That's a fair point. I think that, I think in this matchup, you hoped you'd get the early dominance. It's not the only thing you pick the matchup for, though. You're absolutely right. I think particularly now we're at the point where he can jump in, going in towards that second item, and get just a ton of disruption down if he's not immediately focus fired. That will be a big factor for IG to play around. I think that if the Onivia can separate the front line and the back line and allow Sobero a free fight, then you've got a real winning combination from IG. Got Dragon in a minute. That would be soul point for IG. Anyone's Legend will look to see if they can arrange themselves to win the objective fights in the way that they did largely in that last game.
Worth noting as well, the Zahen has gone Strike Breaker, not Trinity Force, which has often been the default for most Zahens, in pre-season at the very least. So see the thought process here into some slippery melee champions and quite short-range champions. That additional slow can be quite nice for Zahen to stick on top of people with your dreaded returns and Auric rushes and all those kind of shenanigans.
Rookie's about to complete his 2-item combo too. I will say, this conversation was had a lot around Worlds where a couple of analysts were saying, look, just chuck a Ryalizer and like Leandri's in. You don't need both the stacking items. That's a little bit greedy at that point. Sobro, stacking up the Conqueror. Yes, I do realize that Grasp has typically been the rune for Zone. It gives you the extra healing and whatever, but Conqueror feels really good when you stack it up. So from the pure dopamine value, I understand.
I can also see Grasp to free scale into Scion, also not the worst concept either.
Hang on, Radio's Legend is giving this up. I mean, they're leaving this very late in this test. Herald Summon in mid lane.
Okay.
I mean, you have a Realm Warp to try and open up another angle, but, I mean, Scion's not there. You'd have to teleport in.
Storm as well.
This is what I was saying about AL liking to retake objectives.
Okay.
It is risky.
Well, there's the wall. Hasn't actually kept Tarzan out per se, but they still just managed to buy enough time that it goes down. Flash out from Sobro, who doesn't have the best TP of all time. Goes right back in to make a look for it. Okay. The back line, trying to find a play, and Wild Growth onto Sobro, who just dies, doesn't get any chance to stack things up. Wimper comes lightning, slows one down, flash forward with the play. That puts Wayne in a difficult position. Tarzan being jumped on, bets the Glacial, the Crescent Guard down. The Glacial Storm is there. Moonlight Vision just shy on Photic. There's the Realm Warp. They want the fight. Rookie in danger, has got that passive to work with. Double Flash Frost, gets the double stone. Glacial Storm, hook lands onto the bird, and that death sentence will ensure they are eating pheasant for dinner.
Sobro, why? That was so unnecessary. That teleport was bad enough. He immediately flashes out. What in God's name are you thinking about jumping back in, though? You got the dragon. The fight was done. IG, a huge mistake, allows anyone's Legend to play out the fight in a way which is much more comfortable for them. Tarzan tagging someone, being able to chase down. Watch this again. Look, when the teleport is channeled, already you're thinking, oh, bloody hell, this could be an issue. It's not bad peel coming through from Rookie, who does secure a bit of a landing point. This is fine. This is not.
Why?
This is not fine. Maybe he thinks he can get the pullback onto Hope with the W coming back. He's still going to get hit by the Silent Q either way. They end up wasting the full kit of Jway's Lulu. And it baits the team to stick around, and this fight goes from bad to worse. Oh, horrid mistake from Sobro.
Yeah, Tarzan ends up buying a lot of time with the Crescent Guard as well, and they get to Realm Warp forward. Poor old Rookie on this Onivia, it's just not very fast. It's a double Flash Frost, but Rune Prison comes on down, and what do you do at this point?
You die, Sam, and poultry for dinner, as you so eloquently said.
Yeah, Hope's now up in gold.
Hope is now up in gold. Now, ain't that a statement to say after he fell behind about 1.5k? Well, that's a bit of a swing. Voting about to get towards 3 items, but Invictus Gaming, we were saying, you know, they're a team fighting team. They like their team fights. It looked like they were playing very well around objectives in Demacia Cup and then parts of yesterday's series too, but this is why you can't jump to too many hasty conclusions about a new team coming together on a new patch. As the games go on, perhaps other teams find ways to pull them apart, and some of their bad tendencies come to light. And IG, you know, I like Sobro. I like him quite a lot. He's now 0-4, and I'm not gonna lie, I think Sobro has been the lost condition in this game. He's overextended, he's died multiple times, and that team fight it's on him.
Yeah, and actually I think the jungle and bot lane actually had some really good moments. Ways counter gank well turned up from his play, with the exception of that one bot side dive that was really not well executed.
Yes.
I think a lot of his counter gank plays around that bot lane tower were really solid.
Do you need to hire a new headsman if it's not well executed, Sam?
Blunt sword.
Yeah. Oh, that's gnarly. Yeah, okay. Hope gonna set up the rifle turrets onto that Baron. That does mean. Hang on.
They can do this. They know now.
Well, yeah, you can too, man. This is a 3-item Aphelios, yeah.
Okay, overcomes way again. One of the things you've got to run into is a flash. There's an ultimate on way. Keeping him out of the pit is a dubious affair. Sion is just going in transit to mid lane, I guess.
Sometimes you gotta drive, Sam. Sometimes you just gotta go into the sunset.
Drive it like you stole it.
He's in a problem.
He's got a lantern.
Got a lantern.
It's like a traffic lantern. Why have we not got a traffic light Thresh?
Why don't we have traffic? Well, Sam, we should actually have like you know, there's the Warden skin line.
Yeah.
We should have traffic Warden Thresh and Jax.
Yeah.
So Jax just has a traffic light. Maybe we can have like a Berlin special skin with the Ampelman. Ampelman Jax.
Oh my! Oh, yeah, that would be. I'm saying with. Okay, like, hear me out on Thresh.
Every time, no. With Jax, he just spins around the red light on the Counter Strike and he just screams out, what is it like? Todgegangen. Which in German means if you walk on a red light, you die.
Alex, you're missing out on my ultimate Thresh idea. Right, listen.
Hit me with it.
Holding the lantern.
Yeah.
In his hand, red light.
Okay.
Throws it out, amber light, ready to go. Green as it's being picked up and it's taken back to where you're going.
That's fantastic. That's actually, and then you can have like, you know, you have like the towing hooks that can be his actual hook.
Yeah, exactly. Or you can have one of the black and white.
And then the ult can be like the taper.
Right, exactly.
Oh,
exactly.
wonderful.
And he just has loads of car noises. He throws the sentence. Boom.
Oh, that's fantastic. I love
genius.
it. That's great. That is wonderful. Yeah, okay. That's a patented Hapgood Bros skin idea. We can take that one.
This is genius. Right, overcomes Tarzan and the rest of the crew. Rookie's over the wall. The Crystallize does keep Flounder on the wrong side of it. But the teleports come flying in, and now it's just the realm walk. Shanks is running at them now. Again, his own ghost, not teleport in this game. Sobro is having a horrible time into the 7. Tries to get a Grim Deliverance off and cannot. The Crescent Guard is down. Dway gets knocked down, and the Wild Growth buys him some time, but will not keep his jungler alive.
There's just nothing that IG can do when the play really starts out in earnest. A realm warp, yes, that's, I guess, dealt with. Cyanot was dealt with just before that, but there's always something more that AL can chuck in, and they're very coordinated. And they're going to do both major objectives at once. Well caught. They're going to try and do both. If they can deny this dragon, then IG won't get Salt. I will say, you will go down quick enough. I was wondering, IG were looking to contest.
Lantern out onto Hope. Tarzan goes the other way. All the while, Flounder and Shanks are slowly doing the Baron. They probably do need to get over here and get an assist from their bot lane. Where is Wei? Is he going to get in range for a teleport?
Wei's dead.
No, it's going to be too fast.
Wei is still dead for the next 5 seconds. So AL, a greedy play across the map. I mean, if IG had gone to contest either one of them in time, it probably would have worked out. They don't quite guess.
Sobro no with this teleport.
Sobro no. I had another really funny one put in there. There is Sober. Oh no, that's a good one. There's also Sober Up as well.
Sober Up.
Yeah.
Drunk Bro. Yeah, exactly. Dependent. Yeah.
Yeah, that one is. Yeah, less good. And you can just see there's just always another angle of attack from anyone's Legend. They do a great job of just presenting an extra threat. I will say, I think Rookie's doing a pretty fine job of what he can. I would have liked him to have more damage in this build. I think he really should have gone for a Leandries. I think if you have the Leandries, having the ult taking on 4 people, maybe that can be the damage you need. He will eventually get to the point where he's really annoying, but even with the Zhonya's coming in third, I just wonder if this build is too slow. We found this from Faker and Chovy at Worlds. They both had Onivia games where it looked like they were really struggling actually. Of course, Faker ended up having that excellent game versus Anyone's Legend in the World's quarterfinals as well. But there were definitely some points at Worlds where you think, look, the Onivia, yes, very disruptive, needs to actually need to do damage too.
Flandre's going to step on forwards there, get pulled back with the Lantern. Crystallized proc for an entire plate there. Yeah, we're going to have to get used to that one. He might actually also empower people like Thalios, who can come in with a Calibrum auto here and there to just take a nice easy chunk.
On hand, like half a second. And now what do you do about this? You don't have the wave clear now to really clear through these minions on cooldown. Almost have 4 items for Photic. You know, he's fallen behind such a large amount of gold. Hope will be the big DPS on the field.
Yup. Tarzan, Flandre, Kyle, Hope on this bot side of the map. Tarzan in particular is just ensuring that no one finds the easy route over. That is a good route onto Rookie. The Crystallize is making things tricky to get the siege going, and Onivia is still one of the better anti-siege champions in the game.
I wonder whether Kyle could have held on to that hook. Hang on a second, jumping onto Shanks.
He's going to hit with the Ark of Ruin. He's got a Lantern, gets out, and the wall won't deny anything more. Good play there from Kyle to help Shanks get out to safety. Nice attempt from IG to make that force.
There is something very satisfying about a good fresh Lantern escape. It's a bit of a shame that we haven't seen that. Hang on, that's a lot of recalls coming through. Tarzan's now left alone. He's behind enemy lines.
He has been interrupted. Can he get towards a Hex Gate or anything? I think he might just be dead here.
The recalls came through. They managed to split up the recalls. Tarzan doesn't have a flash. He will go down. He's going to lose his GA. AL coming in, though.
Glacial Storm is there and he's just dead. Okay, so can AL find anything else off the back of this? Doesn't look like it. IG get the pick. Get the GA off. Something.
Good. That's good. I mean, they managed to force that flash from Shanks. They get the GA out of Tarzan and then kill him afterwards. IG looking like they were really against the ropes there. With kills like that, it will slow down Anyone's Legend for the next minute. Now, Dragon is coming up in 2 minutes. If they can do something similar again, they might be able to thread the needle and get themselves a Hextech Soul. Even with 5k behind at that point, that could be a winning angle. See if they can manage to get to that point. IG, I'm not sure they have the damage to make it work in a full team fight. They need some shenanigans, Sam. They need some smoke and mirrors.
2.5 items for Rookie. They'll note those 2 half items he's got on top of his Seraphs and Roa, and fairly important ones, namely an Arm Guard and the Blighting Jewel. Can sit on that Arm Guard for as long as he needs to, as long as he's got passive, and of course not had to break the Arm Guard to get the active.
This tech was something which was really slept on for a while, because it was something that happened with Stopwatch, where you just sit on Stopwatch because it's so cheap for such a long time, and then you build it up only after you kind of use the item, particularly when you're snowballing. But Seekers was so expensive, I think people thought, oh, sunk cost policy, I've spent, you know, it used to be $12.50, then it was 1,600 gold. I don't really want to... I don't want to throw that money at something. Or rather, like, I don't want to throw that amount of money at something and then not finish the item. But it is still very valuable. Can help you get towards bigger item breakpoints. And as we were saying, Rookie really does need that damage. He's 2.4k behind now, Shang-Tsu. Look, Anyone's Legend really prioritized giving this guy farm. He has 323 farm in under 31 minutes. He has been given that, whereas Rookie has been giving that farm to Photic instead, it seems. And Rookie's had to share a lane with other people. The fact that he doesn't have those items could be so important for this next fight.
4 items on both AD carries. Keep your eyes on that. If Photic can pop off here, 1500 volt, all that crit, maybe that's your way back into this. Problem is, Hope is at 100% crit himself and is an absolute terror on this level 15 Thalios.
But Flandre doesn't take damage. The Liandry's lacking on the Onivia means that the San can just walk up and do whatever the hell he wants. AL get the inside track towards the Dragon. They'll start it now. IG will somehow have to break through this front line.
Not a bad wall. Rookie goes golden to avoid the death sentence. Sobro caught off on one side will need to Aureate rush away and will do so. Dway hit with that nasty auto from Hope, who hit the moonshot, looking for some more work onto Tarzan, who's caught in that Glacial Fidget. He's going to have the Crescent Guard to ensure he doesn't die too. That Flandre at least is taking damage for now. Tarzan heals up off the Raptors, but the slow fight is going well for IG, actually.
There was a turret, I think, just thrown over the wall, which got that single auto in, but IG, I think they take enough damage that they have to give up the Dragon. Now, reminder, IG, they don't need to take this Dragon themselves. I mean, AL, they were the ones who were denying the soul. It's not like IG have given over Hextech Soul themselves. As you said, they get the turrets in the mid lane. That 5k gold lead goes down to about 3k. They will still consider that a one situation.
Take what they can from that one. And again, you can start to see what the point is with this play. Just hold on to the line as best you can.
Love isn't always on time.
That one too.
Oh.
You've got to go higher up on that one though if you're going to do it.
Love isn't always on time. Normally, I advise against singing live on air, especially in falsetto, but Sam, you made it work.
You know what?
You got the passing grade this time. I'm not going to go full Simon Cowell on you. Never go full Simon
Never
Cowell.
go full
Even
Simon
Simon, you know what Simon Cowell's like, I think I went too harsh. You don't think you went too harsh on them, Mr. Cowell? Oh, God.
Mr. Cowell.
Real knowers knew that reality TV in like the late 90s into early 2000s was just some of like the worst that humanity had to offer. Baron's going down, and I don't think IG are in position to contest this one.
Starfall, though.
Really going to give this up as well?
Starfall, TP in, here we go. Where is Way looking to find a dangle onto the Baron, will not do so. Baron secured by afterwards, gets interesting. Out comes the Crystalline. Way immediately loses the GA. Tarzan flashes away from the attempt on his life. Wild Growth buys Way a second, but no more. Flandre takes a lot of damage. Will ult forwards into the backline. The double knockup. The Q. Flandre eviscerates Photic. The light springs into the Eternal Dark. GA proc from the side of Soboro. That passive is there, but I don't think it's doing much more than giving him another go at dying again. Rookie goes through the mid lane, tries to clear out the wave at least, but Shanks and Tarzan are there. That Glacial Storm is a decent amount of damage, but he's still got a GA to get through, and unfortunately, his egg gets cracked.
IG too slow to the objectives. Anyone's Legend too dominant in the macro this series. 2026 poses a question to Anyone's Legend. Can they go a step beyond domestically and internationally? How do they match 2025 as a year? Well, starting like this is a good first foot forwards.
Towards the turrets we go. Should be able to bring those down just fine. Forwards, Tarzan eats a lot of damage, but Photic is forced away. Out comes the Crescent Guard. Photic is desperately trying, but it really will change nothing. The last gasp from the AD carry still leads to a death rattle, and Anyone's Legends get the 2-0, and convincingly, I think.
It was a better second game for Invictus Gaming. I think that the bot lane getting ahead was definitely something which didn't happen in game 1 at all. I mean, Hope just did some disgusting things in the virus in that game 1. They managed to pick apart some mistakes in that early game from Anyone's Legend. They managed to throw some kills down there, but they couldn't hold on to those leads. And I think that Photic struggled to deliver on that lead in a way which you'd really like to see from LPL AD carry from ahead. Now, I still think Photic is playing fine, but we do have questions about this player because of his history, and we do hope that he can get to a point where he can more consistently carry when he's given that amount of resources.
Welcome on in all the new followers. Run, Zulius, Mr. Beardog, and obviously, thank you all for coming on in and joining us here on the channel. As you may have noticed, we're not on any official broadcast this year, which sucks, at least so far. Maybe that will change as things go on. But that means we're relying on all of you guys back home to give us some support. So 2 challenges for you to consider here as our audience. Please make sure you're following us on our socials. It makes a massive difference. If you're not following the Twitch channel, if you're not following the YouTube, please make sure you're doing that. If you're not on the TikTok, give us a follow there as well. It makes a massive difference as well. Also, you can do things like follow us on Instagram. Very lovely. Additional bonus challenge. We've got a Ko-fi. We have got the ability to subscribe on Twitch. Both great ways to support us in what we are doing. Rely on all of you back home to keep this up, especially now that we are doing this effectively full-time streaming business, trying to support 2 of us, which is always a hard grind. So whatever support you can give us means an awful lot.
Next series up, BLG versus Weibo. That should be an absolute banger. It will be the first series with the full BLG roster, much like we saw with Anyone's Legend here as well. We're expecting that team to be top 3. We're expecting this BLG team, if everything goes right, to be one of the best LPL teams that we could possibly see. It's a very, very special time to be around with that. Thank you so much for the sub as well there. CJ Big Mac. That's a hell of a name, by the way. I appreciate that a lot. And if you're also watching on TikTok as well, thank you for joining us for our kind of inaugural set of streams over there as well. Things look to be tech-wise working better today than yesterday, so that's a really good thing. And yeah, if you do have any bandwidth to like, subscribe, give something up to the
all
Ko-fi,
that jazz, yep.
that makes a difference to us. I guess we'll get refilled on drinks. We'll run an ad break at some point. Morgs, so thank you so much for the sub as well. We appreciate your hype train.
Hey, appreciate it.
That's my favorite kind of train.
It's choo-choo.
Choo-choo, yeah. Have you ever been on a maglev train, Sam? I kind of want to go on.
I have been on a bullet train, which does that count?
Not all of them are maglev, but some.
Yes, I've been on a couple Shinkansens, so.
Damn, that's cool.
Yeah.
Nice. I never got to do that. Well, I haven't been out there, so.
I didn't go to the Square Enix Cafe.
Yeah, because we were meant to do that at some point, you know. And then it's just like one of these, like, oh, I've got to go there at some point, and then it just never happens.
We'll go.
We'll go at some point, you know, when we get rich and famous from esports, which you can help with.
Yeah. Join in on this hype train, guys.
Hopes the 300th win in the LPL as well.
Oh, yeah.
Of course,
Had a good series.
He is an LPL champion twice over, because he won on JDG in 22 Summer, and he won in 25 Split 2 as well, 25 Spring. He's been one of those players which I think has been quite derided internationally, because he's never really shown up internationally, but this guy regionally is still very potent.
Yeah, I know like the LPL community is a little bit sort of ambivalent at best towards him, which I think is... It's not like he's been perfect, and again, we've had our issues in terms of how consistent is he in lane, how much can you trust him to carry from a point of power, but I think what you can say for Hope is if he's on a hyper carry, he's normally very, very consistent on his champions, and I think in this meta currently, he should be pretty damn dangerous. Had a great Varus game, had a solid Aphelios game, especially considering there was a lot of pressure put towards him. It was very, very nice.
We're going to take a quick break now, folks. We'll put on some ad breaks, and I guess we'll let you watch these highlights, and we'll go on our merry way.
Please be nice to BLG this year. Look, we were constructively mean to BLG last year, and I hate to say it, but they did deserve a little bit of criticism because we know they can be better.
The thing, because you'll notice we did this a similar thing to Anyone's Legend in this game, and this absolutely applied to BLG. I expect this BLG roster to be the best team in the LPL. If they are not the best team in the LPL, we have to start dissecting why. In 25, we saw the jungle revolving door, Vin fall off a cliff.
On's incredible inconsistencies.
On and Elk have troubles. Even Knight wasn't at peak, right? So we had to raise those questions. I mean, suppose if you change the perspective, they still were very potent in the LPL as a whole, but it is one of those rough spots where you need to communicate pretty constantly what perspective you're viewing the team through, particularly for casual viewers. And you step into a stream and you say, oh, but Bin's being awful. Bin was still, you know, a top-tier top laner in the LPL. He just wasn't the best top laner in the world. And that's something which you need to keep reiterating to make sure that people understand what viewpoint you're taking, you know?
That is... Any more for any more? 93% of the way through the hype train. One more sub, guys.
Yeah. When does BLG Weibo start? It will start in the next, I'd say, 20 minutes.
Max,
yeah. They've actually been pretty quick at going through things. By the way, we're almost up at 9,800 followers.
That's really cool.
I think one of the goals for this year, I suppose, is to get to 10,000 followers, and that would be really cool.
It would.
End of the day, folks, LPL community has been very fractured over the last...
Oh, thank you, Fairy Tail.
We appreciate it an awful lot. What I should do is I need to have two versions of the alert box. One which is like loud, one which is quiet. So the quiet one happens in game and the loud one happens elsewhere. If you do use bits, by the way, I did notice this the other day. You use this like responsibly, chat. If you use bits, the one way to get text to speech on the channel. So like you just be careful. You just be careful with that. I know technically you can use bits to do like text to speech in different voices. I know Sloth has that. I haven't set that up. But, yeah. I hope we don't get BLG equals bad late game this year. I really hope that too.
We've got Viper, surely not.
Viper and Shun. I mean, Shun was meant to fix the vibes of the team, amongst other things,
the fact he's come back after all of the drama, all of the burned bridges, says a lot about how much they value Shun's culture setting. Like, the fact that he's been able to come back after how things started / ended last year. Like... I don't know the full story. We don't know the full story, but it was pretty obvious that there was some... things did not end well between Shun and BLG, right? It was a bit acrimonious, so the fact he's come back is a big deal for BLG. It's a big deal for Shun. We'll see whether it works out.
No. Hang on.
Fairy Tail Mute cheered X100 Bro Tax.
各位好，欢迎来到3号采访，我是主持人欣然。恭喜 AL 拿下了本场 BO3 的胜利。我们请到的是下路选手 Hope 来到赛后采访间，欢迎 Hope 跟大家打招呼。
We'll leave you with the interview for now.
也是恭喜你们赛季初的第一场比赛就以2-0收官，算是开了一个好头嘛。前段时间大家也知道你们去韩国集训，所以在回来之后，你觉得你能感觉到的部分里面，队伍最明显的成长或者是改变是哪些呢？
我觉得我们就是打了比较久的新版本吧，对新版本理解比较深刻，然后团队整体配合更加好了。
你也提到了新版本，虽然现在还是赛季初，可能大家都还在摸索适应当中，但是已经有一些选手说，好像在这个版本里面，下路的话语权又回来了。当然也有一些选手说下路是爹，所以作为真正的下路选手，你在实际比赛里面有感觉到你的游戏地位的上升吗？
我觉得这版本下路是比之前地位上升了很多的，主要是英雄的选择更加强势吧。
那你觉得掌控比赛的能力的话呢？掌控比赛能力上呢？
比上版本提升了很多。
那今天我们来聊一下这场比赛。第一局确实是应该是玩爽了一把，大家都在说哇，积分王确实不错。但是第二局好像开局并没有那么顺。我们先聊一下下路那一波，当时闪现过墙是有点心急了吗？
有点着急了。
那当时是给了对面女安娜一波3杀嘛，吃到了之后其实稍微有点伤，结果紧随其来的就是那波换头好像也出了点问题，所以在连续的小失误出现之后，你们是怎么去稳住当时的一个局面，并且连着打了几波很好的小节奏呢？
就是虽然前面失误，但鄂肥就是通过换线拿到了一些经济吧，然后后面我们配合比对面打得更好一些，打赢小团就比较顺了。
而且能感觉到对面好像是非常想利用冰鸟这个点，再去中后期的时候跟你们去拖扯阵型，但是你们处理的也很聪明，包括在中路放了2塔去拿小龙，再转头秒大龙这个角色也做得很好。所以当时是谁去做的这样的一个call， 包括说是怎么去执行的呢？
就是大家一起吧，因为当时是龙魂比较重要，冰鸟卡着我们中线不好过去，我们觉得龙魂比1塔2塔更加重要吧，所以我们拿了小龙，然后利用对面被我们中塔的回合，我们去拿掉了大龙。
其实还是非常的聪明的一个决策。那同时，明天也是个好日子，是你的队友盛强哥出道11周年了。那作为队友的话，在这里有没有什么话想说呢？
Hello。
我觉得能打11周年是真的很不容易，然后也是非常，就盛强哥也是一个非常努力、非常强的一个上路选手吧。就希望我们新的一年能拿到更好的成绩，一起加油。
是的，一起加油！也再次恭喜盛强哥出道11周年，谢谢！再次恭喜 AL 拿到了本场比赛的胜利，谢谢 Hope 来到我们的赛后采访期，我们把时间交还给解说。
Appreciate you all. 66% of the way through to another hype train level. Any more for any more? Fish. The next series should be a lot of fun. I'm really excited for it. Hey, hype train complete. Woo! What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? Open the chest. Boom. Choo choo. Oh, nice. I hit that button. Hey Kane. Hey Puya. Oh, Flandre fan in TikTok chat as well. Appreciate you. Am I going to be playing a bit of Genshin in the break? Probably, guys. Not going to lie to you. Not going to lie to you. Columbina just came out. I'm grinding for those mats. I've only got so much time in the day. Shameless, I know. I've got a break. I've got to do something in the break. I could talk with you guys too. In fact, I'll try and do both. But if you wonder what I'm doing on my phone, that's what I'm doing. I need to find where this random Kuhenki thing is to unlock a big chest. I don't know where it is. But find it. Out there somewhere in the dark. Shanks had a really good round walk there, actually. Sobro, not a good game or series from him. He actually ended up having a fairly okay time of it yesterday. Just not very great here, it must be said. I really enjoy hearing Chinese Scion. It's a very specific set of sounds. Sounds like an old Dynasty Warriors general. It's great. Kyle ends up with player of the game. Actually, you know what? I can back that. He had a really good Thresh game. Again, Thresh is not an easy champion to pilot. And I think the fact that he did manage to pull it off in such a successful way was great. Hey! 9,800 followers. Honestly, thank you for the follow. It is much, much, much appreciated. But the player of the series is still going to be Hope. The Varus was clean. The Aphelios was really good. Yeah, I can see it. I could have been tempted to give it to Kyle overall. But I do think in the end, it probably was Hope just being... The Varus was very, very, very good in game 1. The Aphelios was solid. Fair shout. Yeah, this play alone was probably worth it. It was very, very solid. And he had some very nasty Aphelios combos as the game went on, especially considering he was a long way behind, you know? Whoa. Hey there, Kira. Welcome to the channel. I see you over in TikTok. Four out of 8. Couple for supports. Yeah, I can see the casters going support. That makes sense. They were all agreed on that one. One for top. Interesting. I mean, Flandre had the very good Rek'Sai game and a solid Scion game. Yeah, I can see the thought process. Tight enough. Tight enough. I think that's a relatively reasonable split as far as I can tell. Anyone else would have seen someone else? Oh, the gyoza I got from a brand called Mulan. Oh, fun. I do love gyoza as very easy and relatively healthy food if you go them right. If you rather steam them rather than fry them in particular.
回下小众啊，有你意思。快到了，
我也想了，
小心小心，就来走，右手到了 ，nice nice nice， 右手应该想别的。我 TP 马上有，放韩鱼，他没大，右手没大，右手没大。啊，我踢了。他没闪，看。慢点，我踢了。他没 W， 我以为闪的。继续跑后吧。哇哦！给我，来一点。没闪，有带。中路要守。我在看。开车走，打上走，我会 W。
哇哈！
他们下6哦。放正，慢点，兄弟慢点。是打前排，兄弟们。回来，别被拍到，别被拍到。慢正。开呀，慢点。要开一滴。对，开一滴。上路。我们小心这里，他有活着。应该没事。推中可以包。我来上。我两没踢。 冰鸟没踢，保兵下保。
这边可以看一下。
保进去。中路有线，勾一波了，勾一波了。
过一波。可以。我直接逼了。我应该能一波。他没。
OK。杀完踢过去一波。他伤害怎么这么高啊
？Smell Alex's curry. It smells fantastic over in the other room. Couple minutes over. I'll come say hey, Bree. Actually, do I want to put my camera on? Yeah, why not? Okay. He's gonna see me chilling out. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I'll be here, but I'm just gonna be like, lean back. Obviously, I know Iris. Who's the other host here? I don't think I know her name as well. Anyone know her name off the top of my head? I should know. I should know. Been less comfortable than I thought it would. I need to get back up again. Oh, that's better. Oh, that dirty thing. How do I guys go? It'll be gone soon. I think that we'll figure that out later. It's fine. Oh no, it's not. Oh, hang on, let me get that. Yeah. Also, I need to drop the volume's already been dropped. Fantastic. Where is the? Where is it? This one? No. Oh. How do I do this on here? Oh, it's gone now anyway. I need to find where the interact button was. I'll just remind myself where it is so I can change that next time more easily. Huh. No. What is this, isn't it? No, it's this. No. Found it. Okay, it's further down. It's further down. Okay, fine. Nice. Okay. And we're back. A Kofi Dono. Yay! There was a Kofi Donut. Where was that notification? Did I just miss it? Let me just check the Kofi. Where is Kofi on here? So it will. Thank you, Mecca. Oh, my days. What?
Is that? Oh, that's rent money. Let's go.
Oh my God. Thank you, Mecca.
That's rent money. Thank you, Mecca. Yeah.
Thank you. So I was looking through the Twitch notifications for it. I was like, oh, it's in YouTube.
Don't you worry, folks. That's us in business for another month.
Genuinely paid rent. Thank you.
Holy shit. How's it going? How's that going?
It's been chill.
In other news, for those of you who are Uma Musume enjoyers, I do have a fast learner run going on Saiyan Sky right now,
Very lovely.
Which is like, it doesn't happen very often. So I'm just about to get my first inspiration. I'm looking for long S and groundwork. It's literally happening now. So I need those two. I got neither. Okay, that's fine. What you trying to look for?
I was just making sure because I think I might have got that the wrong day, but it's still a cool thing to get.
Yeah, no, sorry, no, that was from. Let me just refresh the page. Did you refresh it? I
did not. I think I just clicked it. I thought I did.
No, it's that's that one and that's that one. So it was actually. So you didn't refresh the page. It's still
the same thing.
We
still good.
We should get into gear for Weibo versus BLG though, because this is a game which obviously a lot of people are tuning in for, right?
Yes.
This is the one which I think. This is Viper and Knight's first time playing together ever. We've never seen them play together before. This change alongside Shun coming back to the roster, obviously was not there in 2025, changes so much about this matchup, changes so much about what our expectations are for BLG. Weibo, we saw them yesterday. They did beat IG. It was a little bit labored. Game 1, they got a bit blown out, actually. They just got out team forts. Demacia Cup was also not great for them. Particularly Elk has a lot of eyes on him. And those eyes will be no more focused than they will be today. Because he is playing against his old team, BLG. Elk versus BLG, Elk versus Viper, on LPL proper. Demacia Cup, you can kind of just let that pass if you want. LPL, you can't really. Knight's coming back in. BLG kind of bombed out a little bit of Demacia Cup. We're expecting great things of them this year, especially with Shun coming back in. And Shun rejoining the roster from JDG after a difficult 25 for himself has a lot of individual performances to prove as well. This guy was not on great form in 25. Viper absolutely was, and what BLG will hope for above all else is good chemistry between the members. Everything else we hope will go fine. The chemistry is the thing which didn't look good for them. That must be good for them.
That it is, and again, big changes in the coaching staff as well. Daney is coming to the roster, very prolific coach. Obviously, he's had, how do I put it? Some mixed success, I think is the way to put it. Some fantastic moments, and some moments where he's been a bit perplexing. Has obviously been very known for his incredible hair and wonderful reactions, but looking to get some work here done, as this is Shun's career indeed.
So you can look at his era on IG, where it's not a bad win rate, but he became elite on BLG. That's when actually we thought, okay, this guy is now a top-tier LPL jungle. Now, was he, for my money, as good as Kanavi, Tarzan, a couple of the other big ones? No, I don't think he was actually individually. But you can see that he enabled teams to play beyond their stock value.
Yeah.
And I think that was so important for BLG that it doesn't matter that JDG was a step down in win rate from BLG, which I suppose looking at the teammates and the way that they're performing, it's not a surprise to see that win rate take a drop. This guy, as Tabe was talking about, is basically the spirit of any team that he's in. And it felt like the spirit of BLG was broken. Let's get that old one out, get the old one back in and see if that fixes things for them.
See if it works better, see if the coaching staff changes help as well, because a lot of it felt like the team just wasn't aligned on any way how to play the game, outside of just snowballing incredibly hard, which is a very unreliable way to play the game, guys. And even when they did snowball, there was the patented mid to late game throw around Atakan, around 15 minutes, around On throwing somewhere down the line, around Knight not paying attention to wards, around Bin just death pushing on a sideline. There were so many consistent issues that weren't tied to mechanics so much as just very poor decision making on an individual and a team-based level, which is not what you expect from a team that had come off the back of multiple international appearances and very impressive, prolific international appearances.
So this is the big one, folks. Of the matches which are happening early on, this is the big one. We'll leave it the interview. I'm actually going to get stuff, and this is probably the time to get drinks. If you're going to get a drink, go get it now, folks. Because this series, you'll want to be locked in for this.
你们在赛季初拿到了揭幕战的开门红的同时，自己也是在单场呢就打出了19杀0阵亡的一个高光表现。所以 Elk 会怎么评价自己在赛季伊始的一个状态呢？
我觉得就还好吧，因为是第一场比赛嘛，所以说就在后面的比赛还是要打得更好，然后能够在整个赛季都打完的时候再去评价好一点。
那今天这场比赛的话是面对到了老东家嘛，同时也是一场背靠背，所以会更加注意他们的哪些部分呢？
因为就比较清楚他们嘛，然后我就觉得他们的个人实力都非常的强。我觉得今天首先第一点就是我们要在对线期的时候要打得更好吧。
好，那我们一会儿赛场见。
Never have I seen a more awkward drinking of.
同样，我们请到的是 BLG 的中路选手 Knight， 跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 的中单 Knight。
新赛季其实从各个方面来说都有了非常多的改动嘛。那在这其中的话 ，Knight 最喜欢的是哪一个呢？
觉得上单和 AD 后期会比较强吧，所以这影响会比较大。
这两点可能你会觉得比较有意思一点点。
是的。
那今天也是队伍的赛季首战嘛，期待大家打出一个怎样的表现呢？
因为打微博也是打过很多次嘛，然后
It's the right kind of product placement. I don't blame them doing it.
我们一会儿赛场见。
Knight forgot to turn to the side. I saw that. The problem is a lot of these pro players are not exactly what you'd call actors, ready to make it look good when they do it. There's going to be some great gifts out of this, which is exactly what they need. It's going to be very, very easy advertising in that sense. So natural. Exactly cynical. Drowsy, thank you for the follow. Oh my days, we're getting followed by Pokemon now. How's my drowsy impression? Second-hand kisses, Corey? Oh my god. IG winless in series and everybody else is losing the shy. You stop. TFC, you stop. Ooh, there's the music. Let's flick on over and ensure we can get ready for this one. Nice. BLG with such distinctive colours. I really love it. There's no other team in the world that gets with these colours.
Weibo Gaming, Billy Beauty Gaming.
Knight and Xiaohu coming out first. Shun with his grin. Where are they? Elk and Viper. That is where eyes turn today. The former BLG bot laner
LPL 第一赛段组内赛首周第2日的第3场比赛将由 WBG 对阵 BLG， 比赛即将开始。LPL
Superstar AD carry from the LCK. Of course, when Viper won Worlds, it was on EDG. It was in the LPL for the LPL. He's still very popular over here. Speaks pretty good Mandarin by all accounts. If you wanted any matchup to be hyped for in this week of LPL, it's this matchup. The BOG bot laner that built their legacy against the guy that brought China their last Worlds trophy. Exactly. And I think Elk was one of those players that, at his best, rode the lightning incredibly well. Got that fine margin to make sure that he was gold dust when it mattered. When it went wrong, would overstep, would die. He and On were notorious for taking those knife fights, those level 2 all-ins, that kind of thing. And in fairness, it gave them a lot of potency. But it was risky. It was high risk, high rewards. And when the risk didn't pay off, it got a bit dicey. And especially when the top side of the map began to not be able to hold up their end of the bargain, it became a lot more inconsistent to play that way. And I think actually last year, Elk played out all right. But he was in a position where it was a lot harder for him to do so when the rest of his team wasn't as dominant as they had been so recently before that in 2024 and 2023. See whether some shuffles around as Viper back in the LPL. Lovely to see that ban. A lot of fans excited, and I don't blame them. I think it is an amazing, amazing thing to have him back. For my money, Viper is the best AD carry in the world, guys. But there's some debate for that, and I think there are some really amazing names you could put up there. Ruler, Gumayusi, Viper, obviously, as I just mentioned. Paige is having a pretty good time of it as well right now on T1 as well. Some fun players to keep our eyes on in terms of that conversation. Right up there for me has to be Viper. There's a grin from Elk. He wants this win. He wants to say, you should never have let me go.
Oh, absolutely. And the big thing for BLG is that this is the full roster. And Demacia Cup didn't look great. It was their first games together. I don't think there were many scrims, and Knight wasn't there as well. Knight is one of my very favorite players in the world. In fact, he might be my favorite player in the world. The fact that this guy is coming in to this roster, Knights and Viper have a chance to be the best carries in the world. I think both of these players have had their names in the hat for best in role over the last few years. 23, 4, 5, you name it. Definitely up there. Different roles. And into our first draft of the series. Jace, easy ban. Where is the Orianna? Where is the Rumble? Stuff like the Nymaera potentially on the table there too. Let's go.
So, Onivia Gaming will be getting first pick. Just guys, you have to get used to red side having first pick a little bit more regularly here. It's just the way of things. Chase Rumble again away from Zucker. the Rumble in particular, the Jace is a flex. Obviously, in jungle in particular, it's been really silly. If you've not seen Sabotage on Jace, pray you don't. That item is incredibly stupid on that champion in the jungle. Karma away from On, who was probably the best Karma player in the LPL and one of the best in the world. He plays it like Engage Karma, guys.
That is surprising, because Erher also plays that champion for one. And see, are they just afraid about the bot lane laning phase?
I mean, it's a big shove.
Because the thing about, look, it's the Nico is the first pick. The Nico is the first pick. It helps out Erher. He actually came away with Player of the Series the other day. Now, do you lock in something like a hook support to say Nico can die? We've seen a little bit of that, saying, well, okay, you know, Thresh actually quite good into Nico in a way that we hadn't necessarily considered before. Do you think they're going to go towards something like the Unara, so you go towards the Aphelios yourself?
Other option that we've seen banned against when the Nico's picked is the Bard, which of course On does play to some extent, so you could do Varus Bard here for double pick and poke. And again, you kind of get this really interesting interaction where your Bard Q goes through the Nico On's clone onto Nico herself and causes some real strife. Ambessa with a potential early lock. It is a flex, but it has been seen much more regularly in the jungle. Those are really fun hovers.
We're hovering now.
Once upon a time, Shun was known for his very aggressive farming junglers like the Nidalee and the Kindred. A little less so these days. We'll wait and see what he locks in. I think the Wukong would be a bit more on meta.
I think Ambessa slightly above in the tier list, but Wukong, very, very disruptive, gives you a ton of carry potential. Not dissimilar to the Ambessa, I suppose. We dive in and do a bunch of AoE damage and very disruptive. I feel like the Ambessa is a little bit better on the tier list, but you know, Shun very confident, so I'm not that bothered on that one. Now, JJ can go towards the Ambessa himself if he wants. Yunara, we talked about that, saying, okay, well, it's likely to get locked in. It's a very powerful champion in terms of early game laning phase. The Varus is, as we've seen, very strong in his own early game himself, one of the strongest early game AD carries of all time. If you thought that the Yunara was going to come in, you could have waited and then tried to play that Aphelios gambit like we were saying, but they chose to go to that Varus, which gives you a bit more flexibility, I feel.
The Orianna bound angle here where you can pick up the Azir if you so choose for Xiaohu, who's one of the better players of it. Things like the Talir up and stuff available too. The other option, of course, is just to match jungle with jungle and then leave your solo lanes for later. Decisions to be made. Ambessa, that flex option between JJ and Zerka, will give you somewhat of the best of both worlds.
Ambessa, yeah, it's a flexible pick, isn't it? Allows you to potentially chuck it over to Zerka. Zerka's a guy which I have such high hope for again. He's 25, was locked on a team which was realistically going nowhere in that LG roster. However, you go back to 2023, Zerka was contesting Bin in regionals. He was contesting 369. In fact, they ended up beating BLG on their way to summer finals to get themselves to Worlds 2023. Zerka was a huge part of that.
Well, it's not a Thresh, it is a hook champion. The Nautilus can theoretically allow you to go for those all-ins. Varus by himself is sometimes able to just deal with the Yunara Nico. You'll still end up getting shoved in, probably lose 10 CS or whatever, but your ability to still get a hold of farm, throw out some threat, is something to be played around, shall we say. I'm a little worried now about BLG finding priority somewhere else on the map.
That's why having counter pick for last pick will be so important. I assume that Knight will be the one blind picking for BLG and Bin will be the one finding himself counter pick at the end of the draft. I'd imagine that will be the case, and just on paper, I think that Xiaohu will provide less threat in mid lane laning phase than Zerka will. That's just my immediate feeling about it. However, Weibo, they're just going to dotting their I's and crossing their T's and getting rid of some of the more stable, dominant lanes like the Renekton. What the Renekton ban also does for Weibo means that if the Ambessa does go top lane, one of her worst matchups is out of the draft as well. Just giving them options and that flexibility.
That Akali ban, I think, is quite astute. Worth noting, it is actually becoming more and more of a flex pick because Gunblade Riftmaker allows you to take a top lane again.
Oh, right.
Which is a big thing. So you can end up quite scary there with that combination. 20% Omnivamp on Akali, yes please. Can get a bit tricky to manage. So the Talir out as well. Of course, Xiaohu does play the Akali as well. So that would have been a decent ban against him to boot. So trying to narrow his pool a little. Jax might be a considered ban here. Very strong in the current meta, very flexible in build. Split push, Bin, one of the great Jax players of all time.
And we've seen 2 Jax games so far between the first 2 days of LPL, I believe. The first one was a Dawn and Dusk AP one-shot build where you dunk on the enemy AD carry. And the second one was the more traditional Triforce Under Sky into the Zonyas after that point. So, one solo lane to blind pick here for BLG. Knight has not often been called an Azir player. He has put more time into it though over the last year or two.
Serviceable.
Often he plays this because the team wants it. It's not necessarily his best pick, but it's definitely one which the team can still play around. Xiao, who has counter pick in mid lane now.
He's smiling. LeBlanc with her fancy new splash art, looking very imperious there. Having successfully done some shenanigans with Aatrox. Not Aatrox, other Darkin. Atakan, there we go, took me a second. Can be pretty dicey. And there's the Jarvan lock-in, moving that Ambassador top, and that will probably give a free license to the Jax.
Jax is fine into the Ambassador. It's still a bit of a skill matchup, I'll say. Bin has his choice of the matchup, though. That's the important thing. Weibo, as it stands, quite a mobile team, all things said and done. Also quite squishy. What does that inform Bin of the matchup he wants to take? Zahin, I typically like to see in the more tank-heavy games. He's picking it into one which is a... He's going to have to use his mobility very well here. You know, Jarvan can get in and out of fights, and Bessa certainly can. You know, Yunara and Nico is surprisingly hard to get a hold of as well unless you get right on top of them. This should promise to be, folks, a very scrappy game. BLG have a lot of point and click in the likes of the Nautilus, and then following up with the Wukong and then the Varus as well. Weibo on the other side, though, do also have very long engage range. You have LeBlanc, Jarvan, and the Ambassador on the top side. Nico can follow in. Elk is going to be in a bit of a weird spot. I think his laning phase will be fairly strong. It can be a bit of a flip here against the Nautilus, but I'm going to be quite worried actually about how Elk can follow up the plays with the much more long-range rest of his team.
And again, this was right back when Yunara had first released. She's in a very different state now. She's a very different itemization these days. But I do want to cast our minds back to when Elk was first trialing the Yunara, and his win rate on the champion isn't particularly shining. And a lot of that is off very early dominant lanes, so very good on paper. Him and On were doing great things for BLG, and then we get to Elder Dragon flips, and Elk would go to blast people, and Yunara has damage. She has very little safety, basically no sustain in her kit, very short range on the whole for an ADG area champion, and would get taken out at the beginning of every major fight, and it would be a disaster. And Elk's late game play on Yunara, his knowledge of the line he must walk, of the kill threat he hasn't always been super great late on into games. Keep your eyes on that. Was last year, things have changed. Jayos for now. The oil has been added.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, Jayo comes from the, I believe, the Hong Kong racing scene, which means add oil. Cool little tidbit for you, and just made its way into lots of other different scenes too. So, Xiaohu spotted out at the level 1. Didn't end up putting a ward down because Knight and On did get a bit of trade onto it, and because the wave comes into lane so quickly now, he's not been able to go back, so he's lost some HP, and a good hook there will help bot lane too.
Again, still going to be Elk and Ura in control of the wave. Viper backing away here again. And look, Viper, phenomenal AD carry. Great Varus play.
Yes.
He's going to have to do a fairly decent amount of work here in this lane to ensure that he isn't bullied out.
One of the fun things about Viper, I'm just kind of bootlegging off of the LCK narrative, it was, oh, good trade on. A lot of the time, there were games in which Viper was playing on HLE in which on-hit Varus probably was better for the draft. But because Viper was so good at poke Varus, it didn't really matter. You just pick it anyway. Go like, Varus Renata with a poke Varus? That's meant to be on hit. No, he just goes poke anyway, and he still destroys you. So I want to see if he can bring that to the LPL stage. Of course, he was an LPL player who won Worlds. He was in the LPL and one of the best players in the world in his time here. He's a very fluent Mandarin speaker. Some have even joked that because of Knight's accent, actually Viper is more understandable than him. He's got a nickname here too. He's got a nickname here, which is Hubby, where basically some of his EDG teammates from back in the day basically said, you know, he's the perfect husband pretty much. So
they're just trying to set him up.
He's known as Hubby. He's very, very popular in the LPL.
I want to wife trap him so we can't leave. This is the plan.
No. We are not getting into that mess. Potential CC here on missing the hook there. Herod stepping out well from that hook. If he got hit, probably would have had a flash blown. There's a player which we have a lot of... Look, he did come away with player of the series last time out, but I still think there's a lot to be found in this player. He's definitely struggled in some early games. He's definitely struggled on the whole. Xiaohu actually took a bit of a bad trade there. Now he's going to get glided onto.
Shun debating going for a Nimbus strike forwards, but Xiaohu chooses the correct direction to get away from trouble there.
Second time I've seen this from Xiaohu. Because of the changes to the mid lane quest and home guards, he's going to take an Ignite, and that might be very important here.
Flash comes on in, and does have the Ignite. Big damage, JJ gets on in. Ignite is enough to score JJ first blood.
There you go, JJ first blood, helped out by Xiaohu's Ignite, which we were just talking about. The combat summoners becoming more popular now that home guards and that mid lane quest have changed the way that you play the map.
And for me, I'm a big fan of it. If you can play things like the Blanc, if you can play things like a Kali in mid lane and pick that additional bit of damage, your ability to start the snowball early feels so good.
But we've seen this with Xiaohu already.
Yeah.
He'll play Ghost on the mages too. So it's not even just the bursty ones. It can be the ones to flash for the chain and Knight. I mean, the reactions are on point. It's just the chain had already hit. What do you do at that point? He'd just taken a good trade versus Xiaohu. He needed to crash that wave in, but great play from Xiaohu to slap back.
It's only, it's not actually led to a gold lead, it's worth noting. Xiaohu only got the assist, it's still down half a wave here, maybe a wave, but still, it's the right kind of thing, keeps the Azir accountable, because obviously if you just allow consistent DPS trades, the Azir will win out overall.
Notice that JJ is hanging around mid lane. There's a blue ping onto him, so they know about him. But there's vision either sides of mid lane. Weibo, this is not something they do often. Typically, Weibo leaves Xiaohu on an island. Right here, they've given him vision. He has an aggressive matchup, and weirdly for Weibo, this is quite a mid-centric game potentially.
And one of the criticisms we had of Xiaohu last year, where we really saw a dip in form, from him and Scout in particular, were the two mid laners who were supposed to be elite and just weren't last year. They really weren't. Xiaohu managed to scrape it together through playoffs, ended up being an okay run from Weibo here or there, but it wasn't the how the hell did they make world finals angle that we saw in 2024. Not 2024, 2023. Thank you very much. I was a year off. I was thinking, wait, no, that was a long one.
BLG in 24, Weibo in 23.
Correct. Thank you very much. LPL historian, who assists the chains, Knight gets the shield. Lead to too much more there, but back to that little bit of story time. Xiaohu last year wasn't really reliable as your primary carry. He was fine as a secondary carry, but if he was the one who got the gold early, it just felt like he wasn't able to convert it into game wins basically ever. It was very bizarre.
He's gone into a new era of his career for sure. Dragon's going to get started up by Weibo. I believe he's going to get finished. Good shove back, actually. Knight could get a kill here, maybe.
Got the ethereal chains just enough to get the kill.
Knight doesn't need a jungler to do his dirty work. On taken low, and the 2v2 will go in the favor of Weibo, though, on the other side of the rift.
Elk says that'll be my alimony for the divorce, mate, and brings down his former duo. Grim deliverance from Bin, public execution goes wide, and ends up with Weibo Gaming just about coming out on top with the 2 kills going over their way.
Bin could, I suppose, flash to see if he can get that passive. Chooses not to. Fire all around the rift. We've had solo kill in mid lane, 2v2 bot, and then a 1v1 attempted by top lane, in which I think Zuko wins out on that. I mean, Bin missed his ultimate, didn't do the damage to Zuko, fired a little too far. Every lane firing off now, and Weibo do have that 1,000 gold lead. Knights getting that solo kill back onto Xiaohu, very important there. Got that tower shot onto him by shuffling on the turret on. He's safe for now, but whenever On's on screen, you do have a bit of a speed of sweat on your neck. He's got one of the highest peaks of any support that the LPL has produced. However, his floor is short. So what happened here? He jumps in and he double distorts. He's trying to wave clip, and it's a big mistake from him. Knight realizes, look, I can shuffle him so no minion gets under tower 2. So he's just going to be alone taking aggro. Mistake from Xiaohu, well punished by Knight.
Tries to time it, Xiaohu, the distort with the soldier being placed, so he gets out of the order range of the soldiers and all of that kind of thing. He doesn't respect the elf.
I just want to call out chat, it's like, Xiaohu's in a new era, and we immediately see him get solo kill. What I was going to say was effectively, much like Faker, Xiaohu has become more of a supportive archetype in his career. Potential dive here in bot side, level 6.
Elf's in danger, doesn't have flash or barrier. Viper certainly does, needs to flash away. Takes a turret shot, and that's messy. On trapped onto the turret, overcomes Xiaohu. It's going from bad to worse, and Xiaohu's like, hello there, remember me. Out comes the Tangle Barbs from Era, out comes an Electrocute, and Xiaohu ends up with the double.
A flash committed by Erher to get the extra route afterwards, and Xiaohu gets himself a lead outside of lane. We're just talking about, new era, more supportive player. He's been doing a lot of work this game already. Kill in mid lane, 2 kills in bot. Like 2 kills and an assist between all of them. How did this start from him? They have a level 6 Wukong, jump on towards Elf, who has both summoners. He used the warrior trickster to go forwards, which means that he doesn't have the extra damage. Aggro goes on towards Viper. On, importantly, is not tanking the entirety of this time, and even he goes down towards the end of it. A poor dive from BLG. He used to be very famous for their early 3v2, 3v3 dives bot side. This one is certainly not one from their heyday.
Now, Xiaohu goes back to lane, and Knight goes, what the hell have you done? My opposite number now has 4 stacks and Dark Seal and an Actuator. There is kill threat at this point towards Nazir, who takes a bad chunk here with the Ignite as well. That can get very dicey very fast.
Isn't it alternator?
What did I say?
Actuator.
Alternator's the correct one, yes.
Yeah. And then the other one is the Actualizer,
yeah.
the actual tier open thingy.
With the ability, Mana Made Real.
Yeah, pretty much.
Here we go.
Bin, his fears are being made here. He doesn't have any passive stacks up. That is a dead Zahen.
I should have said dumpstered. That would have been the correct term for a bin, I suppose. But either way, he will still fall down. Shun will at least be here to pick up the wave.
Look at this top lane lead now. Zerka gets himself some plates. He has a 20 CS lead. Bin does have teleport, but the wave's already going to be gone. Shun picks up the wave as his laner dies. That does help him a significant amount. That will help him power through to his first item. But Weibo have come away with by far the better early game. Knight's been doing quite well on an individual level in the mid lane. Yes, there was that kill against him, but you can't discredit his trading and the solo kill he got on the other side. Both of the other lanes, these lanes which are meant to be legendary from BLG, have not really been getting that much of a lead, or in fact, they're just behind.
Yeah, the only place that's even really is mid lane, and part of that was a nice little solo kill from Knight, but again, Knight has already died. Xiaohu's already gotten a roam off despite not having TP, and getting significant value there. Stalk Shoes early. You'll hit this point where this LeBlanc is going to start threatening some relatively squishy members from the other side. Even this Zahen is going to have an interesting time versus a fed LeBlanc, especially things like the Ignite, to cut down on some of that healing.
Definitely gives you a little bit of unexpected combat value, because let's be honest, folks, I can't remember the last time we saw Ignites in mid lane. I actually just can't remember in a long time. It's been a long time.
I miss it.
Same, because, you know, I really like those kind of one-shot, extra 100 damage trades actually matter kind of fights, those knife edge. You know, you watch back to Season 3, Season 4 odd, you'd see a lot more of it. Well, even by Season 4, it started to fall off, I tell you. But, you know, many of the oldies of us who watched way back in the day will remember, you know, the Ignite, Renekton, and Shen top lane, you know, Larry, Syndra, LeBlancs in mid lane. One's going to have his recall stop that. Now the question for Weibo is, you have that early lead, and it's a significant one. 2,000 gold at 10 minutes is nothing to sniff at. How do you actualize that into an actual win? What's the play in terms of snowballing the map? Things that are going to help you. You do have long-range engage. We talked about that before. And in some ways, it's also quite helpful that the likes of Knight is on a backline carry as the dragon goes down, rather than something which he's more comfortable playmaking on. Yeah, the Azir can make those plays, but I'm not sure Knight will be able to bail his team out on the Azir here, which is one of the problems of him picking this pick. He does individually fine, but he's not going to be the guy to like 1v9 in the way that many of the best Azir players in the world do.
I'm once again admitting that I didn't see who got grubs, so we'll wait to see who took the void. We'll get some void mites. He's still walking in there.
Alright, the recall came out from JJ. He's already gone, but I was starting to think, oh, bloody hell, don't play this trick on his observers. Shun takes away an enemy jungle camp using the time where JJ was off the map to get himself some value.
Didn't get the plate hit there, and I think while you were there, Zucker, you could have just hit the plate. That would have been nice, but I suppose there's a wave crashing on in, and actually, you'll still get it regardless. So you know what? You knew significantly better than I did. The dreaded return goes wide. Does get that sundering slam on down, because it'll lacerate out as required. In fact, that's exactly what he does. JJ. Round. One of the things with Ambassador is because of all your mobility, you can afford to trade jump out of the turret aggro. If you can time yourself up with the turret shots already flying, you kind of don't really take aggro for long enough for the shots to fly out.
No objectives up for now. Knight push forward a little bit, but he has, you know, that mobility. He should be safe here. You know, there's an electrocute trade back, but with the chain-laced crushers from Knight already, that's really important versus the LeBlanc, actually. It means you can shrug off a lot more damage than you'd like. And one thing which is also interesting here, too, Knight has the earlier mid lane quest. He's actually managed to get that a little earlier. North's Assault was thrown out onto Airher, who healed to get away there. So ultimate down from On.
I think Xiaohu's roam early may have cost him on that one, possibly, actually.
Normally I don't do this during game. There was a channel point reward deemed by Alcohol. He's asked for a fun fact. Because I saw the anchor. You know that anchors of ships They don't actually... Hang on, there's a 2-level lead here. Zucker could actually kill. You'll have to wait for it, because Zucker might go for a kill here.
Bin is 2 levels down, as you know. That is pretty ridiculous. Pop blossom from does get on top of one, and absolutely pops on with a little assist. It's traded back, though, as Shun finds a good cyclone angle. Support for support.
It's not bad, actually, for BLG. Has been lives for now. Zucker used the ult. Both top laners using ult and flash. Been living, but at what cost? He'll have to teleport back under that tower. He'll get most of that wave because of it, but Zucker is dominant in the lane. Almost 40 CS up before the wave comes in. All right, back to that fun fact, because I was thinking about Nautilus Anchor. Did you know that the anchor part of ship anchors isn't really what stops a ship from moving? It's the giant, long, heavy chain which drags in the water. Yeah, it's like hundreds of tons for freighter ships. It's, yeah, that's what actually stops you from moving the ship.
It does make a lot of sense. And of course, I think there are also different kinds of anchors, aren't there? Because there's deep sea anchors and like ones when you're in shallow water.
Yeah, I guess with smaller boats it's more like that, because they're trying to hook onto the seafloor, but then it depends on the floor of the seafloor you're on. So this is the 1v1 between top lanes. What 2-level advantage? How does he get out of this? He uses his ult to go unstoppable, clears the wave, gets the healing off of it. In fairness, that's very well played from Bin. There's basically no other way to live through that. Well played by Bin, given the situation.
Yeah, gets the level up partway through the play as well. Very important. Dragon is being started, I believe. No, it's like spawn. I do apologize to people in the pit. Roam happening towards bot side. On has burned the ghost, but he's got Spellbook, so will not be at too much threat there. Worth noting, Nautilus has gone towards Vandal Pipes. It is a silly item, folks.
Yeah, we actually saw it prop up in that last play. See that little golden ring about it? So, funnily enough, in the LCK, you don't get that visual of that showing up. No, they were complaining about it, and I understand why, actually, because I saw it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's completed, and it's important. Basically, if you CC someone, and that includes slowing as well, everyone around you gets 30% attack speed. It is a crazy amount of value, and it's only 2,000 gold per item. It gives you a bunch of great stats. Nautilus obviously procs it very easily, and it'll give some good attack speed to the likes of your attack speed mid laner. Not your AD carry as much, by the way, but pretty much everyone on your team uses it well. Even the Varus, when you're building your lethality, he still likes attack speed.
He's not going to
complain,
is he?
For free.
And again, it's worth noting, it also gives you attack speed to yourself.
Yes.
Which is always nice. So, as I said the other day, Nasus Enjoyers, very silly item, because Wither plus that will proc it very happily, and you get extra move speed, so people can't run away from you.
The passive here.
Does indeed. Does he want to take the dive? I think it would be a little risky. Gets the knock-up with the Aureate Rush and the Dark Englaive. There's the passive proc. Zucker going to be forced to run away. Shun, Warrior Trickster, looking for the Nimbus Cloak. There's the Cyclone after. Public Execution goes wide. On is here. Zucker just enough healing there to stay alive.
Now what this does, even though it doesn't get the kill, is just gives Bin a bit of a bounce back in the lane. He was very far behind, 40 CS, a bunch of gold down. Now giving him an ability to deny away from Zucker, who's not managed to complete that recall just yet. Gets some plates as well. Gets him into a fighting position. Yes, on the other side of the map, Weibo are getting more for Xiaohu and for well, for Xiaohu and the rest of the team. But for Bin specifically, this is a game, or at least a lane-saving play.
BLG get first turret there despite being down. Grubs did see them spawning down towards that bot side, but Zahem plus and Azir, more than enough attack speed there to shred their way through that turret. It is traded relatively rapidly on the bot side. Xiaohu and Elk getting a lot of that gold. Worth noting, Xiaohu's got that Luden's Echo in alongside those Sorcerer's Shoes. Spellslinger Shoes, sorry, that's the correct term for that one. A lot of penetration, a lot of early burst. Hits a squishy target, they will cry.
Zucker now actually... so Zucker says, alright, you've tried to deny me. I'm going to go and freeze this wave. So Knight has to stick around here. Shun's coming up to keep him safe. Don't think anyone can really stop Knight from getting this wave in. I was wondering whether... Well, hang on, they're sweeping him back. They go for more than that.
They are going to make this a little bit deeper as Ura comes over. It's like, dies, but over comes Xiaohu. Can they find a little bit more? Flash, Distort, gets the Ignite down onto Shun, who will likely die. Decent healing from him is not enough. Pop Blossom, out comes the Sundisk, but Knight is surely dead anyway. I saw that missed little chain, but it will not matter. The kills still go over.
So BLG, this is a whole flowchart we've just explained here. Initially, it was BLG making a hard topside play to make sure that the top lane was more in favor of Bin, bring him back to parity. Zucker slaps back and says, okay, I'm going to freeze the wave. BLG then realize they have to crash the wave, and Weibo go to fight BLG as they go towards that. It's a hard commit. Bin actually is the beneficiary of this again, weirdly, because he has an entire long lane and bot side. He ends up getting that bot lane turret for himself. But BLG are finding some tight contests up here because Weibo kind of seeing that next step ahead in the puzzle here. Xiaohu and Jerjep using that increased engage range to make this damage happen.
Wukong gets armor from his passive, no MR, and doesn't have many defensive items yet, so that double distort and ignite with all of that pen, yep, that one's gonna sting.
Xiaohu is so fed. So fed. 8 Dark Seal stacks. The upgraded boots. Ludens and these boots were really good. If you got feats of strength on this kind of Ludens Sork boots builder before in the last season, it was so important. And now with the mid lane quest, you can get that regardless of whether your team's winning or not. It's a powerful point, and one of the reasons why LeBlanc is coming back into meta a little.
Do you also want to call out while all that topside shenanigans was happening, JJ was on the dragon. That's sole point for Weibo Gaming.
That's huge. That's huge. BLG, they've put... Basically what's happened is BLG's entire last 5 minutes of this game has been, we need to bail Bin out. They have done, but at what cost? It's at the cost of objectives. It's at the cost of the rest of the team getting killed by Xiaohu and the rest of the crew as well. Bin losing the individual lane versus Zucker so hard has put BLG into this situation. And I know it sounds like I'm putting that on Bin. Part of it will be, because he actually survived that 2-level dive. It was insane. Zucker on the other side is the real hero in this.
Chunks come on forward, overcomes Xiaohu, double distort, exhausted this time, just to deny some of the damage. Pops back and Knight hits air!
No one was marking the return point. It should be fine when you have a Nautilus hook charged up. Knight goes forwards to cover one angle, gets reaction check, but the rest of the team forgets that the LeBlanc can just jump back. You have to mark the return point.
Yeah, that is a frustrating one, especially with Xiaohu slowed down there. There was definitely some threat onto his life, but can't connect. Weibo Gaming up about 1,200 gold. Sorry, 1,200 gold, 2,000 gold. There we go. Got to get my maths correct somewhere down the line. Either way, it's not a game-breaking advantage per se. The issue is the sole point. The issue is that at this point in the game, the Yunara, the LeBlanc are at incredible points of power. Fiend Hunter bolts alone for Elk. With the Kraken Slayer passive, with the Cultivation of Spirit, when you go transcend yourself, that opening burst on the Yunara is utterly disgusting right now.
And against someone like Shun who's going in, I mean, you are fairly tanky for an AD fighter jungler, but not that tanky. And with the true damage on top of it, if you do get that lucky crit coming through, it's going to really, really hurt. Weibo in a very good position. The thing about this composition, which we said, is that it has a long engage range. Maybe the Yunara can't join into that so easily, but the rest of the team certainly can. When you do get ahead of the game, what that means is your force projection is really good. Your power you do have, you can always throw that onto the enemy. It's really easy to get a target damage down. So, BLG, you have a minute to set up around the dragon. Try and force your way into a better setup. Can you clutch out what could be the team fight which determines the game?
In fairness, you've got a Poke Varus, 2 items here. If you are in the river first, you can set up your battle lines, 2 of the more potent tools to throw out damage consistently over the seconds, over the minute or so. And that can be a little harder for Weibo to manage, who do want that upfront burst.
So Xiaohu doesn't have teleport, and Zucker's is on cooldown. So Weibo, their side lanes not being at the objective might just showcase, actually, we're not going for this. We'd prefer to play 3 lanes. We do see Zucker recalling now. He can make his way back into it. It isn't got, we don't have the Hextech gates. BLG using the Azir turret to hard shove mid lane to try and get themselves that leg up and the easier entrance into river.
Xiaohu Shadow Flame complete by the bite. Last big purchase before we left Ura as a minion. Be a known quantity here, I suspect, to do with walking, because that is not where minions should be. Xiaohu has been spotted out, coming across, but is pretty slippery, so we'll be able to back away with the distortion.
He has the Shadow Flame. That is going to be so nasty in terms of the raw pen he has. Like that 2 item plus those boots. This is the most powerful LeBlanc will probably be in relation to the game at any point. You can see him once again
in the pit.
She's in the pit, just hiding around that. Doesn't walk over the Scuttle Shrine. The Fey Light used to give him extra angles. Xiaohu, watch out for that first combo.
There is one potential teleport location by the blue pit. That control wall in there is giving them quite a lot of additional flank angles if they need it.
It goes wide. It's a bit of a explorative one anyway. It's not like it tagged onto the wall, that's fine. Not really seeing the Varus poke land onto anything either on. Fishing for the next hook. Lands onto JJ.
That's the best target though. On eats a lot of damage. JJ will throw down the Cataclysm flash away. Does survive. Shun hunting for more Ura with the counter engage. Pop Blossom puts Shun in danger. Has to flash away. The Ignite comes down from Xiaohu.
So it's an escape from JJ, but he lives on low HP. Weibo, I think that will be the end of the Dragon contest. He's going to try and heal up on Raptors. BLG will try and wave clear through mid lane. They'll do that. Can they get towards the Dragon at the same time? They're certainly trying.
Xiaohu's trying to finagle his way in. get over here and threaten down to half HP. This is playable.
JJ's here. He's at half HP. He has Smite. Smite for the soul.
Shun at half as well. Damage onto the clone, onto proper damage. There's Welk, who's just blown up on. That dragon is secured by BLG at the very least. So Soul Tonight. Ben is here. Grim delivering to the backside. Damage on the Zucker. Has to flash away. Drake stepping on out, but the point is Elk has already killed another. Flash on him from Bin. Ori and Rush gets that one. Damage onto Viper, who goes down. Executed by Xiaohu, who will now need to escape. Can look to throw out some Tangle Barbs. Xiaohu slowed down. The Ryalize proving pretty frustrating for the LeBlanc, who does manage to sort out to safety. A close knife fight of an affair. 3 for 3. Dragon for BLG.
But BLG gets themselves the dragon, and they get a shutdown or two in there too, I believe. JJ dying. I think that was a shutdown. Handed over. Elk also dying in that fight meant that Weibo lost out some of the DPS. It was a real scrappy fight though, as you were saying. Weibo, they managed to get JJ up to some HP after healing off the Raptors, and this was a scrappy Smite fight. Shun's Warrior Trickster completely saves his life. Clutch Smite from him as Knight gets himself over the pit and into safety. Then Bin goes wild. Huge Aureate rush, as you were saying, gets his passive mostly stacked up, and the damage starts to really come through. You can see that Elk and Xiao, who go on to Viper, who's not in the best position, not much else can do. The most important thing is he does get that last arrow off. If that arrow didn't go through, I actually wonder whether Xiao Hu could have stuck around to kill Knight. Wasn't the case that Knight and Bin end up surviving.
Second Distort gets Xiaohu away from the autos from Knight, who's gone for that Ryalize to just hold on to these slippery members. The Ambessa, the LeBlanc, the Yunara, hell even the Nico, not actually big enjoyers of slows. CC they can dodge. The slows, they just stick around and make everything else so much harder when you're relying on that move speed and spacing capability.
The thing about Knight in this game with this build is that with Ryalize and the Chain-Laced Crushers, it means that he's quite hard to take down with bits of poke. And it means that he can actually play a little bit more balls. He's even got the Seekers in there too.
Yeah, he does.
He has a lot of ability to make plays and stay a bit safer. On will spot out the members pushing up in mid lane there. Xiaohu just around the corner.
The alternative to that is it's not the highest damage build, but then again, it's not a particularly tanky team, so you can somewhat justify that more utility build, especially when you got damage from 3 other members aside from you.
We were already seeing Ryalize second around Worlds anyway. After Ryalize got a bit of the Leandries rather, got a bit of a nerf midway through last year. Leandries fell off and Ryalize kind of took its place a little as the second item. Baron is now available. We've got 2.5 minutes until the next dragon. That is a blind hook.
Finds it. They can follow up. That's huge damage, and Xiaohu's gone! On with the dead read!
On gets the blind hook onto the Fed LeBlanc to start the Baron. On has his bad days, but by God, was that a good hook on his own.
That's the Fed LeBlanc off the table. TP's come on in. BLG may have found the moment that turns this game on its head. Zucker now coming on over. Does have a public execution. JJ will get the Cataclysm down. Aura, Pop Blossom, Knight into the back, and not a great ult. Still goes golden, buys time. What's up in the back of the player? Zucker needs to dodge away. Knight is in danger, goes down. It's just too far. Elk, Kanmei stepping, an untouchable shadow. Shun getting run away. Needs to nip straight to the Baron. That will kill him for Elk, who gets the double against his prior team. There's the passive from Bin. All the hard work done from BLG, only to fumble it all at the end.
Bin has a GA, but he won't have a third life. Elk takes down BLG. Poetry in motion. Elk wins the team fight.
I want to see that replay again because it just didn't work.
Weibo, I thought they'd screwed it. Honestly, I thought they'd screwed it. But Zucker gets into the backline. Elk gets a ton of damage. And BLG just don't have the DPS. This was a blind hook onto Xiaohu. They don't spot him in there. But On's like, well, let's go fishing. It's not like I'll hit the wall if I miss. And they killed the Fed LeBlanc. What do they use for it, though? They use 3 ultimates for it. And that is a huge factor going into this next fight. They then take a lot of damage from the Baron itself. And really, Elk and Zucker just have the most insane fight for themselves. No, I actually thought Viper was kiting very well here. He escapes the Nico ult on the second. Cataclysm's already used, so I thought Viper would be able to turn it. You can see right here, Knight just doesn't get the right combo. He doesn't hit anyone important, and then Knight's alone in the backline. Big mistake from the all-star mid laner of BLG.
Perfect execution to buffer through the CC to get onto Viper at the end of it all. The kiting all for naught the moment the Ambas hits the ult anyway. Shun tries to escape from Elk, but unfortunately the Baron finishes what everything else was started by.
I'm just not sure that Knight needs to go for that combo. I think that was a mistake, and you know, Knight, he's got a bit of a mixed history on the Azir. I actually think this game's been fine from him. That's a big missed play from him, despite the play before into live, catching a
Just flash out, Zucker around, Jizir around, flag drag out, Xiaohu murders Bin, Zucker onto Viper again. Exhaust comes on down and Viper gets to run away fast enough with the Ghost Blade to escape, but that means you're down a member and Dragon's up and this is Soul.
Dragon's going to be gone. Weibo will take the Soul. Now BLG, they have to resort to playing something else. The Crystallize will instantly take down this turret. You get one for that, but losing the Dragon and losing Bin, who's now at 1 and 3. BLG put a lot of effort into getting Bin relevant in this game. You can understand why. He's actually done quite well in most of these team fights. Right there, goes down early. Weibo sees firm control of the game now.
Just gonna call it out. Bin locked in the Zahen, fell behind in the lane. They had to rescue him, and then it's just not worked out from there. Weibo Gaming just that little bit more consistent around these fights, around making plays aggressively and successfully.
Crystallized proc there, Weibo blowing up in the mid lane turret, 4k in the lead. They have the Baron, they have the Soul. Elk is very, very happy now.
Horrifying strong.
7 and 2, 2k up. Demacia Cup was bad from him, and his first game yesterday was bad too, but then you went through the back end of that series, and Elk went mental. Had a
Kai'Sa.
He had a 19 kill Kai'Sa game, which matched the AD carry record for most kills in an LPL game for a single role. Funnily enough, Knight has the overall record at 21, had a Lucian game in 24 Summer, where he just went mental.
Wild,
went absolutely mental. But Elk, very much taking on the main character role this game, but Zucker's not too far behind. Actually, you know what? I'll take that back. I actually think Zucker is the main reason why Weibo are winning this game. BLG had to react so much to Zucker getting ahead that BLG been ran around the map.
There was a brief moment there where there were 3 Yunara icons on the map, courtesy of Nico's clone, and Yunara, which is like, hang on, which one's which? Oh, that one's Nico, right?
Yeah, someone get a Viego in here. Stat. Shun spotted in that brush. A good little prayer bead into the brush to spot Shun out, who's been doing quite well at jumping forwards aggressively. Has a GA as well, jumping onto Viper, flashing away from Xiaohu.
Has to, though. Flippin' heck. Also got the Crypt Bloom now for even more ability haste. A little less in terms of the way of penetration. Honestly, when you're the sole AP threat, realistically, alongside an Abyssal Mask from the Nico to kind of allow for more pen, you can afford to go for a bit more ability haste, and LeBlanc loves cooldowns.
Absolutely does. Elk slips away.
Another really good untouchable Shadow. Pops the ult and says, yeah, I am wise to your ways, Knight.
Ends up being an ult for ult trade, but Knight would have loved to get that. At least blow the flash. Knight, again, his early game, the laning phase is pretty good, but his playmaking just hasn't quite hit the mark. Had that one fight around the bot dragon. Hang on. Zerka goes onto the clone. Doesn't manage to catch out the Wukong.
That time around. Fortunately for Knight, I don't think I've seen him really hit a big ult outside of that one good one onto Xiaohu earlier.
Yeah, and there's laning phase. Look, I think Knight's laning phase on his air is fine. It's his playmaking afterwards which has more question marks around it. And, you know, I don't think Knight is the biggest problem this game. Again, I think realistically the biggest problem was Bin got hammered. Bin got hammered and the whole map revolved around trying to bail him out. That's been the biggest issue. But what could have saved this game from BLG more were those big plays, which you would expect Knight to hit on other champions, which he's just not doing on the Azir.
The other thing I've got to call out is that was a really miserable bot lane tier 1 dive. Like, that plus Bin kind of going down on the way he did just made life significantly more challenging than it needed to. BLG with this comp, you should have a great mid game. Viper at 1 item with Nautilus and the Rylai's on the Azir. You can make big things happen. And they just didn't have a platform to do it, especially when Xiaohu got gold as well off that horrible bot side play.
I suppose the player which many people are watching for, Viper, quiet, really. He's not really had... There's not been a slow enough game for him to get much value down, but I can't think of a play or a fight where the poke from this Varus has made the difference, and now he's very far behind Elk. Elk has been given a lot of resources, but he has used them better. Viper, can he make a difference later into the game? It looks like that opportunity, especially into the Mountain Soul, will be much harder to use.
Spin goes over with the Aureate Rush for a dreaded return. Can't quite find it through a chain to just about land, but it's onto the relatively tanky Azir, who has some chain-laced crushers. Chain-laced crushers. I invert my consonants briefly. will not be affected all that heavily. Mounted Soul also on is making things a little dicey. Don't get me wrong, Weibo not the tankiest team, they're not getting the biggest shields ever, but it is still enough to allow people like Xiaohu in particular to feel a lot more emboldened when they do jump forwards, to feel safe doing so.
Yeah, we were saying before, you know, Viper, he plays Poke Varus, kind of come rain or shine. Hang on, they got a Poke and they cancel a dash onto this. I don't think they got the damage though, do they?
No, they don't. It's not bad, but it's not a kill.
They also used 2 ults for that. They used the
Death
Varus. Set up for that Baron spawning now. Elder in a minute and a half. So they will have their ults come back up again. Zucker, happy to go and reset. Teleport back into the play now.
Viper trapped inside the counter. There's an elf just gets the kill regardless. Oh my days, the damage is pretty ridiculous. Look at the shield on Zucker as well. Pop Blossom on top. And the fight is won for Weibo Gaming. It ain't even close.
Not close at all. Weibo, they survive the play in the mid lane, come back with teleports and fury. BLG, their first look into 2026. This vaunted team, the best team in the LPL, the whispers say, well, the shouts say normally. They're going to be quieted a little bit after this one. Weibo, storm ahead in this series.
Inhibitor. Attacked. Rot. Weibo can turn back towards the Baron with the base broken before they even pick up the purple worm.
Weibo, they can go do whatever the heck they don't want, don't they? I mean, the thing is, Elder is up in 30 seconds. Weibo take this a little slow. Folks, there's a chance of an Elder fight here, actually. Weibo give up the Elder in 20 seconds. We shall see. Teleporting in. Knight can go forwards. He did just use his passive in the fight before, and so he won't have that put up in mid lane. I think Weibo might have made a mistake here. They got 15 seconds to get back out onto the map. They should still be back in time for a smite fight, but I think it's a little bit slow. BLG have the opportunity to rush Elder.
They can at the very least hold position in these bushes. Knight's picked up a Sorcerer's Elixir. More damage to work with. Weibo now coming on over. BLG in the bush already. They find JJ, but he's damn tanky with the GA with the shield from Mounted Soul. Dragged on into the grave as well. Knight in the backline does finally get on top of someone, but Elk survives. There was no ultimate. It all goes wrong, and Knight is out. It's a triple kill for Xiaohu's LeBlanc, who continues to throw some sigils of malice. The secret power behind Noxus brings low BLG.
BLG had an opportunity to fight for the Elder, but it doesn't take a single point of damage. It's the fight beforehand which makes all the difference. They can't close down the kill onto their old, long-time AD carry. Weibo put 25 kills into BLG. Dominant game 1.
What a game from them. What a statement from them. Xiaohu locks the Ignite LeBlanc. Elk on the Yunara that was so mixed last year. And he's saying right now, do you miss me yet?
5,000 gold lead in the bot lane. Weibo take no prisoners. They snowball through top lane. BLG tried to rectify things, but in doing so, left themselves at the macro vulnerability. That Weibo then exploited. It really felt like that was the story of the game. I actually think a lot of the focus will be about Elk. For me, the story of that game was Zucker was so good in that individual matchup. The whole game revolved around trying to bail Bin out of that top lane matchup. Afterwards, I think BLG, the playmaking, that's where you can start throwing some questions towards Knight. But really, this whole game falls apart because the top lane matchup went so far in favor of Weibo.
Yeah, there's going to be a replay where we'll see it as well. That bot lane dive that went so wrong, that got Elk those early kills as well. With those two key moments in the early game gave Weibo Gaming the footing to really take over the game. It got Xiaohu 2 kills. Like, that cannot happen to the Ignite LeBlanc.
Yeah. And you know, the early game, you look at the laning phases, you know, it was 2v2 kills in the bot lane for Weibo as well. The 1v1s are going in favor of Zucker. I mean, Xiaohu died in that solo kill in mid lane. You know, Knight's mid lane laning phase was fine despite the early kill going on to him. But even then, didn't feel like Knight made the plays to bail out the rest of his team and leg him. That has been the problem with the Knight Azir, is that his early game and his laning phase is fine. And I think for the other lanes, you can't say that in this game. No. But the playmaking can't bail them out, really.
Lots to look back on that. I think the other side of this, Weibo Gaming, great game from them.
Hugely so.
Great early plays. Xiaohu with the LeBlanc block, very astute. Zucker taking the matchup into the Ambassador, which is kind of picked by the Zion, handles it with style and grace, and then they just teamfight better on top of it all, especially with a comp that required you to be very coordinated in we've made the pick, go now. There's no hesitation. You have to be on point to follow up on the engaged all. The extended DPS gets tricky. Even when they had that near fumble around the Baron, right? Xiaohu getting caught by the blind Herc, they still managed to turn it around. And that's credit to the whole team for playing like a pretty well-oiled machine there. It's only game 1, things can change, but it's a good sign for Weibo.
I mean, this is Group Ascend. You're playing against your old AD carry. BLG have a lot to prove this year after bombing out of Worlds on home territory in 2025. They've made some big drastic changes to the roster. Elk out, Viper in, Shun back on the roster. BLG are expected to do great things. They need to hit the ground running. They need to build up. Weibo coming in, a team which also made big changes to themselves. Most of these players haven't played together at all. Only Xiaohu and Erhe have played together in terms of players before. Weibo come out of the gates with a win yesterday, which looked a bit shaky. This looked a lot better today, though. And particularly Zerka for me. This is the guy I'm actually watching. Elk came away with the biggest goal advantage, but Zerka doing that against Bin, that was insane.
Highest damage into the game when you've got a fed AD carry and an Ignite 10-kill LeBlanc. Really nice stuff. That's nearly double the damage of Bin. That is very, very impressive on an Ambessa, a melee champion of all things. Got into so many fights, caused so much chaos. You can see how it was relatively close in the mid game, but the moment it went truly wrong, it went really, really wrong. I think a lot of it as well. Like, look, BLG, credit to them for holding it close despite the early fumbles, but should you really have ever let that happen in the first place as well? But I think at this point, I'm ready to start praising Weibo Gaming a little bit more than everything else, because this was a dive where Weibo play it well, but what on earth, BLG?
Yes, funnily enough to say, I'm ready to start praising Weibo, and then the play which comes on screen is, by the way, this is the one which BLG really mess up, by the way. You're absolutely right, this is a bot lane dive which is pretty indefensible. It's a really good response from Xiaohu and from Erhe. The turret juggling was not good enough from BLG, and Xiaohu particularly responds very well. This play in topside, the extended play, reminder folks, this happens because Bin is so far behind that BLG must dive Zerka, go towards this big play, and this is to stop the freeze coming out that was being set up afterwards. This was a macro win from Weibo, started off on the fact that the top lane laning phase went so far in favor of Weibo. This was a clutch fight, though. In fairness, this is a clutch fight from BLG. They ended up winning this one. And Bin had a very good fight here. Despite the early deficit he fell into, this was actually very, very solid from him. Gets that 3-man Aureate rush, Knight flashing over the wall to get the extra damage down. You want to see more of this from BLG, but to get this, you'd quite like them to, win the early games. When BLG were at their best in 23, 24, they have such an explosive early game, which could get them ahead, and then they could play make with more potential, with more actual tools at their disposal. That's when they looked at their best.
I agree. And this one, wonderful hold in the back end that from Zerka to get onto Viper, who just kited out the rest of the fight so well. Can't do that there. And even manages to survive Bin with a wonderful repudiate and still gets the blast going to get out. Doesn't even need it. Really, really, really well navigated by Zerka.
This team fight was exceptional for him. He goes into the back line, just completely decks them. He's quite good, Sam. He's quite good. And the other day he did play the old, whatchamacallit too, the AP Jax. Fantastic. Sam, I mean, we'll check things after a week or two. But I have a feeling that Zerka's back. I think he's back. I think that Zerka at points in his history has actually been the best top laner in LPL. I think he has been.
Where's the state?
But the problem is it hasn't been international, so I think now first, if you're watching in stream now, if you're LPL enjoyers, if you're sat here and you're watching the real stuff down in the gritty LPL here, you'll know that in the past Zerka's been pretty good at League of Legends. Those of you watching 23, it's a 24, what have you. I think Zerka can be the best top laner in the LPL. Yeah, and if he carries on like this, games he had yesterday, games he's had just now, I think he can go right back there.
That's Hey, Alex.
Yes.
Can I actually use briefly?
Sure.
Ultimate for
not Aureate Rush. Right, which one is it?
Grim Deliverance.
Grim Deliverance, right, okay.
Aureate Rush is his E.
Right.
It's like the equivalent to the...
So it's just that when you... So the thing is, I got it mixed in my head because when you get hyped, you say Aureate Rush. But there was a Grim Deliverance in there too. Maybe it's just because Aureate Rush sounds cooler, and I think that should be the ult.
Yeah, so Aureate Rush is his dash forward. So that's like his old shit. It's like his shit. It's like Shin's out, basically.
I think we can agree Sober is worthy of the Shy C. Yeah, he does kind of like carry and in very the Shy fashion. If you,
IG just find all these top players? Didn't they have You Should Know Me for a while as well?
They have You Should Know Me. They have, yeah, You Should Know Me was the big one. Yeah, for sure. Elk gets player of the game. I think it should be Zucker, but the storyline does go towards Elk. Elk also had an excellent game, make no mistake.
And again, his other MVP was from a monster Kai'Sa game, so good for him.
The guy's pretty good at League of Legends, folks. He's pretty good at League of Legends.
I'm trying to figure out whether I could use a bio break. I could.
Go do that.
I shall return. I was going to say upon the morrow, but no, that's not true.
今晚碾压局，你的车
就这样了吗？或者说，开一局吗？
开就开。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL。
战马新装，能量焕新。战马能量型维生素饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。英雄联盟职业联赛官方合作伙伴，醒神好喝，当然战马。
先机改掉，绝对是顶级的行，让人心情太舒畅了。
We have so many epic monsters already, right? There's an entire dragon track line you have to think about. Baron is obviously a huge deal, and it's, you know, a huge part of ending the game, and two, in terms of like the overall structure of the game and the pacing of the game.
拉完了，
一流有点新意，挺有创意，大胆一点，
重复性太高。
I think the most fair criticism here is to say like, yeah, sometimes you're going to be a champion where you just can't. Concerned about Actualizer, you know, being primarily for Rise, but from what we've seen, it does seem like there's a decent number of champions that can take advantage of it.
Who won the IG series? Anyone's Legend. Easily won the IG series. Do that thing where I turn on the music in the break. Wait, the chat's scaring me? Wait, what's chat doing? Oh, right. Okay, no, I see it now. Yeah, okay. No, I understand. Yeah. You know what? You might be onto something there. That's quite scary. Do not the shy. BLG win. They are currently not winning, but that doesn't have to mean anything. Did the Shy take a break this year? Yeah, so far, yeah. One thing I'm interested about though is basically to be basically this year to be an LPL co-streamer, we've basically been told we need to stream at least 3 series of LPL a week. So if people don't do that, I wonder what changes. Because, yeah, we basically said, like, you know, you need to stream at least 3 series of LPL. We do that anyway, but basically for those who are, like, not as big into LPL or whatever, don't stream it as much, I wonder whether that changes anything. Okay, well, back onto stage. How do you feel about Lost Returns and KCB chances in LEC? They're probably bottom 3, folks. I don't know. That it basically means you need to do like 1 or 2 days a week for LPL, you know? But basically you need to do that. Yeah, it's probably meant to, yeah, it's meant to cut down the amount of people who are, I guess, like, let's have a look at this inspiration. Okay, so I got Fast Learner and I didn't get Long S or Groundwork, so it's completely dead anyway. That sucks. Whatever. It's a glue run. Glue. Whatever. It sucks. And we keep going. So, BLG need to bounce back, which I guess a lot. Can I change anything about that thing? Is there literally anything else I can do about this? I don't, but I literally don't have that on. Can I turn any of this off? Does anyone know how to turn any of that off, by the way? I have zero idea. Whatever. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Night Tech. Did I put adverts on? Yeah, I did. Cool. I'd like to know how they're policing that. I'm not sure. Is Weibo good? I mean, they're looking pretty good. Look, Weibo have a high potential ceiling as well. I think that Weibo can push for top 4. I think, like, the battle for 4th place is probably going to be between Weibo, Invictus Gaming, Top Esports, and then maybe EDG if they get their act together. Because EDG have good potential too. First series, I care less about because I'm expecting teams to grow into that sort of potential, right? But Weibo, they looked a little bit ropey versus IG yesterday, right? But they had to scrape through to a win. But maybe they were practicing for BLG more. Maybe they had less prep for IG. It's always something you have to sort of ask, right? To an extent. JDG, sorry, yes, but JDG should be in top 3, right? So you have like BLG, JDG, Anyone's Legend is top 3. So what I'm saying is for 4th. I don't think JDG should be fighting for 4th. They should be fighting for top 3. So 4th place is going to be like one of like, yeah, like Weibo, IG, top esports or EDG. Like, JDG should be a step above that. They're a better team than that. Into our second draft, BLG have first pick this time. Jay Soriana, very tier list. So what are the tier listy things we don't have banned right now? Poppy, Rumble, Malphite. Poppy, Rumble, Malphite. One of those is getting through. Anything else that's crazy? Those are the three which I'd normally say. Any other big junglers which were around? Oh, Sylas. So if you're banning the Sylas, you probably want Malphite. That's the logic, right? If you're banning Sylas, you want Malphite. That shouldn't be a surprise. Now, do Weibo ban the Malphite themselves? They ban Rumble. First pick Malphite? First pick Malphite seems actually pretty okay here. But then the problem is, first picking Malphite allows the enemy team to pick very mobile carries, which don't have as much to be worried about. So what happens now if Xiaohu ends up going towards something like Ahri? What happens if Elk goes towards something like an Ezreal? Aurora's also fine too. It's a comfort pick for Xiaohu. It's safe versus the Malphite. If you ult, you go unstoppable, so at least you can dip out of the ultimate. Zucker's also an incredible Renekton, and blind picking versus Bin is a question though. I think Aurora's fine. It's a good blind pick for Xiaohu. What does Knight want into that matchup? Down they go for the Renekton as well. So double blind picking solo lanes. Okay. Bin could go towards the Gnar matchup into it, but well, there's a couple of look. No, like Renekton blind pick is pretty strong, but it's not the be all and end all, right?
No, agreed.
Gnar picked into it by Bin. Joy, do so many Insight appearances. Do you have any other podcasts you're doing this year? Yeah, I'm still doing EuroLeague. I'll also be on Power Spike as well, so you'll see me around, folks. You'll see me around. And if you'd like me to be on any other podcasts, you just let those podcasts know. Put my name out there.
Put the name out.
You can do my marketing for me. Syndra for Knight. We got Knight Syndra. Awesome. When was the last time he played this? Because he is one of the best Syndra players of all time. And considering he's coming off of an Azir game, which, let's be honest, folks, I love Knight, but Azir is not the reason why I love him. It's fine. I think he's okay on the champion, but you don't really want to see it, right? Over many other things. When was the last time he played Syndra? He played one game at MSI. One game in MSI. And one game in Split 1. Yeah, so he's played 2 games of it last year. In 24, he only played 3 games of it. He was so famous for this, though, folks. His 23 was littered with it. 22 and 21 even more. This guy is one of the best Syndra players of all time.
JJ is going to lock in the Mundo here as well, and that's a bit of a weird one, because obviously Mundo, great into the Malphite, basically because Malphite doesn't really have a great way to remove the CC immunity, the Mundo passive, who goes where he pleases, without burning his ult, which kind of sucks. The opposite end of that, though, is Syndra hits a point where she is very good into Mundo, because her upgraded Ws from the Splinters of Wrath are absolutely brutal into Mundo, who just loses 20% of his HP. Syndra surprisingly good into tanks in general if she gets to rotate through a few rotations. You know, go through a few rotations. Rotate through rotations.
Crazy how that works.
Rotatory systems.
Is that a thing? Gyratory systems.
Gyratory systems, yeah.
There we go, gyratory systems.
Just get a hula hoop on.
I will say Mundo can struggle versus Gnar, because Gnar has so much ability to kite out. He doesn't blow the Mundo passive that much, but it doesn't really matter because he's got so much percent HP that it feels a bit decorative anyway. Bot lane, as you, I believe you were saying bot lane not picked yet. Did you say that?
I didn't. Good one to call out.
So as Sam was saying, bot lane hasn't been picked yet. Sivir banned away, Lucian banned away. Try to ban away. Gotta cover my bases, folks.
Very professional.
Syndra can stun Mundo even with his passive. Yes, if he's close range, you can kind of get the knockback, and then the ball will then do the thing. Yes, that can happen. Yeah, ish. Yeah, I didn't. Funnily enough, I didn't realize that's the way, but it has to be short range for that to happen. Basically, I believe. Going into a second round, BLG obviously banning away champions that are good into the Malphite ultimate. The Sivir and the Ezreal taken away. Now you're left with what, Xayah? But we're not seeing that much Xayah because it's too hard to get through laning phase. You can't blind pick a Xayah ever, really. There are too many champions who really annoying
Hammer right now. I think the other thing was on top of that, it feels like her team fighting has just been quite challenging in terms of how many times are you going to need a fight where you don't have the ult? A couple options here in terms of what AD carry they're going to go towards. A few fun hovers. Corki hasn't been as prolific as he once was, but still very lane dominant. No Nymaera to counter him, so why not, I guess?
Bit short range into the Syndra is my worry. Like, your Q... The thing is, Corki is very bursty. So if Nymaera or Syndra are in close range, you can occasionally one-shot them before they one-shot you. It's a bit of an arms race that way. Typically, you're very good into stuff like the Kai'Sa. If Aphelios comes through, Aphelios can really give Corki some issues if he managed to keep in arm's length. If he ever steps onto a turret, pretty much dead. Laning phase, I actually don't know how it goes between... Well, we'll see what the full 2v2 is, right? But Corki tends to have more wave control than the Aphelios. And a bit better ability to poke when it comes through. Hey, Raccoon, how's it going? How was the 3,400 meter?
Uma viewers, is it? I see.
The Umas are here. Okay, Thresh Aphelios. Thresh very good into Corki.
Yes.
Now Corki's under some serious threat. If ever there is a bit of CC from Syndra, a hook landing from Thresh, things go wild.
That's a fun hover. Syndra, Aphelios, hate this. You can only lantern so much, so this could be a really big one, because the other thing you can do is, it's very obvious to see where someone is going when they take the lantern, so you can just aim the hook at the landing point, and that can be pretty damn terrifying. All right.
Look, Air has had a lot of criticism from us and from others in the community. He's actually had a pretty okay start through to the start of this split. And you're absolutely right. If someone has a lantern behind them, you aim towards the Thresh and you can catch them mid-flight. I think on the whole, that is so many raccoons in chat. In terms of the overall draft, I still think BLG probably come away a little better from it.
Agreed.
Viper Aphelios has his own skin, folks. He's one of the best Aphelios players of all time. Knight has Syndra, one of the best Syndra players of all time, and there's an incredible CC combo that can come through. Weibo, I don't think will have the tankiness to survive through a one-pick combo from BLG, and that could be the game.
I'm also just a little bit nervous about their abilities to actually start a fight on their terms. What hard CC do they have? It's a Blitzcrank and a Renekton W? Everything else is soft. You can throw out a cleaver for a slow. You
heard it here first. Sam believes that Weibo is soft.
They're soft. They're weak.
If you believe that Weibo is hard, if you think Weibo can get hard in this game, you should let Sam know in chat. I think that we're in for they're between apparently the Malphite and a hard place here. BLG, I think I'm away with a better draft.
Normally it's me who's the sussy one, Alex. That wasn't even subtle.
Let's get ourselves into the game, why don't we? Why don't we do that thing?
I still need to find that clip of the rabbit hole.
Oh no, Sam, you actually, funnily enough, Sam, you don't. What you do need to do is listen to some gyros to get onto the rift. They're never gonna let us co-stream again, so.
No, that's it.
Oh, hook at level 1. What's he started with? He's got himself the flay. He does. And in fairness, he does get the... Sam, he gets the heal out of Elg. Thing is, because minions spawn so much earlier now, you can't recall after a bad early trade. That is something which is really underrated about the new season. If you take a bad level 1 trade, you very rarely get to reset in time now. Sometimes you get caught out and you end up backing off, you can recall. Not anymore. Now, the thing about this is with no heal, Viper and On have managed to get onto the wave first, and they get to push it in a way that you very rarely do against a Corki. You can normally queue down the wave or start with the Gatling gun if it comes to it as well.
Right.
They're going to get level 2 fairly easy. Now, the thing is, you don't want to over-push. If you over-push, then you can get the bounce back, and it becomes a bit problematic there too. For instance, if Blitzcrank hooks you from this point in the lane, you're not particularly happy, right? Viper, at level 1, Aphelios just kind of flings his arms at you and switches weapons aggressively. Level 2 is when he's actually a champion, which they'll hit very, very soon.
Shout out to Carrix out there who called him the Wiggly Arm Man or whatever it was.
Yeah, it's like the rise of AD carries that way. Some arms go flying, some weird skill shots come flying
TikTok
out.
gets it. There you go.
Mid lane, see that Knight dueling with Xiaoyu here. Oh, such a pleasure to see Knight Syndra again. I hope it's a good game. He is one of the best players of all time. Hook does land here. Trying to hide behind the minions there, you see. On does not want to leave himself exposed to a Blitzcrank hook. I suppose we didn't know if it was on cooldown or not. I assumed it was because the way he hid behind the minion there. Bot lane controlled by Viper and On.
Shout out to Mabby in chat as well. Of course, was the other half of that casting duo who was yelling about the Wiggly Arm Man back in the day. So always worth that one.
Yeah, Syndra's pleasure. Yeah, Raccoon is a bit of a. In fact, I watched Raccoon play a Syndra game the other day. It's fun.
Did you? Were you backseat gaming him just to give him some
absolutely,
tips?
absolutely. Yeah. With permission. But you too could get prime coaching from someone who's not really a coach. Maybe I could be. Maybe that's my next arc. I just.
You probably would make for a decent coach.
I see good trading there from Knight in the mid lane. JJ. If he lands he's just here for poke, right? Realistically, what does a Mundo do here? I mean,
gives you a stock offer.
It gives you an offer you can't refuse. Yeah.
What's an offer you got? That magic. That's what I was thinking. Where do I know an offer you can't refuse? It's a counterspell.
Sam, it's a phrase.
It's also. But why was that? Why does it sound like a league term? She was like, oh no, it's not a league term. It's a magic.
Okay, all right.
It's a very popular counterspell.
Now, I can't believe that both mid laners have to deal with a jungler that walks menacingly.
What? Is this a Sandcastle Malphite skin?
It is. It's pool party Malphite, Sam. It's actually a wonderful skin. I've got to say, it's really quite good.
It's from The Godfather. I know that originally, but where it is in my brain...
I have to interrupt you again, because sadly, there is another walk at you gank happening in mid lane.
But he's walking so swaggadociously...
okay.
That it's threatening.
Hang on, Knight actually... Okay, dodge on the briefcase. He had the phase rush, which meant he was safe, but like... folks, this is the nature of mid lane... We used to have, like, LeBlanc Lee Sin... Ari Vi. Now we have Mundo and Malphite walking at you in mid lane. That is just what happened here, folks. What have we done to our beautiful mid jungles?
Are we just gonna have to start our own streamer NLC team?
What do you mean?
Is that really the next arc?
I don't know if my mental health can take that, Sam. I'm not sure I can take like my jungle. Hang on, this could be a kill here actually. If the hook lands, this is a dead Blitzcrank.
Arrow was alone.
He's gonna get rooted here,
isn't crazy.
Ooh,
just out of white mana, I think.
Yeah, Viper either out of mana or out of cooldowns. Does get the flash out of Air though, which does change some of the laning behavior of this. Now you can't flash for the Power Fist into the hook afterwards. It is the Power Fist that
I know. It just amuses me every time. Either because it's a Space Marine term, or because it just sounds very simple.
Yeah, the good old
very silly.
Yeah, Power Fist in Warhammer 40k doubles your strength, but means you always strike last. It's really nasty, actually.
Elk gets to auto bin.
Eldar never had Power Fist, but the closest thing they had was the striking scorpions like crushing claw thing. That's the closest thing they had. Yeah.
Worth noting as well, this is going to affect the lane role quest rather for the side of Elk, because one of the reasons they did was to stop them with the Teju swap. Iris managed to go mid though. Knight needs to dodge well.
He does. Good sidestep. Air actually predicted the slight front step, but Knight was quick enough on it that it didn't matter. Really good step there from Knight, who's now had two or three ganks from JJ, and then the Blitzcrank as well. I know it's not the most impactful thing, but Knight has basically been left on the island here. He's not given anything up, not a summoner.
Glad to see chat is on board with me also saying, look, this might be bad for the quest, but the decision's been made.
Yeah, we've seen this in LCK as well, where effectively, sometimes you just need to swap. Right here, I think, after you lose the flash and air, you're like, look, I'm going to delay my quest by a couple of minutes, because it is a ton of time you lose by swapping. It is. Hang on, ult put through from Shari. This is kill angle.
Has to flash this time, and now Knight without the flash has to be much more wary of a return gank from a Mundo, or more importantly, the Blitzcrank. And topside, Bin in danger, no Mega to work with.
Knock up, the Valkyrie damage coming through to Bin. How much has he got?
Man, he's on top of the Valkyrie for long enough. Does actually do a fairly decent job of dodging. They have to flash out. It's bloody close. Can Joe just get that last auto? Lands the cleaver, flashes for it. Secured.
Takes how many flashes? It takes one from Elk, one from JJ, heal from Airhair, and a lot of time. Bin still dies. And a reminder that Weibo, one of the costs of this is they're still losing out on role quests for both Zerka and Elk. Those two are going to be further behind in their role quest, but getting the kill and getting some plates topside is something all the same. Getting kills and plates outside of your lane still end up contributing towards your quest.
I just want everyone to know that I'm very excited for Mundo to press W.
Why?
Because I'm going to do the sound effect.
Okay.
You ready for the defibrillator impression?
I think I am.
Are you sure? Because I'm really excited.
No, I'm not sure, Sam.
It's only going to be a fight. It has to be worth the moment, you know? Yeah. If I'm going to commit to silliness, then the silliness needs to be like...
It has to be worth it. It has to be a certain amount of silliness.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop that. It's very silly.
Very silly.
Oh, misses. That was on pure vision, by the way. On did actually have full vision of that, just slightly out of range because they're half away from the wall.
As opposed to impure vision.
Pure vision. It's like vision from Phaelites. That's impure vision. That's not vision as God intended it, you know.
So how does the Phaelite vision? It's like sort of like fake Scryer's Brilliant, effectively.
No,
is
it
is it permanently?
Yeah, Sam, if you look down in the minimap right now,
you can see
there's
them,
a control ward in bottom river, right? Look where the vision stretches up to. That is all from the Phaelites. You can actually see it from there. It is permanent vision as long as a ward remains in that brush. It's kind of stupid.
I'm not sure if it was just
it's unethical vision. It's like I don't know, blood diamonds or something. You know,
like
it's like
pretty awful.
Yeah. You know, it's like should you really?
I think they're actually challenger players though, Alex.
Oh.
So I don't know about that one. You know, I think they're a little better than that. So it's a bit inappropriate to suggest that about.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They're not diamond players. I'm talking about diamond the material. You know, like carbon situated in that lattice. Would it be better
as found in the Phaelite vision blast?
Yeah, it's actually just graphene now. We've changed away from diamonds. We thought we'd modernize our diamond rank. It's graphene now. Hook lands.
On, gets a double play as a result, but the box comes down. I don't know
about
this
the blunder!
one, guys. BLG about to hit a lot of people. Elk is forced to cleanse a Valkyrie away, and Viper goes, well, thank you, I guess.
I mean, he has the rifle turrets. That's a hell of a lot of damage, and On doesn't even need to use his heal, and he didn't bring an aftershock. It says a lot that the hook from the Blitzcrank lands, and On just doesn't give a damn. They could even look for a kill here for hook lands. Doesn't hit just there.
It's enough to cause some suspicion. Shun has got the unstoppable force. Question is whether the force lands somewhere that doesn't want to enjoy an unstoppable force. You know, if you hit the ground and the ground goes, well, cool.
Oh, chat's telling me it actually only lasts for 45 seconds. I actually didn't realize that. I thought it was either way. Look, it's an amount of time. It's 45 seconds is actually kind of crazy.
Particularly around objectives, yeah.
Hang on, there is a Malphite ult. Does have flat. If he walks up here, he's dead. If he walks up here, he's dead.
No!
They've even got the root from the Gravidum. He goes down. Viper picks up another kill. Vipers of Phalios, his world's winning champion, is well off the ground.
JJ now looking to potentially go top. That is looking like a very small bin running away now. Needs to be a little wary. Dominus popped. Gonna try and jump forwards potentially here as JJ is taking the Krugs. Bin, no Mega to work with. Hyper off as well. Dominus, all of that Fury stacking. That is a very dead mini Gnar.
I think Bin has been put on weak side for this series, folks. Game 1, I think he did it himself. This time, BLG have said, look, we've got a Thresh and a Fellows. They are getting the resources. We're sorry, Bin. You're going to have to figure it out yourself. The Shy is my unstoppable force. What would everyone refer to their favorite player as in an ability term? You know? Let me think. I can't think of anything good. I thought I'd be very clever there. I haven't, because I forgot
the last out of the sentence. I think I'd love to step in, but I didn't get the full sentence. Which I think it's Uma Musume related.
No, it's TFC said that the Shy is my unstoppable force. Sam, it's not Uma related at all. Sam, believe it or not, there was a life for me before Uma.
I genuinely. The
yeah, you know,
I heard.
Night is my angling and scheming. Night is my the duty of dignity calls. Night is my behold thy divine emperor's might.
I genuinely thought you were saying, you know, what if a league ability name was in Uma Musume?
Night is my groundwork plus long S plus 3 green skills. You know.
So I was like, is that? And I didn't hear it up. I was like, I think this is Uma related. I want to stay out.
Watching Night Cinder is like getting fast learner on that run. You're gonna hit an Astron.
The thing is, I opened this door and I let this deluge of silliness in.
Exactly, Night is speed carryover. Exactly. This is what wonderful. What a great world we've stepped into, Sam. Bin is getting jumped on again. If the hook lands, oh, he doesn't get the silence or the hook.
Mega's coming, ignites down. I think he just lives here.
He put the ignite down. Era walked up menacingly, pressed ult, missed, pressed Q, missed, ignited, and walked away.
That's just not great. That's just not great.
Oh,
this is why we had some concerns about this player, by the by.
A little bit. And now Bin, if they go for a dive now, he does actually. I don't think they kill him in Mega, do they?
They could just go for the turret.
Well, they got 4 members. He'll be able to clear the wave, but he's probably going to die.
Ooh, he might well die now. Gets a decent flash ult, but it's not onto the person with a turret aggro, and JJ just goes, cool, I'm immune to CC. See you, nerd. And they do kill the Mega.
Bin dies for the 3rd time. He does clear out a wave, but he's not having a particularly fun game, folks. Now, for those of you who know Bin as the Jax, Renekton, Camille player who's just constantly carrying through top lane, come about 24, coming into Spring Split, this guy was arguably like the best Skarner top player in the league, and he was playing entirely weak side for that year. Bin, we did go through an arc of being the weak side king as well, He's not really been the king in this one, though. A bit more of a pauper, sadly, for him. He's been put into the ground too many times.
And that's kind of the trade. We've seen Weibo get success topside. Bot lane has been a little different. We're going to replay bot lane as, speaking of top laners having a bad time versus enemy bot lane.
Oh, he also died. Yeah, okay. Well, Zucker gets given the bin experience in this one. Actually, as Sarah notes in chat, because Viper has finished the bot lane quest so much more quickly than Elk, one, you get the lump sum of gold. And a reminder, when an AD carry with the roll quest kills minions, you get extra gold per minion. So he's going to be making more money. On is going to get caught out here.
That's potentially significant. Does have flash, maybe asked to burn it.
Look at the Flash Express!
Oh, beautiful! Death sentence to the Raptors gets him out. Flash hook hits a little Raptor Aranu.
All aboard the Thresh Express! Next station, Raptor Pit. On gets a ticket to ride and makes it out to safety.
Yeah, we're gonna flash hook! Viper gets away. I thought Era had burned it earlier, but no. Someone else with the flash burns.
That is one of my favorite plays I've seen from a support in a while. He was dead to rights, Sam. He was dead to rights. I was thinking, oh, surely he's dead. He doesn't have Aftershock. Awesome from On. And sadly, we have... Hang on, that's going to be a route on that. Can they force anything? No, the Valkyrie came out in time.
Good enough for now. Out comes the... Bomb. Dragon, a little ways off. Worth noting, by the way, Weibo were the ones to get the grubs. Worth noting. Saw them spawn around the turret earlier. Xiaohu, top side, just a little worried about wherever Bin may be. Staying away from those bushes to avoid...
Oh, poor
Yeah, it's attack the Blitzcrank days, is it? That's a decent silence down. It's not bad.
It's a bit of a frustration ultimate there. Now, typically, when Blitzcrank uses flash to force an AD carry's flash, you expect the AD carry to be the one dying. This is one of those rare situations where the support that used their flash to force another one is actually the one who falls prey to it as well. So Eher goes to 0 and 3. We now have a hook support versus a hook support battle. It's pretty easy to compare the two. And it's pretty easy to say that On is dumpstering at her in this game.
Yep, not been all that much fun. Gets a static field off briefly, gets a silence, but it's only a moment of silence to celebrate and mourn his passing.
We haven't really seen much in the mid. Look, for all I hyped up Night Syndra, he's not really had shit to do this time, has he?
So true. Like, he's just sort of been there going, you know what, I'm having a chill time. And in fairness, for Syndras in this day and age, there's something to that being okay, because you want to stack up those splinters of Wrath. On misses quite a lot, throws down a box, and GS says, I'm not sure about this one. They pull in Shun, who doesn't have an ult, by the way, does have a flash, maybe asked to burn it. Out comes the mega Inferno bomb. Elk needs to run away. Viper's got a little deep there, and eats a lot of damage from GS, who goes where he pleases. Kristoff putting down the defibrillator, and kills them all. Yes, I was waiting for that one, guys. God, good.
Sam, we're going to have to call in the shareholders for that one. I think we need to have an emergency shareholder meeting. As BLG find themselves in a bit of financial decline. Xiaohu gets the combo, and he gets to slow on tonight. Is that going to be enough? He's trying to kill out Eher. Close run stuff. Very nearly one-shots the Blitzcrank.
Throws out that unleashed power and nearly brings down the Blitzcrank. I enjoyed that.
Can't believe you did that. No, I can't. No, I can't. I don't know what I'm talking about. Of course I can think about that. So, On gets hooked in exactly the same place before, blows the Mundo passive, and I just don't think BLG expects to go into a full-blown fight as early as it did. Aurora's first to the roam, and Xiaohu getting here for the 3-man ultimate is what really turns this play. Viper thinks he sees the turnaround, and in fairness, he does. I just don't think that BLG expected Aurora to come in when she did. If they did, then Syndra could come over and maybe turn the play. BLG did not have the information for that. Weibo really get off to a great start there in that fight.
I think Viper also just didn't quite calculate in him stepping onto the last couple ticks of that Valkyrie at this point in the game. It really stings, guys. And on top of that, the empowered auto, Heartsteel proc from Zhizhe, just lost about 30% of his HP in about 0.2 seconds.
I don't know if everyone could hear the ambulance in the background there, but I feel like that one's coming for BLG after that fight. Crystallize in the mid lane, gets another plate there. What's on your mind, Sam?
I'm thinking of perhaps the greatest sound effect cast moment of all time.
Which one was that?
Rivington Bislin III casting Hecarim with the most incredible whinny I have ever heard a single human being make. Live on air, in the most extreme...
And it goes into the back line.
Yeah, literally, it was extremely good. Go Google it, guys. It's a wonderful YouTube set.
So this is why, you know, when League of Legends hits the dirt, Uma Musume is waiting for it.
No, it's not.
I did actually offer Rack if he wants a professional cast for like one of his community days.
Oh,
I mean,
no. I would join.
Oh, by the way, one thing, or do you want to quickly know? Just one moment of just down-to-earth moments before we get back into it. Bot lane quest has still not been completed at 17 minutes. Elk, with the lane swap, has been set so far behind. That has been effectively 5 minutes, I think, of less gold from the support quest.
And again, as you noted earlier, the big thing that the bot lane quest gives you is more gold on minion kills.
It's only just been done now. Dragon gets taken by Weber, that is important, but the gold lead from Viper, a significant amount. I mean, folks, there's only 10 CS lead in it. A good amount of that gold will be basically just from extra money from minions killed after that point.
Yeah, it is. And again, it's not like Elk hasn't found gold and got the turret. There's only 10 CS behind. As actually in goes on and Shun. Wonderful combo. Elk goes down the side of the season. Flashes out. Overcomes Jir though. Can this business Momondo do anything? No, he cannot. Can no longer go where he pleases as the shareholders raise some complaints.
I really like Viper's Aphelios too. Immediate follow-up.
All of the kills.
He puts down the rifle turret. Yeah, this is like the one-man bank. The bank of Viper is lending out the loan to BLG. Gets another route, which puts Xiaohu into danger. Hops out of danger himself. But Viper is the nest egg from BLG. Everyone setting up this AD carry. The world champion Aphelios for success.
He has a skin on this champion.
So what happens here? Elk walks up, gets just about misses that hook there. Very, very close. Shun's just over the wall.
I think, isn't it?
I presume he just, well, does he even need it? Does he walk into it? Lantern, flash for the flay. There's still a flash. Ult comes through. Viper hits the blender, puts the turret down at their feet afterwards, and Airhead gets blasted by the follow-up auto attacks. On and Shun get a great combination between the two of them, get even more kills. Their Knight threatened by Xiaohu, ult for ult.
I am so glad that Thresh is going back into meta because it's allowing people like Kyle, people like On to really show off some of the cool decision-making mechanical plays. I can do this at the max end of Thresh mechanics if we execute like this. And the mixture of decision-making with high mechanical like ceiling is so cool to see. It can go wrong. We've seen Thresh's dialogue. They're not that tanky, but when it looks good, it looks so good.
I think it's really helpful for BLG to know that they're playing around Viper. Last game, they played heavy towards topside because Bin got blasted in the 1v1, and it ended up becoming a bit of a macro downfall for them. When you get an AD carry ahead, I don't feel like you run that same risk, because if you put everything into an AD carry, it feels like the map just evolves in an easier way.
It's so true.
It's why for the longest time, just bot lane winning has just been the best win condition for most pro League of Legends teams. Hang on a bit. Speaking of that, they might. I was wondering if they could. He's gone melee again. They're calling off the dive. Air is not coming down there. But for a minute, I was
Baron.
like, okay.
7 crescendo.
Yeah, because they just showed up bot side, you can go there. You're right, and the blender is there.
JJ's not there. They've shown him off on the observers getting survived.
And this is going down so quick. Viper is so fed. Their Baron DPS is so strong.
TP in. This gets messy. It's still going to be the Baron overball run. I have to hook onto Shun. Not the best target per se, but can they kill him off? Unstoppable Force can try to flash over the wall and does so. That's him alive. They're going over. Zucker gets on top of him. Look at the other side. The Death Center goes wide. The box comes down to buy some space as over goes Xiaohu with the Between Worlds. One for Baron, though, is more than worth it for BLG.
It is so worthwhile. The effect, hang on could get caught out here trying to play the vision play. Doesn't have the summoners to escape, I don't think. Teleport coming in from Syndra, trying to clear out the midway.
Death Sentence comes on through. It's a double TP, by the way. Over comes Knight, who will throw down the Unstoppable Force, scan the week after. Hook just wide onto Viper, who does even a hell of a lot of damage. Needs to be a little bit careful here. Now the problem is the resets have been a little bit awkward from BLG. Health bars are low. You've got Baron, sure, but what about control of the map?
Yes, Knight's landing some good damage there, but he's not got the same amount of power as someone like Viper, who is very low. Now Bin is staying in top lane. Forces the flash out of Knight. BLG on the ropes after a very solid Baron attempt. It's been answered quite well.
Has the extended rundown there from Weibo's, but now they're going to have to reset. It does actually, I think, new to the Baron so much. At the very least, Bin gets that tier 1 pop. Can look to get some value here. Zucker Does have to be a touch careful here with all of those minions and the Mega Gnar around.
And you can see that Weibo played the vision game very effectively after the Baron take. They realized there was a chance of someone checking that brush. They found out On, and that meant that both the supporting members of Shun and On were not able to keep their carry safe. Now Viper now walking up, and remember, he does have 6 kills still. He is still very, very fed. BLG using the Baron buff now to start corralling the map. Down in Baron power play right now, but it won't stay that way for long.
New.
Why did that remind me of that one bit from a Hot Fuzz?
That was what it was inspired by.
Yeah. I can't even remember what it's from. No, new.
Everyone's packing around here. Who's that then? Farmers? Who else?
Farmers' mums. I like to think if we enjoy the reference enough, it doesn't matter if anyone else gets it.
And if you don't get the reference, this is your call out.
Just watch Hot Fuzz.
That's Twitch.com.
Hang on, Viper can get the root here. No one else in range. You see Viper, though, even just getting that moonshot over the wall. Yes, we do know the ability names. Takes off a third of Elk's HP. Elk is very far behind him. Rolls his lane swap earlier, really hurting them. BLG setting up for the dragon, which is now alive.
Aphelios has 3 items plus crit poke. He is an absolute monster right now if he gets to hit someone with a big ult. He's gone for the team fight ults as well. Gravitum and Infernum available for those big ticket R presses.
Yeah, Viper has that Mega Infernum bomb, that blue color of the ultimates. He has something like 90 to 95% crit. I don't know what crit load gives nowadays, actually. Stun missing there from Knight. Weibo, how do you problem solve this? The gold is very even, actually. They have stats to fight with, but they need to make sure the Aphelios doesn't start deeping as Shao who's
going! Gets on top of Viper who's low, but got the barrier. The healing from the Zephyr is good. Turn around, he misses the ult. Does it matter? He's so damn low. Shao goes through the burn up duration. They're trying to kill Viper. Finally low. Shao running away. Shun throws out a cheese wheel, but it's just not enough. Knight brings down Zucker. It's a messy fight. Ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of BLG. They get the dragon too. Elk steps forward, backs away from the death sentence.
As the stream can't show us anymore, it's determined it's too graphic to show. It'll replay this little ping forward in just a second, don't you worry. BLG, walk away. I suppose, hang on, what happened with the dragon there? I suppose
it went away BLG.
Yeah, there we go. I was trying to figure out what happened there. Good stuff. Viper misses the red flavor of the ultimate, which is lovingly known as the emo plague. Didn't get the extra healing and still damn near outplayed. So what happens here? Did it just go through the uprights? I think he was aiming at a clump. Ended up putting it between them. Viper so fed. Shamu, awesome angle. He's had a good game today, actually. What happens here? I think the flay brings them out of his ult. I think it's a little bit of miscommunication between Viper and on its close angles. Viper probably should have aimed it a little closer to the clump. I think he was trying to hit Xiaohu with it. But the flay ended up bringing some people out of his arc of fire there. Meant that he didn't get the burst of healing, which honestly would have just cleanly won them the fight.
What I will note is as this game gets later, things like opportune hooks become increasingly scary. And this Mundo is starting to get to that point where, sure, he's not the tank really anymore, but his autos, his slows from the cleavers are actually legitimately threatening.
And the thing is, Mundo just farms so quick at this point in the game. He's a very fast clearing tank jungler, and as you can see, he's 2,000 gold up on Shun. 3-0 and 6, yes, a lot of that will come from kill gold, but a lot of it now at this point means he doesn't need to spend any time really farming, and you're absolutely right, if he just runs at someone, can be a huge issue. We'll say Aphelios is one of the better Mundo killers in the game. He doesn't, however, have a Lord Dominic's regards to make it even easier. That will be his next item.
Mundo transitions from being a tank to being a kind of juggernauty vibe post a certain point. And again, Syndra at this point is nearly at that max stacks. One more to get, and he'll have all of the Splinters of Wrath you could ask for. That'll be your execute on ult, that'll be your additional fake death cap with AP, your W, your Force of Will's already upgraded, so your damage to the Mundo is pretty good, and we already heard in draft there's that kind of funny way where if you get your E and your Q timed correctly, you can effectively get the passive knocked off from the knockback, and then the ball hits for the actual start.
So he just gets himself that 120 stacks by leveling up to level 15. He's got that quite early, actually. Typically, Syndra gets it around, well, level 15, level 16 is normally where you get it. He gets it on good timing there. He's gone for Blackfire into that Void Staff. Pretty good damage against the front line. Likely going towards something like, well, he could go Death Cap, I suppose. Depends how afraid he feels. Could go towards something like the Zhonya's if he wants to put it for a, you know, a clutch defense on something like Corky Burst or that hook. He's got himself the Mikhails. That will help against the Thresh Lantern, the Thresh Hook too.
Important that. Worth noting, no real anti-heal here. Again, is the Mundo the biggest problem? Obviously not, but he is a problem, and they haven't got necessarily all of the tools they could have to manage him.
At the end of the day, if they kill the Aurora and the Corki, then your job's done anyway.
Yes.
Your game plan right now is not... Hang on, they can...
Slow on tonight, TP behind.
Shahu's coming in.
Between worlds, comes across multiple members. Shun trying to buy split, they hook him away. Can he just now ult around? They've warded the Lantern. He has to ult out. Malphite with no ult is not much of a champion. Zucker now looking for an angle. Finn was a little deep.
So that's a lot of Summoner's Blow. Not bad from Weibo, actually. Zucker has that flash, could go for something special in the next fight. Of course, use that enhanced teleport. Dragon up in a minute. So some of those ultimates will be back up and available with the amount of cooldown reduction and the level of the abilities now at this point in the game. It was a bit of a reality check. Reminder, folks, the gold is still very even. The gold is nucleated onto jungle for one side, AD carry on the other. Typically, I'd take it onto the AD carry. But if Xiaohu gets a good angle onto Viper, we'll change that opinion. We almost saw that at the last Dragon fight, and even then, Viper put out a ton of damage. Viper stays alive on what could be his most famous champion of all time, actually. I don't think BLG will be losing those fights.
Call top lane CSI the way it enhances you.
Enhance. Reflect. You know, there was that... By the way, that's just not how that works, by the way. You know, the... error bars go wild. Error bars go wild. So Viper's on his utility weapons right now. You'll notice this
flank angle.
As the as Viper, as the Aphelios, you want to keep your weapons on. Hang on, there's a hook over the wall. It's onto the Malphite, who has his ult back up.
Okay, he's fine. I wonder whether there was a potential threat angle. Zucker's still unspotted. Wait. There's that one blue trinket just on that ward off to the side.
Bin is he knows he's around somewhere, but will he find him in time? They get the stun onto the Mundo.
That's dangerous. Between worlds not fantastic. Shun gets the ult away. Sorry, the Lantern away. Not an ult as yet. Potentially threatening JJ, who's actually really low. Now in danger. Double knock up with the unstoppable force. Out comes the Mega Inferno Bomb. Moonlight Vigil ensures the death of two. JJ and Xiaohu now trying to back away. The weirding is good. Damage is solid. Flashes away from the attempted crunch. Xiaohu with that Sorcerer's Elixir is scary. JJ with the ult rolling, the maximum dosage allows him to come right back to full HP. Could potentially threaten still.
BLG sniff out the flank, and Zucker is snuffed out. BLG will get themselves likely this soul now. No contest. JJ will not wander over and risk himself for that Dragon Cloud Soul. Hang on, Knight gets the Lantern back. Very nearly one-shot Elk.
Ends up really getting one-shot himself, unfortunately. Lands the hook, but again, Mundo says, are you sure? Massive on the floor there. Jitter in the Shikahuya feed. Again, no true clean feed anymore, guys. So it's this one as the Baron started. Here we go again.
Okay, so who is still dead? Zucker is, and he doesn't have teleport. Walking his way over to the fight. This could actually be quite dangerous. Xiaohu doesn't have the ult, though, and that really diminishes a lot of their threats.
Bin about to really gnaw out there. Not quite green, but he's still a bit of a hold. Oh, Mundo goes where he pleases, and that is the Baron pit. An unfortunate moment. Now BLG in danger. Bin needs to run. Sterex is procced as Zucker will slice and dice and crush Bin under the heel of the bunny's foot.
Last year, the most said thing we said about BLG is that it stood for bad late game. JJ, when he was on Invictus Gaming, was the prince of thieves at stealing late game objectives, and by God, he's done it again. Another Baron steal. Bin tried to proc the passive of Mundo with the W. He missed, used the Meganar, and then there was nothing landing afterwards to keep JJ out of the pit. We'll watch it again here. Bin goes Mega and tries to get the passive out of Mundo. Sidestep, uses the ult, doesn't get that down either, and JJ walks in like it's his own home and takes the Baron.
Knight even times the scout of the week, but the buckshot spray isn't going to connect, and that just leads to the Baron steal, but kills after. Weibo Gaming, for all the compass, a little awkward, a little janky, still can just keep trundling forwards.
Oh, God. Well, BLG still have Soul, but now Weibo have Baron on 4 members. That is very much going to help. And folks, this has been a hell of a game from JJ. Not died yet. Insanity from him. Knight doesn't have himself the death cap yet. Once he gets that, maybe he can start one-shotting the players he's been so close to before. Until that happens, though, it's all on Viper. The 9-kill Aphelios. Now he's got, all but 2 of the kills across the board to try and cut through the front line, and they've not quite been able to do that yet.
Thank you for the resub, Tjorg. Always good to have you in here, especially as the action occurs again on court. On is off. Xiaohu looking for the winning, but can't quite find it. This Aurora is now a legitimately terrifying threat. Bin TP's in. It is enhanced. CSI style as we were talking. Gets that additional shield, but he's nowhere near a mega. JJ steps on forward, level 16 in the jungle. Has got, what, 6,000 HP, 5,000 HP? A lot to work with.
Who cares if the Blitzcrank is 0 and 7? You're at the point now where if you land a hook, the hook still matters. People hanging out in that brush there. Shin spotted. The ward comes out. I suppose you could go for another hook. You don't really want to put it onto the Malphite of all people. Did work in the mid lane a little earlier. Hang on, going on to Elk. Valkyrie's away.
That's JJ though, who's pretty low. Still got a Protoplasm helmet and the massive ult to work with. My god, this Mundo! He's just doing unspeakable damage. Another hook lands. Elk gets that one. He can keep rolling. Look at the flag. Xiao who's here. Weirding comes across. Only onto Bin. Not the most damage. However, tier 2 under siege and BLG have lost control of the game.
What is this champion, man? Mundo just does not take damage. Level 16, his ult, the Protoplasm, as you were mentioning, makes it so hard to kill them. And because, I mean, JJ's so far ahead, even the single target damage of the Syndra is not quite killing the jungler. Tried to catch Elk, couldn't quite get him, and BLG are left wanting. Have the late game woes of BLG 2025 kept themselves around as a spectre coming into the new year. Weibo are giving some huge issues to BLG. With Viper getting so far ahead, we thought, pretty much done deal. Aphelios, hyper carry. It's gotta be it, right? BLG even have Soul. Weibo are not out yet. They're absolutely not out yet. JJ's got a lot to say.
Oh, yes, he does. Now he's got a Bramble Vest as well. And the thing is, even if you buy anti-heal at this point, I just don't know whether it's quite enough. Because again, as long as he has ult, as long as he has Protoplasm, you can burst him low, but securing the full kill just isn't easy.
Have we really gone from Viper Life Esports to Viper Life Gaming? You know?
Viper Life.
It's Viper Lily Gaming. I don't know.
Villy Gaming.
Close enough, close enough. He has so many items, man.
You know, like that meme where you just replace any letter with a B? Just that. Viper Life Gaming.
Viper Life Gaming. Viper Life Gaming.
Okay, this is silly. Why are we this way?
Coming into this wonderful game between BBB and BBB.
Thank you all for the viewers that have come pouring in right now. It's really, really appreciated. Please do hit that follow button if you haven't already. If you've got the Prime sub as well, I'm just telling you, we're here every day. Come and give us a sub. It's going to a good cause.
Can spread over to Viper, to Shahu as well. Everyone's Viper now. Go to Shahu as well. He's done a great job of holding BLG's carries accountable to the flanks. Now, the carries haven't... He's actually... this is a classic of Xiaohu. He loves doing this. Going to one flank. Hang on. Hook lands into the mid lane. We're going to get jump forward mid-team fight. He's going to come through on the flank. Now they're here. Comes Xiaohu.
Oh, what a TP flank. You called it right. Take it out, though. Immediately executed. Does a decent amount of health bar damage, but Knight unleashes the power and brings the bunny down to size. That'll be rabbit for dinner. Big kill onto Zucker, but the damage potentially still there from the likes of JJ. Elk has to run away. BLG finally find a team fight, and it is too far.
Down, the Q lands, Elk flashes, and the slow comes down, the house thrown into his back. I think he's safe just for now, though, as Elk will be a survivor of the play. We were just praising Xiaohu for saying he does this thing where he goes to one flank, looks for the angle. If it's not there, he teleports the other and looks again. He does it there, but the response from Shun and Knight is deadly. 3 ults thrown at him, 1 was actually excessive, and that will buy them. Most likely the Elder here. I don't think JJ can walk up for the seal. BLG might have clutched it through in the late game.
That is the big, big moment. I thought that between worlds was going to be good, but there was no follow-up. Again, the CC is limited from Weibo Gaming, and this time they just say, screw it. Kill the damage. Xiaohu dies and does so very, very fast. Knight finally had the death cap, and my god, did it show.
What happens here? Jumps towards over that way. Do they know he's coming at that point? Now, I'm actually not sure if they see the teleport particle flying across the mid lane. Either way, very quick reaction. If he gets the full combo in, maybe he can kill someone like Viper or Knight. Late game Aurora does some insane damage. But as soon as the Aurora's gone, everyone else can run forwards. There's no turrets to save them this time. Aurora is actually a surprising amount of their threat in these team fights. It goes down and removes it from them. So they get themselves the Soul first, then they get themselves the Elder after a few minutes later. Baron now, BLG, with every late game buff to offer.
Shubit, thank you very much for that Prime sub. I see you there. Also, a little note in chat from Sparrow, because Viper is even written with a B sound in Korean. So we're right.
I think it's Swarovski.
Oh, that would make sense actually.
Anyway, we thank you for that. You've seen Korean syllabary, I suppose. Yeah, some syllables kind of like conflate with each other. why expression was a name for a while. This is exactly the same as expression in Korean syllables anyway. BLG walking in for the siege. Elk actually doing some decent pokes there, but you know, all it takes is one hook from either side actually to make this a much more interesting affair.
Look, Elder's all well and good. Doesn't matter if you get hooked into death. If Viper's the one who comes hooked in by some unforgiven reason, the game changes again. Out of the weak lands, JJ is not enjoying this burn now.
BLG looking for that one last killer blow. There's still a chapter left in this game. The gold lead is not crazy out of it. Obviously, the Elder and the Baron are very, very nasty. You can't really do that much about them. BLG walking in, taking down 2 turrets. When will Weibo find the angle? How much can they afford to wait?
To get at least one more inhibitor. Look at the Elder, about 20 seconds, 30 seconds off before it is dead and gone.
BLG walking forwards once more. Again, there's extra taps on the turrets. We've quite a lot at this point. The Elder is still there. Weibo wants to wait it out. BLG aren't letting them.
Don't blame them for holding. They've got to wait. JJ has the passive proc. Bin nearly at Mega. Can look for that angle in between worlds comes on down. JJ so close to being executed. Lots of healing. Still not down there. Mega over to the bottom. Trying to get some water as Viper low. Flashes away from the Mundo. Who's still doing a lot of work. Oh my god. The Mega Inferno Bomb deletes the remaining members. And Billy Gaming hold the line and bring us to a third and final game.
We will get our first 3-game series of the day. The first of 2 were a little bit short when it came to that. This one going the distance, and BLG through Viper, that a new AD carry of theirs, get themselves that win. It really was a Phelios-centric gaming. Often tends to be when that champion's in the game, but when Viper's playing it, well, gives you an extra reason to do so. BLG even up the series.
That it was. I think I managed to fumble saying bin ult into the Nexus went with loud noises, but you know what?
I wasn't going to say that, but sometimes, folks, we're coming back off of a little while of a break. We're getting back up to speed, and we appreciate you being here with us soon. Sam, I just appreciate the energy.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just like the energy was correct. I got the right name doing something cool. I didn't actually get the end of the phrasing correct.
Mate, dude, so a little story time on this one. My first LPL finals, did it with Mazel. Knight was playing against Scout, LNG, JDG, I think it was game 4. I had a wonderful first 3 games, and in game 4, there's a fantastic flank from Knight on Nico, and I say, Scout! The completely wrong mid laner's name. Now, people have forgotten that by now. I haven't, and it's my duty to remind you that even in the big moments, you can really mess up from time to time.
But I just carry on going, oh, Sam, what? Sometimes happens.
Walk away with an even series, and it really was about that bot lane focus. I think the first game, they tried to focus very hard on getting Bin ahead. I don't think it was the right choice to put Knight on his ear as well. His laning phase was actually the best laning phase of any of them, but the playmaking fell off later into the game. I think that this second game, it made it so much more easy that Shun was on an easy go button, and it was so much easier to play around a roaming bot lane. Get on ahead as well. It's one of the big things about playing through an AD carry. You get their support ahead too. On and Shun having a much better platform to play on made it so much easier for Billy to go into it. And Bin just took the punches. He's actually pretty good at doing that, and it worked out well for the game.
So, 2 quick things. Number 1, hello Dom, lovely to see you. Really great hanging out with you over the weekend as well. One of the most amazing people in esports right there. Lovely human, great DJ, cool person. Can't ask for much more. Give her a follow on Twitter and the rest of you haven't. Highly recommend it. Part 2, I see all of you in chat. Multiple chats. We're on 4 locations at once right now. If you have not hit that follow button, that subscribe button on YouTube, please do so now. It makes a massive difference to us and what we're doing. We would love to have those numbers go up. If you've got that Prime sub, and again, thank you very much to Sherbet who threw that one out about 5 minutes ago. This is a great place to locate to do it. We're not on any official broadcast so far this year, so we're relying on all of you back home to keep us in business. We know obviously people like I Will Dominate and stuff move more into the coaching roles. There isn't as many LPL co-streams happening right now, so if you want to make us your home, consider supporting us while you do, and follow us on all those socials while you're at it. We're at Initialise Cast, at Nymaera on the various socials. It would be much appreciated to those of you who are enjoying what you're seeing and hearing to make sure you do at least hit that little bell and join us more regularly.
And I'm glad that this being our really hyped series of the week, let's be honest, it's the first game of Viper and Knight playing together ever in history, is really, really cool to watch. I'm glad that it goes the distance. I gotta say though, JJ is giving some issues to BLG. I think JJ has had a good series so far, and I think that Shun has, particularly in this game, he pulled the trigger in most of the right moments, but JJ on the whole was more impactful. I think that is part of the issue with first picking the Malphite. You can pick a composition which deals quite well with you. The Malphite is not great into the Mundo in the jungle, and in terms of carries you can be against, the Aurora and the Corki quite hard to reach, actually. We saw that quite a lot in this game, where Jeja just got to stay melee range and keep doing tons of work.
It did get close, didn't it? Honestly, we were a little bit dubious about Weibo's comp to begin with, right? We saw some issues, shall we say, with their ability to start fights on their terms with hard CC, very reliant on blind hooks, on cleavers, on between worlds. Like, it's like there weren't any tools, and we saw some successful fights. But on the other side, just look at how much simpler it was for BLG to play out a fight. Death Sentence lands, everyone all's in. Unstoppable Force lands on 2 people, everyone all ins. Viper got super fed, was able to play out a lot of these fights quite well. And even then, it wasn't easy because Weibo had the likes of JJ becoming such a menace on this Monday. But you saw some comp discrepancies as the game got a little later on into the match. That's the one I'm looking for.
Okay. We're going to take ourselves a bit of a break. We'll make sure that pre-roll's been on so you don't get adverts for the rest of the game. And we'll finish off the day in style, hopefully. Again, thanks for supporting us. Thank you for spending your LPL time with us
Hell
here.
yeah.
You know, there's no official broadcast anymore. If you've got a favorite LPL streamer, support them. As we've been saying, as you've been seeing, the feed's stuttering. There is no official broadcast anymore, and the clean feed is not through an SRT anymore. We're just watching it through here, and that does come with some issues. If you'd like to have better quality LPL broadcasts in the future, folks, yeah, we have to get the numbers in there. We need to let them know, basically, through numbers, to convince them to actually, you know, invest in this league for the international audience. It's really hard to do that. You know, esports in general, economically, right now, is not in the best spot. I can understand the way things are going, but folks, if you want to enjoy the LPL at higher quality, having the numbers there obviously helps an awful lot.
No, I see that emote. I'm a little horrifying.
What is that? What is that?
That's Kirby having a good time, Alex.
What do you mean that's in the 7 TV of who added that? Amber, Amber, I know that most of these are added by you. I don't think you would have done that one. Who the heck added that one? What the hell?
Well, when the Malphite ult hits just right. Rock solid, baby.
Yeah, well, we did say Weibo looking a little soft. Did we think that so Weibo could?
Vasu.
Vasu. Where is he? Where is the fucker? Of course he did. Viper player of the game, no surprise there. Really good game from him. Gonna put on some adverts. We'll take a break, chill out, and we'll I'll see us again. Very funny. Oh, hey, Kirby, how's it going? Does this have text-to-speech as well?
It doesn't currently, no.
Maybe we should add that. The problem is people... Okay, folks, we did find this out. There is text-to-speech specifically for using bits. You could actually use... You could use that. Yeah. Use that at your own risk. You can use bits for text-to-speech. Oh, is that one of the players' mothers, maybe? Please do not enable text-to-speech for resubs. I'll become a problem. That's true. Kirby does write like a novel. Sam, do you mind grabbing me another coffee?
I absolutely can do that. Do you want a bacon sandwich while I'm at it? Let's do that. We've got a break. I'm gonna do some brief fooding.
Oh yes. Hang on. Wait. We don't have our the day's not reset for Uma yet. Oh guys. Just before the Uma raid came in, I had a fast learner Saiyan Sky run and I hit nothing. But I didn't hit groundwork or long ass again. It's the first like fast learner run I've had in a while. I haven't had a fast learner for a while. Oh god. Goodbye, Kirby, in very sus situation. Goodbye.
The energy roadmap has been planned, with the current share of clean
Oh.
at 73%.
调节状态好，做奥风击7，动态追腰上分快，做奥风击7，团战 carry 不掉链就做奥风击7，专业人体工学奠定你，想赢就做奥风击7。
Yeah, the ad was in English. Yeah, I found that interesting too. Yeah, Vasu, we noticed there was a certain emote added by yours truly. Yeah, Vasu, you got some explaining to do. Would you like to explain why a certain Kirby emote was on the channel, Vasu? There was a Kirby emote of a certain kind. Oh god. Anyway, that was fun for like 5 minutes. Wait, in 23? Hang on, that was added in 23? Oh, that's kind of funny. That's really quite funny that no one noticed until now. That's really funny, what the hell? Oh, by the way, for those of you who are in Onivia and elsewhere, I'm speaking with Twitch chat right now, but, you know. Very funny. Yeah, almost 3 years until we figured out that that emote was in there. Very funny. Going into game 3, what are the things to consider? Well, many, of course, but I think basically what we've seen is... Turn cameras back on. I think the biggest things for this game 3 is figuring out which teams are going to focus on what area of the map. BLG looked a lot more confident focusing around bot side of the map than they did around top side. I think playing through Bin and his matchup versus Zucker didn't work very well, actually, because Zucker's been playing very well individually. I actually think Zucker's been a better individual top laner than Bin, on the whole, in this series. And that's something which that's important information for Weibo to have. Zerka's on great form right now. However, I do think once bot lane got ahead, it allowed On to be more impactful, and Viper was very good at using the gold which he had. So I think basically, I think we're looking at both teams probably looking at a bot-centric draft for the next game. If you can get a draft which allows you a leg up in the bot lane, that will change an awful lot. Will we see stuff like Karma locked in? Will we see something very lane dominant, Ezreal Karma, what have you? Maybe even we return to something like the Elise support from On, because it's very lane dominance. That could be something which would really impact this game. Other things, I think that JJ has been excellent so far. That second game was very nearly carried by him. So, if you have a winning jungle matchup for Weibo, maybe that's something you can use to get under the skin of BLG as well. Those are probably the biggest factors we've seen in the game so far. With that in mind, what are the big things which are still left open? Well, we've got rid of Jarvan, we've got rid of Mundo and Malphite, Wukong as well. Suppose you're looking at, well, Pantheon's also gone too, right? Is Pantheon gone? No, Pantheon's still up. Pantheon, Shinzao. Those are the two which are stand out to me right now, as long as I'm remembering the drafts right. I'm conflating them with the first games of the series. Hey, now you see me. Good to see you. I think we're getting close towards that draft. Thanks for the follows, folks. We're well on our way towards 10,000 followers, by the way. We're currently on 9.8k. That's just at the start of the year. Hoping we can get beyond that. Be really, really cool. Be very cool indeed. Back into it again. If a team from the LPL can compete with LCK, it should be AL. Well, they don't have Tabe anymore, worth noting. Have you played League on this season yet? A little bit, but not much. Frankly, I've just been too burned out. Junja is picking Bel'Veth. Well, Junja's not playing this game, Gio. So, we're looking for winning jungle matchup for Weibo, winning bot lane for BLG. That's been huge stuff. He's on that Uma shit? Yeah. That's true. Uma's been kind of like that's been my vent game, you know? Like, I put out a couple of runs into that to keep my brain distracted. And then I missed groundwork and long S, and then I returned to feeling sad about life. The good thing is, like, at least I have a plan now. The problem for me planning for the next champion meeting with any of the Uma stuff is that until I get a plan, I just don't... I'm really bad at getting those plans. Once I get the plan, I vaguely know... I vaguely know how to grind it out, right? It's like, I know I'm going for Suzuka and then 2 front runners. I think I've got a Suzuka which like falls off at the right point. I think I do. It might be a bit too early actually, it falls off, but I think I can work with that. Yeah, anyway, that's the plan. And then we'll see how well that goes, I suppose. Okay, let's get closer towards that draft. Let's get into it. And again, once again, thank you everyone that's been watching over on TikTok, watching over on YouTube or Twitch. We've obviously got 4 streams up and running right now, 2 on YouTube, 1 on Twitch, 1 on TikTok. It makes a lot of difference to us if you can, yeah. Running fronts is too much effort. I have Say and Sky, so I kind of like feel like I have to. Oh, I don't have the YouTube stuff in there right now, but I do have. You should be able to find the YouTube on there, I think. That should work. And that should give you the link towards it. And yeah, if you'd like to be part of this community, absolutely stick around. We have a Discord. Lego Ledge. I don't have Lego Ledge. But if you'd like to be part of our community a little bit more, we have plenty of stuff you can join in with us. We are live every single day. Sam and I are broadcasters of League of Legends for a living. We've been working on the LEC for the last few years. I've been working on the official LPL broadcast before it got shut down as well. This is our living, and we love meeting people through this. If you'd like to come and say hi to us, hang out with us, we'd love to have you around. And yeah, we hope you enjoy yourselves. Let's make ourselves our own little piece of this community for ourselves, why don't we? Game 3. BLG looking for winning bot lane, Weibo looking for winning jungle, really. And Zerka's been playing very, very well in top lane. If that continues to be the same too, that's a big string removed from BLG's bow. You know, been losing out on individual matchups, just it was more of a thing in the last year, but it was something, you know, in the distant past, in 23 and 24, just didn't seem like a likelihood. If BLG can reunite their 2025 lineup, do you think they can reach the 26 World Finals like they did in 24? Entirely depends on the chemistry. Entirely depends on the chemistry. Katari is watching on 3 out of the 4 streams right now. 3 Alexes across 2 monitors. Some would argue that it's too many. I beg to differ. That's what we're aiming for, chat. You don't want Weibo winning. The thing is, I want BLG to have reality checks if they need them. I want BLG to be good. What will make them be good? Well, they've got to learn. They got to learn what they're strong at, and hopefully, the vibes are good enough to take a knock or 2. What happens if they lose a game or 2? Into our 3rd draft now. Into our 3rd draft. Our last one for today. Let's crank up the volume. Let's get into that draft. Poppy, Jace, permanently removed from this series. We still have Rumble. We still have Shinzao. We still have Pantheon. Lucian taken away. Lucian's very powerful in this patch with the Essence Reaver going into a Sheen item. It's very, very strong right now. Get in there. What else is important now at this point in the draft? Less priority mid laners now. Stuff like Ryze and Talia. They're quite important now at this point. We've seen Ryze get countered at points by various different picks at this point, but at this point in the draft, it gives some more openings. Knights, a Kali band away too. What does that mean? Nocturne could be a consideration at this point in the draft too, with so many jungles out the window. Orianna already... Ah, yes, Orianna. I thought Orianna was gone, but of course that was played in the 2 previous series, not this one. Banned now. Banned now. What will be the first pick? If you pick in the Vi, stuff like Talia gets more important. I wonder if you have to lock Ahri or Talia. Well, I think if you lock Talia, you get Vi Ahri'd. I think you have to lock Ahri. I think Knight has to go for it now. I think it's the only thing which survives Vi combos in the mid lane now at this point. And most of her bad matchups are also gone, in fairness. I think this is an easy Ahri slam. Ahri Shinzao looks good to me. Shinzao does well against the Vi counters, the Vi combos rather, and Ahri does the same. And also, Ahri is a good matchup versus Xiaohu on Talia. Shinzao's the easy one. Very survivable against these heavy dive combos. We are expecting something more mobile for Knight. Knight needs something... You could go Galio as well. Galio's the other one here. I don't like Talia. Talia is very vulnerable to the Vi dive. I think Talia will be picked by Xiaohu. Maybe Knight trusts his positioning. I don't like the Talia if it comes through, though, for Knight. It's too dangerous versus the Vi for my liking. Sion locked in for Bin. Well, if you want to go weak side, you're going to go weak side. If you're going to go weak side, that's fine. Sion is very happy to just exist on an island. So Xiaohu has a couple of options. You can go towards the Talia, which I think is the better option here. I think you can also well, you could go towards the Ahri yourself. You can also go towards Galio. So you have Talia, Ahri, Galio. Those are the 3 I think that Xiaohu should be considering. If you want a winning top lane matchup, that's one way to do it. Cassiopeia. Xiaohu played this yesterday. Whoops. He played this yesterday, and it was the first time he'd played that since 2018. He had not played it in 8 years. It was a victory, and actually he played pretty well on it. Very good at killing the Sion. Gives you tank killing potential in a way that Talia, Ahri, Galio just don't have. Cassiopeia is one of the best in the game. The Rek'Sai comes in for what is now a traditional easy winning lane for the Rek'Sai versus the Sion. Knight, what's his thought now? He sees that Cassiopeia. He needs to be safe versus the Vi and also do well versus the Cassiopeia. I don't like Talia versus the Vi. I know you can stop some of those dashes, but often if you ever get too close, it just feels like you just get permadove on and die. Maybe the idea is that Shinzao and Sion will buy you enough safety that this is also safe. Maybe. That's the plan. Into our second rounds of bans. Right now, I think BLG have a slight edge in front to back. But I think the early game in the lanes is going towards Weibo. Now Cassiopeia, pretty good versus Talia in lane on the whole. Rek'Sai, very good versus the Sion. Reminder, BLG will have last pick despite being on blue side. LoL Esports has moved to a separation between side select and first pick. Kai'Sa banned away from Elk, one of his best champions. Of course, BLG will know that. They've had much success on that throughout the years. Now, normally you'd be considering stuff like Misfortune at this point in the draft. I mean, Elk could still technically go towards a Misfortune. I just don't think it's particularly good in terms of... I mean, maybe Cassiopeia is good enough for the DPS. Thank you very much. Probably not going to eat that in the game, not going to lie, but we'll definitely have a bite of that when I can. Thank you, Sam. He's been applying himself to the culinary arts over this break. Xayah banned away from Viper. I mean, Viper Xayah's pretty damn good. He's pretty good at that champion. I think Ezreal's not bad in either of these drafts, you know? I think Ezreal's pretty good here. Either outranges the Cassiopeia or has enough mobility to survive a Rek'Sai a lot of the time. Yeah, I think Misfortune... Misfortune's bad versus Sion, but your Cassiopeia might solve that issue. Maybe you go towards Misfortune for Elk anyway and just slam through bot lane laning phase, because we did say, actually, winning bot lane for BLG was really important. Maybe you still go towards Misfortune. Hey, Angie, good to see you. Rakan banned away from Airham, one of his more confident champions. Last ban from Weibo, Sivir. Would have been very good DPS. I'd forgotten that hadn't been played, actually. That's one of the problems with Fearless and playing multiple series today. Actually quite hard to remember what's actually been played. Okay, Viper. On. Huya. What is the pick? I suppose you could go to the Misfortune here if you wanted. We did talk about Ezreal being very good in this draft. Viper is a damn good Ezreal too. They hover it, don't lock it in. Alistair, the pick. With Cassiopeia and Vi already locked in, no Silas potential from Weibo. Misfortune, we talked about it. Maybe you think you already have the anti-tank potential with the Cassiopeia. It could actually be an answer here. Ezreal, less good into stuff like the Sion. Not that Misfortune is good anyway, but... Misfortune, if you want to win lane, you lock Misfortune. If you want to win lane, you lock this. Ezreal might be a better takeaway from BLG. Then I suppose BLG could lock the Misfortune, but then you have to play it versus the Vi. I think this is a better takeaway because the Ezreal is more safe. Do you lock Karma now for hyper winning lane? Hovering over some enchanters. You want to win lane here. Braum gives you a bit of both. It allows you to be front line and also beat out the Alistair in lane. Now, Viper, what do you do? Jhin, Misfortune, both strong laners. Smolder would be much more about the scaling. Quite difficult to play it into the Vi at some points late game, but I don't mind the Smolder here, you know? Smolder will give you real scaling. But we did say BLG need a winning lane, really, bot lane. And they go towards the Misfortune. They say, all right, it's difficult into the Vi, but it will win your lane. It will win your lane. The big difference in red-blue side isn't first pick what actually matters. Yes, first pick is what matters the most, really. However, sides like the geographical advantage does have some use as well. That's our last draft for the day, folks. I think on the whole, BLG have a better front to back, but Weibo have some ways to catch people out. They have better target access. Vi, Rek'Sai. They catch them out of position, they will reach that target. Xiao, who has the anti-tank damage, less on Elk's shoulders for that. Elk's real does have a bit of a reputation though, doesn't it? Knocked out G2 from that one World Championship. Yeah. It's brought out... We've really been going in on the European trauma so far, haven't we?
There's quite a lot that's been given out to us by the LPL, to be fair.
Quite a lot given out by the LPL. Some handshakes as we get into our last game of the day.
Nice for me on Viper, who, don't get me wrong, Misfortune, very, very strong right now. However, Vi, Rek'Sai, when are you ever going to get a full channel ult up?
That would be my question. For me, the Misfortune is there to win lane. It's there to win lane, and if you do manage to get a good teamfight value later, hopefully buy out enough cooldowns to make it worth it. BLG, they have thrived through Viper winning lane, it looks like. And if you compare that first game to the second game. If they win lane through this Misfortune, let's see if that becomes a trend, not a one game off.
If you want to take 2 minutes to finish a sandwich, I'm happy to take over for a second or two. It's a very nice sandwich. I mean, I did a good job, Al.
Very happy for you. Let's hear those gyros.
oil has officially been added. Congratulations to both teams on that one. May it burn long and bright. I don't know why I say congratulations. I guess just, good on you for having fans willing to yell for you in an audience. That's kind of cool, really, isn't it? Viper down here on the MF. I think, is that the Broken and Covenant skin? I'm not sure which one that one is. It is a Broken Covenant. She's got the halo behind her. It's just not the Prestige variant. Base Broken Covenant, which is a very cool skin line. I quite like it. It's very Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Bloodborne-y kind of vibe. Nice kiting there on the camps. Bringing blue buff down to about 600. So you can smite it as you start up Gromp. Xiaohu getting that level 2 and throwing out some Twin Fangs is nasty work on tonight there. Xiaohu pulled out the Cassiopeia the other day as well and actually pulled off a very good game on it, it has to be said. Wanting the Coven Cassiopeia skin, which has got some fancy shoulder blade things going on. Gotta love some high fashion evil. Side, Braum, Ezreal, just doing their best to get a bit of shove up here. Alistair really doesn't enjoy Braum. It's not a great time. Trying to jump onto Ezreal as well can be a bit of a futile effort. So I suspect it may just be on hanging around / roaming. I'm playing more of a defensive game here than looking to go all in, because I think his options in lane will be somewhat limited. Nice double up there, does tag Elk just briefly. As is somewhat expected, I say somewhat expected, I thought the Rek'Sai on the blue side there for a second, but actually Rek'Sai under the tower a little bit here, but with the jungler passing away. Some of the thought process is there. And again, Rek'Sai doesn't really get as much shove into the side until a little bit later on, unless she's willing to start interrupting queues by tunneling forwards and all of that kind of shenaniganery. So it can sometimes take a little second or two before you start really messing with the Scion, whose early shove is pretty much unparalleled as far as tanks goes. His ability to Q, to get the Soul Furnace shield, so much AoE damage to the wave while also threatening enemy champions and also being tanky. There's a lot going for you if you are a Scion. Don't think I've seen anything super spicy here in terms of runes. Worth noting the Cassiopeia has gone Phase Rush rather than anything else. Sometimes you see things like the Comet if you feel like you're really going to trade very heavily in lane, but Phase Rush this game makes some sense when you've got quite a lot of people like Alistair and Xin Zhao and Sion potentially trying to run at you. Even the Talia, right, that Phase Rush to be able to avoid / dodge away from some of those seismic shoves can be very useful. Shun is now topside, having reset. Can maybe look to play against Zucker here.
Hell yeah, I finished my sandwich.
How was it?
It was very nice, Sam. I appreciate you and your mastery of the culinary arts, Sam.
I did a really cool thing. I fried some cheese on the pan and then put the egg on top of the cheese.
That's what it was. Yeah. Damn. Sam knows how to cook.
The problem is I used the formerly non-stick pan. It's now just a stick pan. So getting the egg off was a nightmare.
Isn't that just a pan at that point?
I think no, it's not.
Or is it just assumed that most pans are non-stick pans?
No, it's just like it's actively stickier than a standard pan. So therefore, it's a stick pan. Is the problem.
It's just a stick pan, and that's not just one you just make out in the woods of fallen wooden debris.
No, like it's a non-stick pan that has turned to evil, Alex.
Oh my god. The bot lane, Viper actually managed to get a shove in here. No huge plays. Zucker did have his flash blown in topside. Just let's finish in the sandwich. I have to say, Xiaohu's doing a great job in this mid lane matchup. We were saying, I didn't like the blind pick Talia. It felt like, yes, it was a takeaway from the vibe, but there are enough things which can punish Talia in lane. And credit to Xiaohu, who's not a player which has typically been lane pressure king unless he's had Lucian in the last year or two, really. Knight's been one of our better laning mid lane. Of course he has been. It's been one of our best mid laners non-stop, really. However, beating him in lane is not something that Xiaohu consistently does. 10 CS lead early on, using the matchup well.
He is, and again, had a very good LeBlanc game earlier in the series as well. Nice to see Xiao coming in with what feels like a fairly confident and concerted champion pool, saying, actually, I think right now, things like the LeBlanc, things like the Cassiopeia are more than viable. Let's pull them out here, and having that kind of ability to just outlane some of the big boys in the LPL is a big deal, because Knight is no easy feat to have that kind of result against, really.
No, very few players kind of consistently get a leg over Knight. Really, it was Scout, actually, the person who was consistently pushing him in lane. It was a bit of a bogey matchup for Knight, actually. Some players have that. Chovy's not always the best versus BDD, although Chovy's better versus other mid laners. Specifically, specifically BDD beats Chovy more than anyone else, really. And in the case of Knight, it was more about Scout, really. We saw Shanks take a couple of games this year, although that was more of a stylistic thing, really, where we talked this a little bit about this a little earlier, but typically Xiao, who doesn't get many resources by his team put into his lane, for early 25, and then before that, Knight never got resources. He was just on an island, really. So sometimes it's a laning thing, sometimes it's a stylistic thing, actually, where actually Anyone's Legend just chucked mid lane resources into him. Potential round towards top side. Zerka was really winning the matchup versus Bin before. Not now. Shun blowing the flash early. Bin getting ahead. This is an issue. Weibo, I think they were kind of just prepared for Zerka to just slowly win out the matchup. That has not been the case.
It's really not. That is a bit problematic. That flash blown early is a big deal. Bin getting that shove early feels really nice. The Shun around again to support his top laner, giving him that little bit of extra room. And a Sion that gets ahead can be a bit problematic. Again, this game, not going to be the easiest for Bin to be an unstoppable force, right? You know, the Malphite was in the last game, so, you know, it can't be that, of course. Yeah. But Cassiopeia, Braum, both pretty good at being quite frustrating for the Sion to deal with, between the passive and just the raw amount of damage you can do to 2 tanks.
Sporia Modio, appreciate the follow there as well. Remind folks, if you are seeing and enjoying this, drop a follow, join the community. Love to see more of you. Zerka, that's that full rage bar. I mean, Bin, at worst case scenario, can just ult out.
Not
Zerka
just that.
Tries to cancel. He's followed with the ult's actually very close. Can't quite get ahead.
He's going
of
to
the runaway train. Bin does not get stopped on his ult.
The interruption is overcome. Knight looking to make a play bot side. Flash from on. Bullet time. Seismic shot. Great combo there from BLG. Much better dive than the last game. Left low. Flash away. Viper looking for that last auto volley just shy. And I believe that last double up should have done the work. And indeed it has. Viper picks up a kill, as does Knight.
BLG had a better dive with Knight coming down than Shun.
I know.
Hey, folks, they did a better job at diving with their mid laner than their jungler. Just throwing that one out there. Now, Elk and Erher are behind. Viper is 600 gold ahead. They get a plate off of that too. That's a big loss for Weibo. Top lane's not winning for them. Bot lane is now ahead. BLG had a sloppy start to this series where bot lane and top lane both had individual laning errors. Now Weibo in the third game see the same thing happen against them.
So, at this point, we just need to keep an eye on the early state of affairs. The fact that Bin's winning so heavily topside, 20 CS is a big deal, and actually Zerka ulting the way he did meant he lost half away for the turret because he was the wrong end of the lane. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it's like, buddy, you dropped something back there. Is that your wallet? Oh,
it's
God.
You had a minion, mate.
Yeah. But, and of course, the other thing is, you know, Xiao, who was ahead of Knight makes up the difference in gold by just going bot lane. And Knight still has, you know, still a decent amount of XP, even though he's been missing minions because he's been zoned off of them. He's managed to keep in range for XP for most of it. So now the mid lane matchup. Hang on, Knight doesn't have much way out of this one.
Oh, miasma afterwards as well. Flash, vault break it into the cease and desist. Leads to a deceased to leave.
That's more like it. No vision on either side of mid lane. Reminder of what we were saying. BLG don't actually put many resources into Knight's lane. And that means that right there, playing without vision, Knight was not respectful enough of those pockets of fog of war. He goes down. That will be a plate and a wave lost to tower.
GG has always been a bit of a Vine merchant when he gets the hold of the champion. Feels very comfortable on it. Gets a good start there to the game. And Xiaohu and Jeju have been a pretty deadly duo across this series.
Is Rek'Sai top commonplace, or did I miss something? If your name is Flandre and you play for Anyone's Legend, it's commonplace. For everyone else, it's commonplace but bad.
It's so
the way we put it. It was played. It came out of the woodwork.
I think it was Broken Blade was one of them, wasn't it?
In winter 2024, and that was Flandre who played the full tank Rek'Sai with Unending Despair, and then eventually Titanic Hydra and Shojin. And then before Worlds last year, 25, we saw Flandre again play it. He was the guy that really picked up a lot of it. And yes, Broken Blade played a fair amount of it too, but realistically, Flandre is the guy that has been the top lane. Like him and Kerberos, really, they're the two which just come up with the weird shit that comes out of top lane.
It's worth noting as well that we did see a fair amount of it as well, to mixed success. And there was like interviews happening, so Flandre, why are you the only one who can make this work? He's like, well, because I know the limits on this camp. Other people like the Shy are diving tier 1s and missing kills on lady carries.
Okay, he didn't say that, by the way. You're putting words in his mouth.
It's true.
And two,
That's
I also believe that Flandre said, I'm not sure as well.
I thought he said he knew the limits on this one. I then also decided to meme on the Shy for that. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I got...
unfortunate dive. It was one.
Game 1 really is going to live on in infamy, isn't it? Oh well. Another year perhaps. Let's take stock. Let's take stock of what's happening on the Rift. 1,000 gold lead for BLG. Kind of evened out between huge bot lane lead for BLG between both AD carry and supports, 1,000 gold between them. 500,000 gold in top lane, but actually Xiaohu brings things back a little bit on a Cassiopeia that could genuinely be the win condition here. Now, if Xiaohu has someone stood in front of him like the Braum and he gets a miasma down, that's enough damage. That could be crucial for Weibo winning fights later into the game.
I quite like this comp from Weibo Gaming, honestly. Like, not the BLG's comp is bad. It's a very standard comp, right? Great frontline, good engage, good disruption. Between Shinzao and Talia in particular, that's a lot of zone control.
I think he can jump it.
Passive starts to stack, jumps to GG, heal comes on out, overcomes Xiao, who can potentially look to get a petrifying gaze, and miasma down. Like he dies though, and On now runs at the Snake Lady, and Cassiopeia might be going, oh the dear! And the backstep comes on through, and Knight gets another.
Slick. And one thing which I just realized, by the way, Shinzao's really good with attack speed. The Bandle pipes from On active there, giving him an extra 30% right after completing it is really nasty. Yeah. That could be a crucial combo. Anyone with Bandle pipes and Shinzao kind of plays half enchant, right potential. I don't think you do much here, right? Well, the Q hits. It's not realistically going to lead to much here. Been happy to soak up the pressure.
Soul Furnace. One of the most metal names in the game, by the way.
Soul Furnace, yeah. Man, I think it's like half the items in the game now just sound like they should be in Warhammer 40k, like Chempunk Chainsword and, you know, a bunch of other stuff. Like any of the hex deck, yeah, it does seem like you're praising me on this. Right here, really good backstep. Xiaohu tries to flash forwards. I don't really think there was any kill threat there. You're not killing from full HP onto the Ezreal. The flash looked very poor, and sadly, goes down whilst using ult and flash.
Elk does at least get a couple of those there plates in the bot side. Does actually get the roll quest then, significantly earlier than he did last game by about 4 minutes, by the way.
The roll swap from him was really detrimental because I understand that sometimes the right macro play is the right macro play in terms of picking up waves and stuff. Gentle wave, that was really well timed actually. But if you're losing out on the roll quest, particularly for bot laners, I just don't think it's worth it. I just don't think it's worth it.
You lose some gold in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, you see there, Xiaohu has the Rylai's, decent amount of damage from just max level Twin Fangs.
As we do go through this year as well, with considering how important role quests are, I genuinely wonder whether we start seeing some of those very, very lane dominant bot lanes come out. Teams like T1 out there were doing AD carry supports a while ago to really get levels out of it. Got lane swap out of the crap matchups, then you have to suck up and deal with it. So your things like your Callistas, your Dravens, some of your scarier, aggressive support might start becoming a thing if teams start feeling comfortable enough about playing for those early, easy plays. There's a TP in deep here. Knight's looking for a wall.
If you can't win out in the individual matchup, let's bring someone else to the play. However, JJ's the other side of it.
Petrifying gaze, and he flashes to, oh dear, Knight.
Not been the best series from Knight. A pretty good game too on the Syndra, but game one wasn't much to be spoken about on that as it, or if it was negative. And in this third game, he's been countered by a hard matchup, but he's not exactly played very safely either. Tries to get some victories outside of his lane, and right there, countered well by JJ, who by himself, by the way, I think he has been the better jungler of the series.
Yeah. And in fairness to Knight, it looks like a cool angle until JJ comes from off vision from just around that wall. Great counterplay there to punish Knight's attempt on Xiaohu's life. And Xiao gets himself a bit more involved, gets to crash that wave, is up about 450 gold, but less than it could have been. And another point, has now got Crimson Lucidity hats.
They're talking about the new items there on the... Oh, the hats, right, because it's Cassiopeia and doesn't wear them on the tail. You don't think you just have like one really extended boot, but on the tail?
Just on the tail, that's kind of fun, yeah.
So you just like cut them both in half and make them into like a giant boot.
My impression is that pre-Snake transformation, Cassiopeia was a bit of a fashionista girl, you know. She misses the heels. This is her opportunity to find a way to get them on to the snake tail.
Gucciopia.
Yeah, Gucciopia. Oh my! Can we get a Louis Vuitton skin for Cass?
She can probably kill that actually. Well, they gave the Louis Vuitton skin to Kiana, right? Yeah. That was pretty cool. In fact, that one was one of the better prestige skins. But the problem is with a bunch of the other prestige skins that they just felt like the white and gold thing is not bad, but it did feel like they were a little bit. Some of them were quite tacky. Some. Oh, hang on, don't be close there.
Look. Libertine snake shoes, exactly.
Cass can buy boots now. Yeah, one of the changes to the new season is Cassiopeia can buy boots, but she does get like % increased move speed anyway, so she does get really, really fast in late game. The still is the same as the level 18 Cassiopeia in the last one, really.
She still scales well. The thing, obviously, that you don't get anymore as the Cassiopeia is that kind of item advantage you used to get. It's like, aha, I have actually an extra item shot, which was usually used for defensive.
Well, that's basically the bot lane quest now. Knight does get the stuns, like a flashing force. He can kill here.
Certainly looked for it. Gets the empowered E. The ferocious bite comes on through. Weaver's wall. Trying to interrupt!
Oh! Sick, and he pins him into the wall! On can get the extra CC.
No.
This is a problem. He doesn't have the flash, and if he can't connect a Q, he can't ult him.
Seismic shove means a problem. Trying to tunnel away. Over comes Zhizhe. Sees and desist. Trying to get in the backline. Can't quite get in range. Takes the tunnel finally, but Knight's still alive. Lots of Vault Breaker damage. Flash! Crescent Guard insects the jungler under the turret.
Knight and On break the ankles of Zucker and JJ. The mid and support come together into a deadly combination, and JJ gets outplayed just like his top laner.
Oh, he tried to knock him off the wall, got knocked aside instead, and it all goes wrong.
The problem with the Rek'Sai is that if you get a knock up on a target and then you resubmerge, there is still a cooldown on when you can knock up that same target again. Couldn't knock him off with the wall with the unburrow, then gets pinned into the wall and doesn't follow with the ult. I suppose the damage must have worn off, because of course you can normally follow after a target you've damaged recently. Watch here. Now, Zucker jumps forwards. Good reaction check here from Knight, though. Gets the stun as he goes forwards. He goes through it, misses the flick back, doesn't quite get that range right. And then Zucker goes forwards. Knight realizes, look, I can just about outwalk you. And let's see what we can do with that ultimate. Flies into the play. Right. The unburrow doesn't work out, and he's pinned into the wall. It's double problems there. Then what you'll notice, the key thing is, On and Knight positioning themselves so you can't get an easy burrowed Q to get that ult mark onto the Talia. That's why On at this point flashes in front of the Rek'Sai just in case there was a burrowed Q.
Honestly, on top of that, the exhaust to keep Knight alive. He was on about, what, 15 HP to 50 HP before death. The exhaust probably saves in there, otherwise he does die to Zhizhe, and it would have been a 1-for-1. So multiple levels of good play there. Viper's just cashed in his cull, by the way, as well. It's now at 2 items, gone for the Collector second into a relatively squishy composition. He does like to kind of go for those aggressive 2-item builds, does Viper.
No, even the Rek'Sai is tanky, but not in a resists way. It's a HP building way, so the Collector's still going to have more value on that. You remove, you know, if someone doesn't build armor, if they have like 100 armor and you're removing 20 of it, you're removing 20% of their armor. If they build more armor, then at that point, you're not removing 20%. You're still technically getting the full value out of the lethality, but it feels, basically, the more armor someone has, the more percent pen has, right? Yes. So there's no point building, well, not no point, but there's less value building percent pen for someone who hasn't built the resist. Quick maths.
Indeed, and obviously there is something to be said for you could now go Lord Doms afterwards and then into lethality. It's a good combo in itself. It'll delay Infinity Edge, but there's lots of ifs and or buts to go through. Zucker trying to shove up here against Ben, who will get the knock up there onto Zucker. I think was waiting on a tunnel and just didn't quite have it in time.
Dragon spawned, the BLG look to rush it. Bring it down now. Biding their time to start it up completely. Talia coming into position to look for a wall. Off the vision right now. Helping now, putting it down. There it is over the wall. Does he look for a steal of some kind? Oh, he's in that brush. Looking for it. Too late.
This time around he is on. Steps in. There's that Fey-light bush. Again, the way they've done it for pro players, you can see that it's color-coded, so you know which side is taking it, red or blue, exactly. 45 seconds or so reveal of the area.
Been impressed with Viper once he's been ahead of the game, actually. Now, the Varus in the game 1 was quite quiet. BLG as a whole, I just don't think their macro chops were together at that point. You can see that JJ's really trying to play around the Cassiopeia. No, Cassiopeia I wouldn't say is the primary target in terms of combos for Vi. If you're going to draft something for a Vi, it's like Talia, Aurora, Ari, who have better follow-up range most of the time, because Talia can kind of jump forwards with the ult as well if it really comes through to it. Cassiopeia often, to follow up on the Vi, it has to flash forwards to confirm the miasma, and then there's a crazy amount of damage. However, if someone is in range of this, and we've seen this twice now on tonight, Cassiopeia's damage onto a target, it's basically like hitting a target dummy, and Cassiopeia is one of the best target dummy DPS mages in the game.
Very, very good. Two quick things here. Number one, do you agree with BLG's macro point? I actually still don't think they've had their macro necessarily together, but I think the mechanics have come together a little better, which is definitely helping them fight against Weibo, who have largely, I think, been a little bit more, I don't know, coordinated around the map. Even, say, last game where the comp wasn't one we were as sold on, they still managed to make it a competitive affair. And 2, look at that mid lane CS discrepancy.
Yes. Knight has been forced off a lot of waves. We've been kind of saying already, Knight hasn't really had resources put into his lane much. We've seen Weibo really attack the Talia, partly because I think it is the easiest champion to attack, and he's also behind the game. The problem was, the last time they did that, they didn't actually get enough bang for their buck. They managed to get Knight out of lane, but they, you know, lost their Vi in the attempt to do so.
-1.
Yeah.
Additional note, look at the CS for Xiao relative to the timer on the clock, by the way.
True, although I have to say, Elk and Viper are even better stuff.
Yeah,
Viper,
very true.
guys,
What?
But even then, like, Bin's got crazy amounts.
Where have they been picking this up
Reminder,
from?
folks, that with the bot lane quest, the more farm you get, the more money you get per minion. Hang on, Airhead away from teammates. He actually could have jumped onto him there. Choose not to. Didn't have enough information on anyone else. But now is the patch, if ever, to be just getting tons of farm and, well, you know, Chovying from the AD carry role. Like, imagine if they added that quest onto mid lane, Chovy would be, you know, unstoppable.
It would be pretty bloody ridiculous. Maybe he needs to role swap the bot. Just play Mage's bot.
Well, that's sort of, you know, this is actually something I thought might happen, actually, in pro players. You get, like, your Mage player to play Mage bot lane, but apparently in Tournament Realm, you are locked to your role quest as an account, which is, I think, kind of sad. I would have liked to see, you know, Chovy, Cassiopeia bot, hang on, ult into mid lane. Elk did just use the E. If this gets hit, this is a problem for him.
Has to buy his moment before flashing away. Decides to do that. I think he was afraid of getting a little caught up. Does end up having to blow the somersault. Survives. Ult's burned. Flasher.
Credits to Knight. I mean, look, his individual matchup play hasn't been very impactful this game. He's been down a lot of CS versus Xiaohu. Almost every ult besides the one where he ran bot lane and got killed by the Cassiopeia, almost everyone has been very valuable. Dove bot lane a couple of times, got the flash out of Elk there. He's still having an impact on the game, which is hard to do.
Yeah, 60 CS. Zaka has unfortunately tunneled towards On, will flash away from the angry cow man. So the Minotaur at that point. Why do we call him a cow? He's a Minotaur. Is he a Minotaur though? Because he's not actually half man, is he? He's just like a bipedal bull.
Which is basically a Minotaur at that point. He's got opposable thumbs. What else do you want from him?
Ah, true.
The opposable thumbs are very important, Sam. Like holodactyl cats. They will rule the world one day, Sam.
Also, I do say Minotaur, not Minotaur, because actually that's probably more correct to say Minotaur if you're going on like I refuse to do so.
Yeah. No, that's a bit of a Britishism. It is sticking by our own pronunciation, isn't it?
Yep.
It's Minos, isn't it? That's the
Minos.
Well, why is it not Minotaur if it's Minos then?
Conjugation things.
Next year team fight. Yeah, we'll get a team fight at some point within the window of 2026.
We've started saying within the window of.
Basically, we have a family tradition of watching Aardman Christmas movie Arthur Christmas around Christmas time. It would be quite strange to watch.
July,
Well, sometimes I find it quite funny to do like specific traditions at the wrong time of year, just because I like mocking tradition, I suppose. And yeah, well, they all get a present within the window of Christmas.
It's great.
Oh, it wasn't him that said it. It was Steve.
Yeah.
He's voiced by Hugh Laurie.
Hugh Laurie, yeah. It's quite a stacked cast.
It's really good. Yeah, I mean, it's got Cabo in it, right?
Yeah, he's the
Arthur. Yeah. And Bill Nighy is Grand Santa.
Yes.
I feel a bit strange talking about Christmas. Well, it's only 3 weeks away. Anyway, Dragon's available. Ooh. That would be a present for BLG. Haha, what a great segue. This is an engage.
Raw Xiaohu gets the miasma down. Petrifying Gaze doesn't really find that much value because, of course, the Scion ignores most of it, goes golden, and immediately gets Crested guarded in to the team. BLG look at Xiaohu and say, you are dead.
Well, he didn't get to play the game of flash forward for a combo.
Oh, no.
Put above the mantelpiece. He is decoration for BLG.
Xiaohu and Elk die. Baron has spawned. They are running at it.
BLG, they take a couple of kills. They say, well, Dragon's alive, but Baron's pretty good. Zucker will get the bot lane turret. I don't think he's particularly interested in leaving until that one's gone. Weibo loses 2 in the mid lane, and BLG storm ahead in the game.
The Scion just doesn't give a damn about the Cassiopeia CC. Miasma not going to stop the ult that's already on track. It's not get the Petrifying Gaze. Similarly, too late. Doesn't do anything at this point.
He has to flash out of the Scion ultimate. The Scion's unstoppable. Flash is gone. No way to get out there. Not in position to peel for him. To be honest, I didn't really change that much.
No.
Just pushed up too far. Didn't respect the massive go buttons of BLG. Elk taken down by his old support, spent almost their entire careers together on sending him off with a bang.
Baron now secured, and poor old Elk, of course, had his summoner blown in mid lane just long enough ago. It was still on cooldown. Got to catch up to him even with the arcane shift available. Allowed them to pick up that all-important Baron to really accelerate this game in their favor.
Weibo did get the dragon, so there's no immediate soul threat from BLG. They would have had their third, gave it up for the Baron and a potential gold snowball. They went from 1k ahead to 2k ahead in the last couple of minutes. They take down that bot lane outer turret. That'll get some more gold in pocket as well. And of course, one of the big things about this gold lead that will be incoming is that Weibo took more turrets. BLG have more to take on the map because the structures are still standing for now.
That they are. Ward in lane, potential TP behind. Keep your eyes on that one. They do have a couple to work with. Zucker could go. That's good Xiao. Keep your eyes on it. Do they want to pull the trigger? They don't. Look where the Cassiopeia is, where the Vias. They're resetting now. Could wait to see where the BLG overshoved for this tier 3. Doesn't look like it's going to happen.
They're in a 4-man unit. In a 4-man unit, it's pretty hard to get behind that, and even if you do, Shun is very good at playing defensive Shinza. We've seen that in the last couple of fights. He just jumps in and creates space with that ultimate. You know, he is one of the better Shinza players of this modern era, which has been the jungler of the modern era. Ever since 22, it felt like Shinza was the jungler in pro play. Kind of took up the reins of where Lee Sin left off, where you were kind of like a do-everything early game skirmish / team fighting jungler. Kind of sad to see Lee Sin fall off, I think. With stuff like Smite Stone, Sight Stone being removed from the game, and the fact that he's so hideously single target really hurt the fact that Lee Sin can't get it done. The only times we've seen him have actually been in solo lanes, really. Yeah. The time of Lee Sin and pro play feels like it's come to an end, which is so sad because he's such an iconic champion.
I got to Casimir RL games the other day, and they had a lethality Lee Sin come on in, which was just great fun. It just brought me back a little bit, and it's like play for the solo carry, 10 kills in 10 minutes, great stuff. But that just isn't really the style of jungle anymore at the moment.
It takes so much effort to get that champion to work. You saw a bit from Milky Way, right?
Yeah.
Kind of it.
See if JJ did a little last year as well.
Navi had one or two games, but it's a far cry from being relevant. I don't think it was played at Worlds for the first time in years and years. Really. Yeah. It's a very long time since he's been completely absent from pro play. The Baron buff ending in the next 10 seconds. It jumps up to a 2.5k Baron power play. Talia coming in to help the bit of the siege. It's not that impactful though. They don't put down the bullet time, so well, they do now. And yeah, that kind of hurts. Air had jumped through the rocks, so Shoni couldn't put up the shield. Half his HP bar removed from play.
Yeah. For all we were saying, Viper's never going to get an ult off. He's had a few very nasty ults this game.
Pros have stopped trolling and are remembering boots on Cassiopeia. I know, we've been telling for years, why are you not buying boots on Cassiopeia? I'm glad they finally learned. It only took them, 6 years plus.
Right. Also, hello, Nitron. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Been a hot minute, my friend.
We hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Again, folks, it's just LPL starting up in the last 2 days. We love having you here watching LPL with us. If you are enjoying it, please drop a like, comment, subscribe. We're currently streaming on 4 different places, 2 places on YouTube, on Twitch, and then on TikTok. As well, if you'd like to join us, we have a Discord where you can find all updates about our community. We have our socials as well. We want to form our own little bit of the LPL community, as people have cast more LPL than anyone else in a few years. We've cast literally thousands of LPL games, following the journeys of the consistently inconsistent Weibo. BLG are domestic titans going through different eras. It's very cool to bring those stories to you, and also for you to be part of that community as those stories are told as well. Funnily enough, we do actually watch chat, and sometimes we go, yeah, you're right. It's cool to have those bits of expertise shown around these teams. We have so many stories to tell.
Hey, Scorpio, good to see you. Nice to have you over in this chat as well. Lovely trinket behind Elk, actually. The Make It Rain comes on down, and Elk goes, you know what, I don't actually want this money, which is actually in the form of lead bullets.
Watch out for Knight. Knight has that Zhonya's flash. Knight's been very happy to just jump forwards and hang on. Elk's tagged with that W. It's scary. It's always scary. Shun making sure his Q's charged up there too. Elk, look, he knows he has Shojin, flash, and E. Quite hard to get on top of On going forwards.
Ooh, Xiaohu on the Cassiopeia just fast enough these days to backstep the attempted flash play. Rylai's plus all that move speed. Xiaohu a lot slipperier than they once were.
Phaelites just activated there again. You see that red haze. That is the Phaelites. Gives them extra vision in that river for the next while. Dragon up in 10 seconds. Weibo could claw themselves their own 3rd dragon, which would be a real threat. Going to Soul later. Weibo into river first. Both top laners not present at the plate, teleporting in now.
TPs will be in some interesting locations. Shun is waiting. They know it's happening. Seismic Shove is early from Knight. Zucker gets to fly away.
And you see the timer beneath it. Didn't quite get it there from Knight. Walling off the objective. Let's go for that smite fight blocked by the Braum shield.
Xiaohu kept out of the pit, but he can still keep DPSing. The jumping onto the backline. Dragon secured by BLG. GJ kept away from it. Out comes the Crescent Guard. I think, unfortunately for Shun, he's a dead man. But he'll take the smite fight win, I guess.
Hang on, let's see if they can buy him space to flash out. Nope, Shun will go down. 1 for Dragon as it stands. Weibo take themselves the kill. 20 seconds on Baron. Now, Shun will be dead for 30 seconds while Baron is alive. Now, I don't know if this is a safe contest, though. Contesting against a Scion peeling for that misfortune is rough. You don't have the Vial to cancel it as easily now. Viper kind of hold priority over this next phase of play. If that bullet time is good, they can play this out.
Still gonna have to do it without the smite available. Look at Cassiopeia flashing on in. Miasma down. Petrifying Gate's not as great as you'd hope, but it's still gonna be a lot of twin fangs flying as El gets a good true shot barrage. Hops over the wall, but it's into a bullet time. Has to flash. Just about alive until Bin flies on in. The stun from the Braum passive prevents him finishing the job. Viper just about lives, but the rest of the team is not in great shapes. Bin needs to back away, but will likely die here to the might combined of 3 Weibo members. TPing back in is the Ezreal, and we'll turn to Baron.
Weibo take a single kill at Dragon and turn it into a knife into the heart of BLG around Baron. Xiaohu on the Cassiopeia, not been excellent outside of lane, but lands a fantastic miasma and petrifying gaze to lock up the BLG crew while the rest of the team DPSs. That will be Baron, that will be Weibo evening up the gold. In fact, they take a slim gold lead. Weibo clutch out in the late game. Replay will show us how Xiaohu going around the side of the vision. The clump just doesn't see it soon enough. Splash for the miasma. No way out at that point. Viper, I wonder whether he could have put down the bullet time over the clump after Xiaohu used his rotation. Tries to kill Elk. Very nearly does. Can't quite manage it. And then Elk manages to slip away. As you were saying, the Braum passive help.
Oh man, and then Bin, having flashed in, doesn't get the man he was looking for, gets run down by Cassiopeia, who's still got more than enough mana with the CC of the rest of the team there to ensure that the Scion can't just escape from her twin fangs. It's not exactly a monstrous gold lead of only 1,000, but it certainly gets them into a position in this game where they once again have control. That slipped away from over the last 5 to 10.
Weibo, really good killer instinct in that moment. Now you've got GA and GJ to play with. That can help you get them to let part of this. An Edge of Night on Viper going to be hugely useful, not going to lie. You can just smite it off as you fly towards them with the Vi. BLG on the defensive now. 2,000 gold power play from Weibo, and remember the kills and the Baron itself picked up about another 2,000 or so. So it's about a 4,000 gold swing, if not even more than that. And there's still more to come. Knight, 1,000 gold behind, still 3.5 items, though he will be a damaged threat now. Viper was very far ahead, basically even without now, who's now 4 items. And of course Elk, playing his series versus his old team. Elk on Ezreal, champion he has become infamous on around the world. Say infamous because he's denied a lot of very popular teams some very important results. Can he do the same? His old team, that's going to be an ult coming through from Bit.
He gets on the Earth for the time, gets the bullet time down, immediate interrupt, but it's still really good! I take it back, Viper got the full channel!
The interrupt went on to Knight, and he doesn't care about it. Viper, the edge of Knight means that the Braum ult can't cancel the big bullet time. It looked like there was a knockup, but it was Knight stood next to him, which fooled us. Coming through with the Talir ult.
Slash on in, the Crescent Guard comes across, and Elk is dead as well, and the moment we said Weibo's in a great position, it all falls apart.
Zucker will get some split push on in the bot lane. This is something which has been really empowered in the last season. It's pretty much, it is in fact, the whole tower going down. Rek'Sai takes that, but BLG avoid the death knell. Lose the turret, but they stop the Baron push. Oh, how much can they get from this? Do they get the full inhibitor? They're double teleporting. BLG look to end the game.
Zhizha and Zucker have got to do a lot of work into all the damage of BLG this late in the game. Still got 15 seconds on Xiaohu. Eyes on what they can get done. Wave, inhibitor down. Now onto the Nexus turret itself, trying to get in the way of the wave. Viper has got that spell shield back up. Seismic jump onto Zucker, who needs to tunnel away. Does so successfully. Nexus turret down. Xiaohu alive. Xiaohu trying to get to work happening. No, go away, Adma's not like this. Who are your Carter goes, doesn't matter, as On doing a lot of work. Xiaohu will go down. The fight commences, and it is BLG that come away with the victory. The knockups come on down, and Weibo's fumble with their Baron buff. We'll see
it's not
them
over.
losing.
It's not over.
The wave is gone. Headbutt forwards from On. They come on forwards. Maybe I've spoken too soon, as Elk now comes in. A new challenger approaches. BLG needs to back away. Note that in all of the chaos, Viper eventually fell.
Hang on, he tags him. Knock up on there, but there's no follow-up. He eases away from it. That Shojin giving him the cooldowns he needs.
Out comes that killer instinct, trying to get on forward with the Void Rush. Surely goes down. No, tunnels away. Healing back up. It's so much healing this late in the game. Brawl puts the door up. It's immediately battered down by Shun. To the Nexus turret they go. It's gone down. Nexus is exposed. Elk is trying so damn hard. Flash! Pulverize! And he's surely roadkill! The wind becomes lightning, and it grounds itself in Elk's skull! Billy Gaming win the knife fight!
BLG give us cinema to end the game. A Baron taken away from them, flipped back into a play in their favor. BLG will win their first series of LPL 26, 2-1 over Weibo. Oh. That's a way to end the day, folks. That is a way to end the day. Oh my god, I've really... Hello, if you don't know who we are, my name's Nymaera Initialise. I'm Sam. No, I'm Alex, that's Sam. We're brothers and we cast LPL for specifically these kind of games. The stories we want to tell about Elk, about this new Weibo roster coming together, about BLG in a new era of 2026, trying to overcome what was a bomb-out year of 25 compared to expectations, is exactly what we want to be here for, and thank you for joining us for it. What a delight to see absolute cinema like this. Do we have questions about both of these teams coming away? Yes. Is that the expected coming through from the first series of year? Also, yes, both of these things can be true. If you've enjoyed this, please drop a like, comment, subscribe. All of those things make an awful amount of difference to us. We're streaming on 4 different sites right now, and we will be like every single day, moments exactly like this.
If you're on the other channels, please do come and follow us everywhere you can. It makes a massive difference to our ability to get work, especially because now we don't have official broadcast run. We're here doing this with you guys. So follow the Twitch, that's at Nymaera_. Follow the YouTube, that's Alex Nymaera Hapgood. Follow Onivia, we're working over there as well. Follow the TikTok, I'm an Initialise Casts on Twitter, on Twitch, on YouTube. Come find us there. It makes a massive difference. So thank you to all that do. We'll see you in our various other streams. If you've got that Prime sub, how better would you like to drop it than here? If you've got other subs you'd like to get, just saying, it's a great position to come and do so. It does help keep us in business for those of you who enjoy what we do.
Let's go through a scorecard of the game then. Let's go over a little bit of a school report for these players. BLG, little bit all over the place in some of these early games. I think that some of the laning performances gave me some worries.
Solo lanes particularly.
I think Bin in games 1 and 2 was pretty rough in lanes. Game 3 a lot more solid from him. Game 1 from bot lane. Similarly, the bot lane kind of struggled a little bit in that early game. However, games 2 and 3, much better from the bot lane, clear win condition. Knight in the mid lane, game 1 on the Azir, good in lane, poor outside of it. Game 2, when it came to that Syndra, he wasn't really the main character. I thought he was actually pretty decent in that game. Game 3, a little bit worrying again. There were some times where I think his individual play left a lot to be desired, although his roaming play was very impactful. So a mixed day from Knight, a mixed day from Bin. Bot lane, I think, was largely pretty good.
Yeah.
Shen, I think that the Malphite was just a difficulty of first picking it, whatever. I think that Shen actually had a pretty good game. That Shinzo was really legit. That was pretty good.
I think if you're looking for player of the series here, it's likely going to be Viper, but I'd give a shout out to On as well. That Thresh was really nice. Some very good mechanical decision making that was played. Makes a massive, massive difference.
Yeah.
Additionally, I think then onto Weibo Gaming, we have to look at it and go, you know what? Team play wise, I actually thought when they were on the front foot, were largely making some fairly good coordinated plays. Sometimes they got a bit mechanically ahead of themselves though, and they tried to outplay some scenarios, particularly on the entry to objectives or the exit from objectives, where people just weren't quite in position. Xiaohu on that Cassiopeia getting caught out on the mid lane, considering they were in a great position, should never have happened. The Baron shove where they end up not stopping Viper's ult should never have happened. Those are mechanical flaws to what was otherwise a fairly good macro series from the team, who were fighting tooth and nail with one of the best teams in the region, theoretically.
The person who I had most eyes on for Weibo was actually Erher, because I think he could be a lost condition for the team. I think actually over the last 2 days, I've been I've been okay with him, actually. He walked away with Player of the Series from Series 1. I'm not sure I would have agreed with that on retrospect. I think that Zucker, probably my player of Weibo over the last 2 series in general. What's the best way to support the channel? Must be a difference between bits, subs. Probably something like Ko-fi is probably the best thing
goes the
for
most
us.
way to all of us,
However, honestly, in fact, actually, the best way to support is not monetarily, is to clip things out of the channel and post them places. Because that's what actually goes viral. You know, we ended up having something like 60 million impressions across all content last year. If there are clips that you like, put it on Twitter, put it on Reddit. That actually gives us a lot of eyes on product, and it lets people know that we're live. You know, we don't have a LoL esports page featuring our stream. No one does anymore because there's no official LPL broadcast. That's one of the biggest problems of LPL as a region right now. Getting actual eyes on the streams. Yeah, absolutely. You put whatever clips you want on there, folks, if you enjoy it. I can't believe the advert cropped up midway through the
That was so much.
Again,
That
folks,
was so funny.
sometimes you're just reminded, oh god, we're a bootleg broadcast. Stuff like the random stuttering of Huya, stuff like the random ads cropping up. It's very funny, but also, come on, please. Ah, Jesus. Really fun game though today, folks, and thank you again, once again, for joining us all. Sam, what are your plans today?
I'm going to go do some streaming.
Okay, well, if Sam's going to go streaming, we're going to go raid over to him after you're ready.
Oh, yeah.
Just have to comment and say your brother looks like Baby Nos, thank you. Yeah,
I get that all the time. I'm Baby No Caster, Baby No Euros.
This is Baby No Caster or Baby No Euros.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one.
Okay, you go your stream set up. We'll raid you after when you're done. And by the way, thank you, Raccoon, for the raid earlier. If any of you are still around, makes an awful lot of difference as well, and I hope that your Open was doing well. I don't have a Uria on your keyboard. I actually don't know how to. I don't know how to fix that. It probably is.
But Baby No Pounds will work as well.
Baby No Pounds, that'll work too. Yeah. Oh man, I'm actually kind of sad because LPL is completely over the hours that Rack does the Rack Opens, so I can't like. I guess maybe I could like bully him into doing like a super early tournament, so I could do it like really early in the morning for me, maybe. Thanks for being here. It's always good to cast it. We're getting into gear. You know, obviously there's been some tech issues. Obviously there's like us kind of just getting up to Steam in general, really. But we hope you're all enjoying it. And yeah, game on LPL. Game on. I'm glad that people are starting to respect Zucker. That guy's I've always liked Zucker, really. Always liked him. Tech issues at least seems to be on the side of her rather than this. That's what I assume, yeah. Okay, well, if you were watching on that thing called TikTok, we'll end the stream there, and thank you for joining us there. And we'll wait until Sam's live, and we'll, yeah, all good. Sam will be live soon, don't worry, folks. Ugh, in fact, I'm gonna preload up the,
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人欣然。恭喜 BLG 拿下了本场 BO3 的胜利。我们请到的是下路选手 Viper 来到赛后采访席。好久不见，大家应该等这一句等很久了，来吧，跟大家打招呼。
大家好，我是 BLG 的下路选手 Viper。
欢迎 Viper。粉丝们的所有的欢呼里面，应该盈满的都是对你的欢迎以及思念。确实，等待这一局也等很久了。那这场比赛可以说大家的期待值是很拉满的，但很想知道，毕竟是回归的首秀嘛，那赛前有没有一点点小紧张，或者赛前的心态是怎样的呢？
其实我第一次来 LPL 的时候是完全没有什么压力的嘛，当然回来就今天是就到赛场之后嘛，就感觉有一点点的那种压力嘛，就是有一个想法，就是我要打好就这种 所以有压力的呀。
还是稍微有一点点的，
对
而且今天对面也是有老朋友嘛。昨天杰杰也在他自己的一个媒体采访当中说啊，明天 Viper 你等着这样的一个发言。所以今天他其实下手好像也挺重的，但是最后还是你拿到了胜利。那你们赛前有没有什么比较有趣的互动呢？
赛前其实没遇到过吧，就是没有什么。然后我知道
LNG is a better team than whatever this is. That's true. Yeah, LNG 23 is highly underrated. Love that team.
那我们来聊一下今天这个比赛好了，因为第二局的话，其实走向是比较跌宕起伏的，不太有这样顺利的一个情况，是比较有来有回的。那我们先问一下，尤其是在蒙多抢到大龙的那个时刻，你们队内是怎么去沟通，说把后面的局势稳住的呢？
其实当时我觉得大龙是就被偷了，但还是 OK， 因为我的就是发挥嘛比较好，所以然后就他们的阵容我感觉5打5我们比他们强很多，所以就慢慢拖时间，感觉我们还有机会，就这种沟通吧。
是的，而且第二局之后也是拿到了回归即时拿到了第一个 MVP 嘛，或者是我们现在已经改名到 POG 了。进入到决胜局之后，其实你们在 BP 的最后一手是锁下了你的女枪，其实当时顶着对面已经有布隆的一个压力，可能双 C 的输出压力会比较大。那你们前期的一个思路是怎样的呢？
就是我不能说这么就细节上面的，就 BP 上面的细节东西，然后但是就选完之后，就是 MF 牛头打 EJ 布隆的话，我感觉前面需要就打一下，就因为越来越就布隆的 E 嘛，就这个蹲比较就 counter， 所以我觉得前面要打一下，然后我吸血装备起来之后，
Is there no post-match thread for the BLG game?
怎么样？就这样吧。
处理确实也很好，但是可能在优势稳步扩大的同时，在后面的时候被对面
Viper said his return this time was more stressful than before.
而且他们又在推进的时候被你们又抓到了机会，完成了0换2+1这样的一个追击之势，同时加上一大波的一波之势吧，可以讲。你们这一段时间里面到底是发生了什么事情？包括说沟通里面语音是怎样的呢？
首先小龙团打得没好，所以就给他们机会了，所以他们去大龙了，我们就有点挤了吧，因为我们不知道他们是有蛇女嘛，所以打大龙感觉很快，所以我们就没有视野的地方进去了，然后就打成这样的。当然还是有机会嘛，因为我知道他们 AD 跟中路就没闪现的，所以下一波我们
Durex is a sponsor of LPL.
就可以办法的呀，就然后看就自己的发挥，就相信队友，我们拖时间了。
最后一波的时候，大家的一个语音情况还记得吗？
就是我在中路清线，我不太懂，但是感觉就赛让那个病的找机会能力很强吧，就所以我们发了。
是的，今天比赛顺利拿下来，也算是你们的一个开门红了。今天其实在现场 BLG 的应援礼物里面有一份特别的心意，是 Viper 选手在9周年之际亲手写的全中文手写信。所以这一份心意在所有的现场观众拿到的同时，可能也会有一些线上的观众觉得有点遗憾，可能不是所有人都能拿到嘛。那在此时此刻有没有什么想跟所有一直以来支持你的粉丝说的呢？
就非常感谢嘛，因为我没想到我能打到这么久，所以就
还会打到更久的。
就可以的话，感觉可以继续，然后一起加油，就这种。
我觉得就像信里面写的一样嘛，在你全力以赴的同时，其实你也是在用这一份努力去回应着所有粉丝对你的支持和喜爱。
Okay, we'll rate up the Sam now. Thanks everyone for watching. We'll see you next time.
可能对于 Viper 选手来说是最特别的一个人，就是妈妈今天来到了现场，也一直来到了这么远的地方为你加油呐喊，为你新的征程而一直陪伴在你的身旁。所以最后我觉得特别一点点。